చరలవశశసగ గం గణపతి దివై ప్రణతులు ఆయంతరగిత చరలవశశసగ గం గణపతి దివై ప్రణతులు విఘ్న భక్త నిమగ్న వరస గుణ గం గణపతి దివై గోపులు విఘ్న భక్త నిమగ్న వరస గుణ గం గణపతి దివై గోపులు గం గణపతి దివై గోపులు గం గణపతి దివై ప్రణతులు గం గణపతి దివై గోపులు.
Thank you so much, everyone. And as we all know that tomorrow is Ganesh Chaturthi, and that's why we planned this amazing performance dedicated to Lord Ganesha. Thank you once again, everyone. So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to Make in India, Make in Bharat, Make in Steel 2026. Can we have a big round of applause, everyone? So why I have mentioned 2026 here, because the initiative which we are working on, I'm sure that next year we'll be doing a lot of research which we'll be doing this year. We'll be coming on the conclusions, and of course we'll be presenting all new ideas as well. So that was a start, and of course, as we set the stage for this remarkable conference, so let me just share some numbers with you so that it would be a revision for all of us. India is the second largest producer of crude steel in the world, producing 140 million tons in financial year 2024. This is the data which was shared by Ministry of Steel, Government of India. And if I talk about domestic steel demand, which is projected to grow by 7.5% in 2025, led by infrastructure, housing, and manufacturing. And if I talk about the source, then this data came from World Steel Association. And let's talk about the Indian government, which aims to scale up the steel capacity to 300 million tons by 2030 in alignment with Atmanirbhar Bharat. So can we have a big round of applause for this initiative took by Government of India? And if I talk about the global steel industry, which contributes nearly 8% of CO2 emissions, making India push for green and innovative steel for all the materials and for all the industry. So these were some of the numbers which we picked up from the sources of Government of India. And on the rest of the numbers, I think you all are the right person who will be discussing everything today in all of our sessions. So to begin with, we will begin with a formal inauguration with the starting of lamp lighting. And I request Ms. Monica Bachchan. I think she needs no introduction. So can we have a big round of applause for Monica Bachchan? I request her to please welcome our chief guest for today, Ms. Sminu Jindal, MD, Jindal Saw Limited. Along with her, I request Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, MD, Jindal Stainless Limited, to please join them. I request Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Naveen Jindal Group, to please join them and do the honor. I also request Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED Commercial Sale, to please do the honor. I would also like to invite Ms. Preeti Patel, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer, Tata Projects. Along with them, I also request Mr. YPS Suri, Advisor Metalogic, Co-Chairman, CII, National Corrosion Management Committee, to please do the honor and do the inaugural by lighting of this lamp. So as it's Ganesh Chaturthi tomorrow, and also we are lighting the lamp, there is one quote which is just came into my mind. Vakratund Mahakai, please join me. Vakratund Mahakai. Then Surya Koti. Vakratund Mahakai. I request everyone to please join me and complete this shlok. Vakratund Mahakai. Nirvignam Kurme Dev. Sarvakareshu Sarvada. Ganpati Bappa Moorya. Thank you so much. And now I request founder and CEO, Ms. Monica Bachchan, Metalogic PMs, to please come on the stage and set the context for today. Can we have a big round of applause for her, everyone? I also request Mr. YPS Suri, Advisor, Metalogic, Co-Chairman, CII National Corrosion Management Committee, to please come on the stage and join us for the session. Along with him, I request Ms. Preeti Patel, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer, Tata Projects, to please join him for the industry keynote. Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED Commercial Sale. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Navin Jindal Group. Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, MD Jindal Stainless Limited. And last but not the least, our chief guest of today, Ms. Meenu Jindal, MD Jindal Saw Limited. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them? And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please take it from here. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you at 8th Annual Conference of Metalogic PMS on Make in Steel, Make in Bharat, conference presented by Jindal Saw and powered by Jindal Stainless. It is truly a privilege to see such an eminent gathering of industry leaders, visionaries, change makers who are shaping the future of Indian steel ecosystem. Today is a significant day for all of us, not just because we are coming together under one roof to deliberate on the opportunities and challenges in steel and allied sectors, but because we are doing so at a time when India stands at the cusp of an industrial resilience. Steel is the backbone of every nation-building effort, from infrastructure to railway, automobile to defense. And this conference is about strengthening that backbone to ensure India becomes a global powerhouse in manufacturing and value creation. Metalogic PMS has been at the forefront of creating industry knowledge platform for over a decade. Our philosophy has always been simply yet powerful: connect, create, and collaborate. Connect industry stakeholders on one common platform. Create insightful discussion that lead to actionable strategies. And collaborate for a future where growth and sustainability go hand in hand. Our mission has always been to drive informed decision making and to empower businesses with data, insights, and opportunities. Through research, knowledge sharing, and networking, Metalogic has become a trusted partner for coming companies navigating the evolving steel and raw material markets. Before we begin, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and respect to the dignitaries who have graced the inaugural session with their presence. First of all, our chief guest, Ms. Meenu Jindal, Managing Director, Jindal Sol Limited, a pioneering leader and a driving force in steel industry. Our guest of honor, Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, Managing Director of Jindal Stainless, a visionary who is taking stainless steel to new horizons. Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED Commercial Steel Authority of India Limited, representing one of India's largest steel producer that has been synonymous with our nation-building journey. Ms. Preeti Patel, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer of Tata Projects, a strategic thinker and a strong advocate for sustainable growth in infrastructure. And Mr. YPS Suri, advisor to our own Metalogic, and also co-chairman of National Corrosion Management Committee, a mentor, guide, and a strong supporter of this initiative from day one. Your presence today truly elevates the spirit of this conference. Thank you for being here. We also express our sincere appreciations to our sponsors and partners for their unwavering support, starting from Jindal SAW, Jindal Stainless, Jindal Steel Limited, Steel Authority of India, JSW Jindal India, Greaves Cotton, Helios Tech Solution, MSP, Pragya, and Nirmal Techzim. Your belief in this platform enables us to create a meaningful dialogue that can lead to real transformation. Friends, the theme of Make in Steel, Make in Bharat is more than just a slogan. It is a clarion call to accelerate domestic manufacturing, embrace innovation, and strengthen India's position in the global steel value chain. As we explore opportunities in defense, infrastructure, mass transit, affordable housing, railway, automobile, and engineering, we are not just talking about steel. We are talking about the future of our economy and the aspiration of 1.4 billion people. Before I move ahead, let me ask you all two very simple questions, and I want you to answer those questions by raising hands. How many of you believe that India can become a global hub for steel manufacturing and exports in the next 10 years? Please raise your hand. How many of you believe? That's wonderful. And my last question to you, how many of you think that collaboration between government, industry, and technology will be a real game changer for this vision? Please raise your hand. 100%. Thank you. The energy in this room says it all. And as destiny would have it, tomorrow we celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi, the festival of new beginning, wisdom, and prosperity. It feels symbolic that we are starting this important conversation today, paving the way for fresh ideas, strong partnerships, and transformative growth in the steel sector. May Lord Ganesh bless us with the wisdom to make the right choices and the strength to implement them. With that thought, let us move forward to an engaging, insightful, and inaugural session. Thank you once again for joining us. Together, let us build a stronger, self-reliant, and sustainable steel future for Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the context for today. And thank you so much, everyone. But today I can't feel the energy in the room. I don't know why. Are you also feeling the same? Because, ma'am, when ma'am was addressing everyone, and earlier when I came, but I can't see any energy. So, are you all here with us today? I can't hear. Are you all here with us today? Okay. So, can we all stand up for 10 seconds, everyone? That's why I told you that I can't feel the energy in the same room. Yes. So, all of you, yes, that's what I'm feeling. I think it's very like lethargic weather outside. Maybe that's the reason. But okay, no worries. So let's gain some energy. So we will do one activity for 10 seconds, and that's how I will see smiles on everyone's faces, and then you can also feel the same. All of you ready? Sorry, I'm making you stand for like 10 seconds. But yeah, please apologize me for the same. Touch your head. Touch your head. Touch your nose. Touch your head. Touch your nose. Touch your head. Touch your ears. Touch your ears. Touch your head. Touch your nose. Bring your both hands in the air together. And then clap for yourself. As we are exchanging energies by the means of this clap and applause. Now can we feel the energy? Thank you so much, everyone. Now I can see the smiles on your faces. Thank you, everyone. That's what we wanted. Thank you so much, sir. Now I can see the smiles on the faces. Now I can feel some energy. And of course, see, everyone around you all are smiling. Thank you so much, everyone. And I think now we can start on a very energetic note. And I request our chief guest for today, Ms. Meenu Jindal, MD Jindal Saw Limited, to please take it over from here. So she gave the opportunity to share insights. And now I would like to invite Mr. YPS Suri, Advisor Metalogic, Co-Chairman, CII, National Corrosion Management Committee, to please take it from here. And thank you so much, everyone, for completing that task. And I highly apologize if I made any mistake during that.
Good morning, everyone. My assignment to set the context for today's theme, time allotted 5 to 10 minutes. Today we have assembled here to engage in extensive discussions about the potential of India's sunrise sector, that is the steel sector, which provides a strong foundation for a Viksit Bharat, developed India. Before I proceed, I wanted to share something. I was watching KBC show on the Independence Day, wherein I saw Amitabh Bachchan was introducing the new India. A new India where women officers were showcased as the new strong asset in our defense capabilities. I'm sure all of you also must have watched the program. It indeed warmed the hearts of the audience to see women in the forefront to guard our nation against the enemies across the border. Today, as we witness this launch pad on Bharat Steel, with an intent to share fresh ideas, forge new partnerships, and promote innovation, my mind travels a decade back when I saw a young girl bubbling with passion for steel to step into the arena of creating a credible platform for the steel stakeholders to converge and weave together the future of steel industry in India. I want you all in the audience here to applaud this girl who has matured into a steel woman of India, bringing the industry together on this platform, not once in a year, but more than 6 times a year. Please join your hands with vigor to applaud Ms. Monica Bachchan and her young team with an average age below 30 years, but wielding the collective strength of more than 1800 MPa, the highest in steel currently, which I learned from Mr. Naidu here. Wish you more strength, Monica, and your team. Make in steel, make in Bharat, fostering Indian steel consumption. Indeed, it's a great visionary theme. Our day begins with keynote addresses by the leaders of Indian canvas. Again, it's a very heartening, I would say, event to observe that two women leaders in the group, Ms. Meenu Jindal and Ms. Preeti Patel, are here with us on this stage. And one of the youngest MD of the largest stainless steel company in our country, Mr. Abhyuday Jindal. They are in the company of stalwarts, Mr. Vinod Gupta, and Mr. V.R. Sharma probably is with Mr. Piyush Goyal. So today there will be 8 sessions, mostly in panel discussion format, with overwhelming participation from the end user segments. Sessions, as you know, are Make in Steel for Defense, Make in Steel for Oil and Gas, for Engineering and Capital Goods, Steel of Tomorrow, Innovations in Building Materials, for Public Infrastructure and Mass Transit, moderated by Mr. Vijay Sharma, and for Energy Infrastructure, and finally, not forgetting, Make in Steel for Rural Bharat. The conference is indeed inspired by the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, who spoke on the steel sector the other day and shared all the actions taken by the government to help the sector grow sustainably to be the global hub for steel by 2047. This is something that Monica asked you just now, and you all responded in affirmation. Let me recall the points of our Prime Minister. He said, the importance of the steel sector is highlighted as the backbone of India's progress and a key driver for achieving the goal of a 5 trillion economy. So there's so much of talk on 5 trillion economy, it won't happen if steel doesn't provide the frame for it. National steel policy goals. India aims to produce 300 million tons of steel by 2030 and increase per capita steel consumption from 98 kg to 160 kg. These are numbers that you must keep in your mind. Infrastructure development initiatives like PM Gati Shakti, National Infrastructure Pipeline, Smart Cities, PM Awas Yojana, and Jal Jeevan Mission are creating opportunities for the steel sector. Self-reliance in steel, he emphasized on using made in India steel for government projects and reducing dependency on imports for high-grade steel, nickel, coking coal, and manganese. Mr. Naidu was telling me that for the armored vehicles, all the steel that he is using is made in India. Very small, maybe a few tons are being imported. Otherwise, everything is being made in India. That's a very thing for us to know. Global competitiveness, efforts to make Indian steel globally competitive through policies like the National Manufacturing Mission and PLI scheme. Technological advancements, focus on energy efficient, low emission technologies, AI, automation, recycling, and byproduct utilization in the steel industry. Export and production targets. India targets 25 million tons of steel exports and aims to expand production capacity to 500 million tons by 2047. Now, this is a new target that he has set for all of us. By 2047, 500 million tons, and by 2030, 300 million tons. Then employment generation, the steel sector's potential to create jobs through manufacturing, R&D, and technology upgrades. Global leadership, vision to become a trusted supplier of high-quality steel and establish as a global steel hub. Now, this calls for collaboration, encouragement for public and private sectors to work together in innovation, partnerships, and addressing challenges in the steel industry. So it's a big agenda which we are going to discuss during the day today in line with the vision and ambition of the government and our Honorable Prime Minister. So here we are, an assembly of stakeholders of the steel sectors with a passion to put our minds together to craft a path to make the national dream a reality. In the words of our Prime Minister, let us come together to build a resilient, revolutionary, and steel-strong Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for setting the context for today. And of course, he shared a lot of ideas and numbers with us. And let's discuss more. And I would like to invite Ms. Preeti Patel, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer, Tata Projects, to please take it from here.
Thank you. Good morning, leaders of steel industry and esteemed colleagues. I would like to first begin with expressing sincere gratitude to Team Metalogic, especially Monica ji, to organize such a great conference on the most critical resource for our industry. So I represent the industry which requires steel, and it's the most essential resource for us. But before I speak, I would like to say that I don't know by chance or by design that I am here, because I am one of the consumers or customers of the steel industry. Probably it is the strategy of Monica ji that customer is the king or queen. So on that thought, we begin today. We know that steel is the backbone of modern civilization, and without steel, we would not have our current tall buildings we call homes, no bridges to connect us, no highways for mobility and transportation, no power plants to light our homes or offices, no refineries to fuel our industries. So it is the invisible skeleton that holds up the visible progress of our country and also globally. We in EPC and construction sector, we know that there is no nation building without steel. So having said that, we know that there is a large capital outlay of 11 lakh crore, and we are building rapidly. We are building India to the most global standards, and so many infrastructure projects are underway at unprecedented pace, which is rarely seen in India. For us at Tata Projects, steel is not just another input, it is the single largest material category that we use in every project. To illustrate my point, if you're building a refinery, we consume 150 tons of steel, or a metro project takes 40,000 tons of steel. So it is a strategic resource, and the way we source it, design with it, build with it, determines the strength, resilience, and sustainability of India's infrastructure for the next decade or the next century. So why steel matters? We want the industry to keep producing newer and newer products, and we commit to using the Indian steel for Atmanirbhar Bharat. We want to ensure quality, traceability, and sustainability. And there are certain asks that we want from this industry. The first being consistency and quality. You know that for us to build the nation, predictability in quality is utmost essential. So we count on steel companies for perfect quality as per specifications and unwavering consistency. We want innovation in products for especially engineered steel solutions. For example, the prefabricated high-strength, corrosion-resistant steels, which will reduce our construction time and improve life cycle costs. We want steel industry to provide high-strength, lightweight steels, weathering steels for coastal projects, special steels for energy and transportation. As India commits to net zero, infrastructure players are required to build sustainably. This means that increasingly there shall be preference for low carbon and green steels in our projects. The steel industry's investments in renewable energy use, hydrogen-based steel making, and recycling will be the key. We seek supply chain visibility, digital tracking, and just-in-time deliveries to our project sites across the country. And of course, the most important is cost competitiveness. We need to deliver cost-efficient infrastructure, and competitive steel pricing is essential for us to deliver value to the nation. When we speak of the India growth story, we must remember that it is a shared growth story. Infrastructure companies and steel manufacturers are the two wheels of Make in India chariot and essential to deliver development. At Tata Projects, we are also proud to be building some of the most iconic and challenging projects in the country, and we are equally proud to be doing it with the steel made in India. The steel industry's commitment to quality, innovation, and sustainability will not only determine the speed of our infrastructure growth, but also the strength of our nation. Steel is not just about tons and output, it's about impact. Every bridge built with Indian steel connects more than two banks of the river. It connects opportunities. Every high-rise built with Indian steel rises taller than concrete. It rises as a symbol of our ambition. As we look to the future, let's deepen our collaboration, let's innovate together, and let's commit to sustainability, and let's build India together. As steel grows stronger, India also grows stronger. Wishing all of you strategic and creative day today. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And as she mentioned, that the path forward will be driven by hydrogen-based processes and a strong push for recycling, making sustainability not just an option, but a only way forward. That's what we think as of now. So let's have more insights on the topic. And of course, we'll be sharing insights today, the whole entire day. But yes, please be here with us with the same level of energy. As I can see, the energy level is going down a little bit. So thank you so much, everyone. And now I would like to invite Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED Commercial Sale, to please take it forward from here.
A very good morning to all of you. Respected Sminu Jindal ji, Abhidoy Jindal, Mrs. Preeti Patel, Monica Bachchan, and Sri Suri, and dear colleagues who are present here today. 26th of August is a very famous day for many aspects. This, I think Monica Bachchan has picked up a very particular date, and it's considered to be quite auspicious. Some of the things which have happened on 26th of August I would like to bring about. Number one, it's been famous for Women's Equality Day in the US. It's the birthday of Mother Teresa. The French Revolution Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen approved on this day in 1789. The steamboat was invented on this particular day. Today in some parts of India, it is celebrated as Tej, where the women pray for their longevity of their husbands. And on top of it, I think it's very important for today as a nation as a whole and Steel Authority in particular, because two of our ships, warships, are being commissioned today at Visakhapatnam, that is INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri, by the Defense Minister of India. It is being commissioned by the Defense Minister at Visakhapatnam today. And let me also celebrate India's glory that Udaygiri, INS Udaygiri, happens to be the 100th ship designed by Indian naval architecture people. And that's a big achievement. We have developed 100 ships in the country today. It's also US tariff review on India will also be reviewed today. There is another very important day which I would not like to mention. It's a very controversial topic. Today is also World's Dog Day, but I will not touch upon that. I'll begin with 22nd of April, when the clash with our neighbors began. The horrific incident that took place in Jammu and Kashmir, and post that the clash with our neighbors which lasted up to 11th May. There is a design to really put India under pressure. And I think the need of the hour is we all have to rise to the occasion and we have to really fight back. We all know Indian steel industry is going at a very fast pace. GDP is growing as the fastest growing nation in the world. But time has come where we really need to pull up our socks and really work for our nation. And we really want to take it forward so that no country can threaten us in the future. I think the Prime Minister had recently had a meeting of the cabinet where second stage of reforms have been considered, and the need of pace of development also needs to be enhanced. 1 year ago, there was a upheaval in Bangladesh where the government got changed. That has also, to some extent, weakened our neighbors, whether it is our neighboring country on the west or east. These are all troublesome problems, but we really need to work hard towards self-development. And I think Monika Bachchan has picked up a very apt topic, Atmanirbhar Bharat, made in India steel. So I really congratulate you, Monika Bachchan ji. You have the way you have risen in the last 10 years. It's tremendous. Like, we really want to give a clap for you for this achievement. India as a nation, we need to really grow, and we want to grow as a nation to bring a double-digit growth in the country. A very important topic is defense today, and SAIL has been a pioneer in the growth of India's defense. In the year 1922, the Prime Minister inaugurated INS Vikrant, and in the last 3 months, SAIL has been continuously contributing towards India's defense. INS Arnala, the anti-submarine warfare shallow watercraft, was commissioned in June 25, followed by INS Ajay in July 25. INS Nitsar, the diving support vehicle, was also commissioned in July 25, and today 2 INS ships, Udaygiri and Himgiri, are being commissioned. We also have plans, INS Ikshak in September 25, next month, where the commissioning will take place, and you'll be surprised. In all these ships, 100% of the steel has been supplied by SAIL, and that is indigenously produced in the country. Today, defense sector is very important. There are 16,000 MSMEs and 619 startups who are working towards growth of India's defense. The government has already allowed 74% FDI in the defense sector, and 79% of the production in defense PSUs takes place, and 21% in the private sector. The defense budget is 6,81,000 crores for this financial year. And I would like to mention that SAIL is contributing towards production of all these defense ships, warships, T-72 tanks, T-90 tanks, mine-proof vehicles, tank barrels, Dhanush, and barrels and missile jackets, shell manufacturing. And my colleague from Avadi, who is here, has mentioned during the initial meeting, when I met him today in the morning, that SAIL is contributing towards all the ordnance factories tremendously, and we are really supplying huge quantity of alloy steel to all these defense sector. Today, India is growing at a very fast pace, as mentioned by Suri Saab. And the best part is our consumption is growing. Last year, it grew by 11.5%. And we are a net importer, but we need to really pull up our socks and improve our exports in the coming years. The per capita steel consumption from 98 kgs, we need to take it to 160 kgs by 2031. And during this year, January to July, World Steel Association figures says that China has grown by -3.1, whereas India has grown by 9.8%. So that's a big achievement, and we are the fastest growing steel consumer in the world today. SAIL has contributed in the major projects in the country. I'll just like to mention a few major projects where SAIL has contributed. Kaleshwaram water pipeline, we have supplied 12 lakh tons of steel in the last 3 years. Mahakumbh, this year we supplied 45,000 tons of steel. The Delhi-Katra Expressway, 18,000 tons. Sonmarg Tunnel, 21,000 tons. Dhubri Bridge in Assam, 18,000 tons. Bengaluru Metro, 27,000 tons. Aparna Group and My Home Group, 47,000 tons. Mumbai Ahmedabad High Speed Rail, 92,600 tons. ISP Kalsindh River Linking Project in Madhya Pradesh, we have supplied 1,55,000 tons, and the Ken Betwa River Linking Project is on, and we are supplying in that also. I can go on and on, but I'll stop here because of paucity of time. Now coming to railways, I would just like to mention that people of my generation, or people who have traveled by rails in the last 20 years, you would remember that when you used to travel by rails, you used to get a continuous sound of cut, 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 cut. But if you travel today, you don't get that sound. Do you know why? Because Indian Railways earlier used to make rails, use material or rails of 13 meters length, 13 meters length. Today, SAIL is supplying rails in 260 meters length, and therefore you don't get that sound. One of the major issues for our steel industry is that the logistics cost in India is very, very high. Today, rail carries the domestic freight only up to 27%, and they have kept a target of 45% by 2031. The capex of 2.7 lakh crores for railways is an eye-opener, and you'll be surprised that today Indian Railways runs on our rails, rails produced by SAIL, and 100% of the rails supplied to Indian Railways is by Steel Authority. Apart from that, we supply 12 lakh tons of rails every year, and in addition to this, we supply 4 lakh tons of other items to Indian Railways on a continuous basis. Our Prime Minister mentioned from the ramparts of the Red Fort on 15th August that there's a lot of focus on renewable energy. Let me point out, our target for 2030 is 500 gigawatts of power generation through renewable energy. India has already achieved 50% of that target by today. So that's a very fast pace of renewable energy growth in our country. India is the third largest generation of renewable energy and fourth largest by capacity. The Khavda Renewable Energy Power Project, solar power project in Kutch area covers 72,600 hectares, and the Balda Solar Renewable Energy in Rajasthan covers 14,000 acres of land. And this is Asia's biggest power plant. So you'll be very happy that India is making rapid strides in case of solar energy. BHEL and Adani Power are putting up two supercritical thermal power plants in Chhattisgarh and Mirzapur. The quality control orders by the Government of India is to ensure quality steel to consumers by ensuring BIS standards. This is also applicable on intermediate materials. This should also conform to BIS certification. 151 products have been covered by BIS in this aspect. CBAM is another issue where we really need to work together to reduce our carbon emissions. Coastal movement, ports, inland waterways, all need improvement to really bring down the logistics costs. So let's work together and really work together to make India once again a leading nation and be a developed nation by 2047. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And as he mentioned that India's journey towards self-reliance defense is inseparable from the growth and innovation in the steel sector. Together, they are forging the backbone of a stronger, safer, and more secure Bharat. And if I talk about the more information, then I would like to invite Ms. Rabiuddin Jindal, MD Jindal Stainless Limited, to please continue with the discussion.
Thank you, and good morning to my esteemed guests industry colleagues, policymakers, and everyone present here. It gives me immense pride to be here today at the 8th annual conference of Metalogic PMS on a theme that truly resonates with the spirit of our nation. Make in steel, make in Bharat. Steel and stainless steel have been the silent strength behind every great nation. For India, a country with 1.4 billion dreams, steel and stainless steel industry form the foundation of self-reliance, security, and progress. To further strengthen our position as a global manufacturing powerhouse and an industry to reckon with, we must focus on producing sustainably and leading with quality. Today, as we all know, the global shift to green industries is irreversible. Thus, it is imperative to integrate sustainable materials with longer life cycle, corrosion resistance, durability, and cost efficiency into India's critical sectors. At Jindal Stainless, we are addressing this challenge head-on by working with different stakeholders to customize solutions that leads to long-lasting and green infrastructure. With renewable energy set to meet over 30% of our energy requirements and a clear pathway to reduce 50% CO2 emissions by 2035, our vision is to deliver infrastructure that is not only stronger and longer lasting, but also cleaner and greener for our future generations. By mainstreaming sustainable material into every sector, we can truly set the benchmark for a green industrial country. Also, it's very important that we cannot compromise on quality. No nation can hope to build infrastructure that lasts or earns global credibility. Yet, every year as a nation, we pay the price of poor quality products. The cost is not merely financial, it is measured in lost assets, lost opportunities, and too often lost lives. As a nation, we have become so desensitized to reading about bridges collapsing under heavy rains, structures giving way, which in reality are all stark reminders of what happens when short-term savings are placed above long-term strength. As an industry, we must stand against low-quality products or material coming in the country, given the criticality and the loss that it leads to. At Jindal Stainless, we are proud to be delivering quality materials for all critical sectors, thus replacing low-standard imports, ensuring India's strength is built on Indian soil and guaranteed safety and longevity. Some of the cutting-edge stainless steel solutions we have delivered for several milestone projects have become symbols of national pride for us. This includes Vande Bharat sleeper trains, BrahMos aerospace defense projects, and Chandrayaan-3 to name a few. We also have to acknowledge that quality cannot exist in isolation. It needs the backing of robust standards and firm policies. Strong frameworks such as the BIS standards are the backbone of consumer trust, public safety, and industrial competitiveness. Without them, substandard imports will continue to slip through, weakening our domestic industry and putting national infrastructure at a huge risk. This is where the government's role becomes a true enabler of national progress. And we highly appreciate the government's initiative in this direction and look forward to their continued support in ensuring enabling policies and stronger standards against the low-quality imports. This journey needs collaboration and knowledge sharing among all participants in the value chain so that the entire ecosystem is working with the same goal in mind. These efforts include building awareness about the importance of materials right from the grassroots levels. Through our Stainless Academy initiative, we are building this ecosystem of training, partnerships, and advocacy by training thousands of fabricators, partnering with academia to integrate stainless steel into curriculum, and advocating for wider adoption of stainless steel solutions. We are ensuring that knowledge, skills, and awareness flow seamlessly across the value chain. So far, we have trained close to 53,000 fabricators in the ecosystem, and our effort continues. As I conclude, let us remember, quality will be our progress, quality will be our compass, sustainability our engine, steering our industry towards a future of strength and resilience. Wishing this conference a great success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Naveen Jindal Group, to please take it forward from here and throw some highlights on the greener and the safer steel future in India and the environment.
Respected guest on dais. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies, I was late today. The topic chosen by Monica, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in Steel, Made in India. And this is a very hot topic nowadays. Honorable Prime Minister is also speaking every day these taglines that we have to make India Atmanirbhar. We have to buy Indian products. We have to improve, increase, and elevate the economy, Indian economy. Many declarations are done by Prime Minister related to GST, related to other reforms, the tax reforms in the country. And I'm sure the time from now onwards in this financial year is going to be an excellent time for the Indian economy. Though there are international challenges, I don't want to touch. It is more political than business. But one thing is for sure, the country is in better shape, economy is in better shape, forex reserves are quite high, and we all are working how to meet out the challenge, what we are getting or what we are forced or compelled by some of the countries in the world. Make in India, make in steel, everything goes well. Only few suggestions to the country that today we are not lacking as far as the technical knowledge is concerned in any field or any sphere. The only shortcoming is that we lack in the equipment building. The machinery is not available, especially in the steel sector. I'll tell you, we are producing 165 million ton of steel, but there are no blast furnace producers in the country. There are no good electric arc furnaces producers in the country. There are no hot rolling mills producers in the country. There are no special equipments like metal handling equipment, ship loader, ship unloader, the machine builders of that kind for the metal handling purpose are not available in the country. Good service centers are not being built in the country by us. So I think the focus should be not only making steel or making in India or made in India, the focus should be on making machinery so that the people, those upcoming businessmen, upcoming entrepreneurs, they can work together to make India as a country of our dreams, and we make India truly self-reliant. In defense, whatever knowledge I have, yes, many of the equipments now Government of India and the Indian defense industry is building. There's a great honor, great achievement by Indian defense sector. Similarly, we have to find out that what kind of machines we can build here in India, whether it is for garments or it is for the steel or for building aircraft. So what are the machinery is required, that is most important. So my focus is today that we have to find out that how can we build the machines in the country. There was a news last week that India has signed an agreement, a purchase agreement, I would say, or a purchase order they have placed on China for 300,000 tons of fertilizer. You see, India, there's no need for a country like India to import fertilizer. Now you'll say that we don't have gas. Yes, you are right. The problem is, if you see the total, if you Google or you go for ChatGPT, you will find that more than 45 million ton the fertilizer is being produced by China through coal. So that means coal to gas, gas to fertilizer. We in India, we started in 1975, 2 plants, one in Talcher, the other is in Ramagundam. And these were also based on coal to fertilizer, so coal to hydrogen and then hydrogen to fertilizer. So with the CO shift. So today, these 2 plants are down. 1975 to 1995, these 2 plants had been working. But thereafter, no efforts were made that how can we convert our high ash coal into coal gas, that is syngas, and syngas to hydrogen. And then finally, we produce ammonia. We produce nitrogen and ammonia. So the point here is, we are blessed with more than 350 billion ton of coal in the country. We cannot use this coal for longer time to produce energy or to produce steel, but at least we can produce fertilizer for our farmers. 45 million ton fertilizer China is producing through coal. Why can't we produce? That means we are lacking in technology. We at Jindal Steel, JSPL Angul, have a technology called coal gasification. This technology we brought into country by our Honorable Babuji, founder chairman, Shri O.P. Jindal ji from Sasol, from South Africa. And this was quite successful. He was a visionary. And his vision, what he saw, his dream, what he saw in 2007 comes true now. We produce about 160,000 nm cube of nm cube per hour of syngas, per hour of syngas every day, every minute. And we produce DRI out of it. The first time in the world, any company has produced from coal to gas, that is syngas, synthesis gas, which contains 58% hydrogen and 28 to 29% carbon monoxide. And as a reductant and as a reducing gas, we are using it to produce DRI into the DRI kilns. So now the point here is what comes on the table, that if we can do, already the technology is available in the country, and we are converting every day more than 10,000 tons of coal into gas, and then gas into DRI. So why can't we produce fertilizers? This is what we have to see. So India is becoming very fast, becoming self-reliant in terms of power. Power means that is renewable powers. The 400 gigawatt of challenge, what Government of India has taken 3 years back, is now looks to be very, very near. So I think by 2030 or maybe 2032, we'll reach to 400 gigawatt. That means a major part of energy consumption in terms of housing, commercial institutes, day house or day load will be converted or will be met out by the solar power or by wind energy. The other area where Government of India is working very strongly is to come up with small, say 25 megawatt or 30 megawatt or 50 megawatt each, the nuclear power plants. I mean, that is going to make India truly self-reliant in terms of energy or in terms of power requirement. But what will happen to this 350 billion ton of coal lying under the bed? So nobody can use it. By 2070, we have to go to net zero. And when we speak net zero, that means there'll be no carbon usage, or at least we will not be adding any carbon or any CO2 in the universe. So that means we are left with how many years? Just 45 years. 35 years. So how can we do it in next 35 to 40 years? How can we utilize this entire quantity of coal? And if we can use it, then I think this will be a great saving to the nation in terms of importing natural gas or in terms of importing any other energy today, what we are importing today. The major bill we have today on energy. US is always threatening us that why are you buying oil from Russia? In fact, we don't need to buy. We don't need to buy means we have 350 billion ton of fossil fuel in the form of coal available in the country, and I'm advocating this particular process that we must convert coal into gas. In Jindal Steel, we have bought the technology, we have bought all the rights from Lurgi, Germany, and we can supply the technology to the Indian entrepreneurs, those who want to convert coal into gas. Of course, Government of India has come with a policy that 100 million ton of coal will be used in times to come through coal gasification route, but unfortunately, this has not gone through. So today's message is only one. We must focus, if you want to make India self-reliant, Atmanirbhar, make in India, make in steel, then we must work on equipment building. If we start working on equipment building, then only we can make India of our dreams. Otherwise, it's very difficult. We have to keep on importing machinery, plant, rolling mills, blast furnace, electric arc furnaces, DRI plants, sponge iron plants from overseas, and which we should not. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. And as he mentioned that for a country like India, self-reliance is not optional. I think it's essential. And if we talk about whether it's producing the fertilizers our farmers need, using our own resources and technology, which he mentioned, or meeting the 400 gigawatt clean energy challenge by 2030, India, I think, has both the capacity and determination to rise the occasion. And the road may be demanding, of course, but if we work on it continuously, I think we would be able to achieve it for sure. So for continuing this discussion, I would like to invite Ms. Meenu Jindal, MD Jindal Saw Limited. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Over to you, ma'am.
A very good morning to all dear friends here. It's an honor and a privilege to actually be part of this conference called Make in Steel, Make in Bharat. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Monica Bachchan and her team for curating such a wonderful event for which we all are a part today. Today's theme resonates deeply with Jindal Saw's philosophy. We have always believed in trying to save money for the country by saving on foreign exchange. We were the first company that actually started making pipes for oil and gas industry. And today, India is self-reliant when it comes to these kind of pipes. We are into a lot of seamless, DI, sewage market, pipe, water market. Today, when we are talking about nation building, I think Jindals have been known to do that. It started with my grandfather making pipes for irrigation and taking out made in England mark from it to a made in India. And our journey in stainless steel also is talking about a self-reliant India, which is now taken up by my brother Abhyuday Jindal. My father, as we all know, has been very pioneering in the pipe industry, today being one of the most respected pipe industry in India. We are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, and I thank Mr. Gupta for bringing it to notice how important defense and other things like aerospace, all these things are to India today. And to make India more self-reliant, it will be extremely important for us to look at steel and different alloys of steel to be made in India so that we are less dependent on import on it. At the same time, Mr. B.R. Sharma made a very important point about equipment. Equipment is currently very few equipment manufacturers exist in India who actually do a very good quality job. Quality brings me to a very important topic called sustainability. India is at a threshold where it's talking about being independent in steel. Yet doing it sustainably is a double challenge that we all have to accept. Gone are the days in the past where all our competitors world around have grown without being sensitive to environment and how it affects sustainability. I don't think we have that kind of luxury, but I have great hopes for people of my generation and the younger generation to look at it at a different challenging level and to attain it with dignity. Steel is strength, steel is stability, and steel is the spirit of self-reliant India. So let's take a pledge to make in steel and make in India, make in Bharat. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Make in steel, make in Bharat, make in India. Can we have a big round of applause for Atmanirbhar Bharat? Atmanirbhar Bharat is not just about self-reliance in production, it's also a responsibility in preservation and also a responsibility to save our environment, as ma'am mentioned. So now, concluding this session, I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please present the Momentto, a token of respect and appreciation to our chief guest of today, Ms. Meenu Jindal, MD Jindal Saw Limited.
Sorry to take a break. Ma'am and Abhyuday ji, we are coming up with a book called Indian Steel Guide. And we want आप अपने हाथों से उसको launch करें. It's a Indian statistical book where the entire, whoever want to understand Indian steel industry, mining industry, उसमें पिछले 5 साल का data है, information है, including stainless steel, pipes, tubes, manganese ore, iron ore, import figures, export figures, and also there is a big Indian map in it, which people can tear it and put it on their wall. In that map, for every state, हमने उनकी जो जितनी भी working mills हैं, उसका एक estimate निकाला है and उनके productions निकाले हैं with their routes, blast furnace, आपका induction furnace and electric arc furnace. So I would want you to please launch this book. Ma'am and sir, आप लोग अपने हाथ से करिए please. So it's Indian Steel Guide.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, everyone, with the new book, Indian Steel Guide. So last 5-year data is available in the same book. And please get in touch with our team if you want more insights on the same. And coming back onto the same thing which I left earlier, now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please hand over the Momentto, a token of respect and appreciation for the chief guest of today, Ms. Meenu Jindal, MD, Jindal Saw Limited. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us today. It's an honor that you joined today and shared your insights. Now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please present this token of appreciation and respect to Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, MD Jindal Stainless Limited. I request Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, Naveen Jindal Group, to please accept this Momentto from Metalogic PMS. Now I request Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED Commercial Sale, to please accept this token of appreciation and respect from Metalogic PMS. And last but not the least, I request Ms. Preeti Patel, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer, Tata Projects, to please accept this token of appreciation and respect from Metalogic PMS. And let's have a group photo together. Thank you so much. And now we have a special presentation by Mr. Sanjeev Maini, Head MTD and Scientist F, Bureau of Indian Standards. Can we have a big round of applause for him, everyone? I highly apologize, Mr. Suri. Now I request Ms. Bachchan to please hand over the token of appreciation and respect to Mr. YPS Suri, Advisor Metalogic, Co-Chairman, CII, National Corrosion Management Committee. highly apologize, sir. Now I request Mr. Sanjeev Maini, Head MTD and Scientist F, Bureau of Indian Standards, to please come on the stage and take it forward from here. Can we have a big round of applause for him?
A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Metalogic for providing me an opportunity to come here and talk to you about BIS. As such, I think with so many QCOs coming up from Ministry of Steel, everybody knows a little bit of BIS. So just to brief you, I will be going through overview of BIS and what all standards BIS has formulated for making steel in defense, in infrastructure, in any applications. So all those things I will try to cover in my presentation. So as seen in the slide, BIS started when India got independence in way back in 1947. So at that time it was Indian Statistical Institute. So that's how we got Indian Standard Institute. So that's how we got the brand ISI, which is still continuing. But it had limited powers. We started the product certification scheme in 1955. But then we needed more powers because we need to have some powers for search and seizure also. So BIS then converted into Bureau. It became a Bureau of Indian Standard in 1986. This was then recently revised. More powers were given, and 2016 BIS became the National Standards Body of India. So all the standards which has to be applicable nationwide, Indian standards can be formulated only by BIS. So this is the BIS locations. We have headquarters at Delhi. We have 5 regional offices at all the metros: Delhi, Chennai, Chandigarh, Kolkata, and Delhi. 5 metros are there. We have 38 branch offices. All the certification part work is done by the branch offices, which is spread all over India. Each state has at least 1 branch office, and many bigger states have more than 1 branch offices. We have our own laboratories also. We have 10 laboratories now, spread all over India. So these are the main activities we do. First and foremost is the standards formulation. As I said, BIS is the National Standards Body of India. So we do formulate Indian standards, national standards. Second important thing is conformity assessment. As we all know, ISI mark and other product certification scheme I will be covering in my presentation. We have laboratory activities. We do have our laboratories also. We recognize other laboratories for our product certification. Hallmarking is a latest addition we have started on gold jewelry, and training and consumer protection. So this is the main scheme we have on product certification. We started, as I said, way back in 1955. It was basically voluntary in nature. We don't make any product mandatory. It is made mandatory by the line ministry. All the standards formulated by BIS are voluntary in nature. So there are 2 processes by which this scheme is applicable both to domestic and foreign manufacturers. Same scheme is there. This is in a nutshell how the licenses are granted. There are 2 procedures: normal procedure and simplified procedure. In simplified procedure, You submit the application along with the test report from a BS recognized laboratory, and the license is granted based on the test report submitted by you. The audit will be done, but that will be only for drawal of sample, which will be reviewed later. So under this simplified scheme, we assure that the license will be granted within the period of 30 days. So I'm proud to say that 99% of the cases we are granting the license within the specified period of 30 days in simplified procedure. Other procedure is normal procedure in which our person will come, they will audit, they will check the testing and manufacturing machinery and draw a sample which will be sending, which will send for testing to independent laboratory. And when the sample test report is received, the license is granted. And for this process, it takes a period of 4 months. That is the maximum period. And once the license is granted, it's not that it's the end of it. BS does have a surveillance mechanism in which we do periodic visits to the factory. We check the sample in the factory. We also draw the samples from the local market. We test it in our factories. So continuous monitoring is done to ensure that the product which is being made by the licensee conforms to the standards. So this is how the BS monogram looks like. It will be ISI mark. On top of it, there will be IS number, which is the number as per which the license is granted. And below that, there will be a license number. So this is how the actual ISI will be there. In the market, many times you will see these type of marks are also available, where it will be like as per ISI mark, ISI certification. So these all are fake marks. They are not the right marks. And you should be aware whenever you go to purchase any good, that only if ISI mark is with IS number and license number on the bottom, that is the right mark. Otherwise, all these type of marks are fake ISI marks. We also have a registration mark scheme. All the electronic equipments which are being imported to India, like all the mobiles, all the batteries, all the laptops, if you see on the back side, there will be a registration mark will be there of the, as it's seen on the top. So this mark has also been made mandatory, and this will be there in all the electronic equipments. We also have a hallmarking scheme. So any gold jewelry which is being sold in India need to bear these 3 marks. The plus point is the 6-digit HUID mark, which is a unique mark which is put on each and every jewelry. And this 6-digit HUID mark can be verified by our BS Care app also. So you can verify whether the jewelry which you are buying is a authentic jewelry or it's a duplicate jewelry. So in a nutshell, these are the BIS certification marks. The first and foremost is the ISI mark. We have a registration mark. We also do management system certification, ISO 9000, 14000, all types of system certifications also we do. Then the activity, as I said, we also have laboratories. We have 8 own laboratories where we test the products we receive from product certification. And besides that, we also recognize about 200 plus outside laboratories where we send the products for testing, which we draw in a product certification scheme. BIS is also a founder member of ISO and IEC. These are the organizations which are formulating the standard at the international level. We are participating members in most of the committees at ISO level. So whatever standards are being formulated at ISO level cannot be formulated without India's viewpoint. So BIS takes the comments from the stakeholders and passes on to the ISO committees, and these comments are taken into consideration before any standard is formulated at ISO level also. So this is in a nutshell what BIS has done over the last few 75 plus years. 22,000 standards has been formulated. About 200 plus standards are under certification. More than 500 plus, now it is 700 plus standards are under mandatory certification, and more than 42,000 standard licenses are there in operation as on today. We also have a training institute which is situated at NITS, Noida. We provide all type of trainings, quality assurance, management system certification. So these are the different types of trainings we provide at NITS. Nowadays, we are doing a lot of standard promotion and consumer engagement. So we have signed MOU with about 100 plus all the leading IITs, NITs, we have signed a MOU. We are opening student chapters in all these institutes. We are organizing workshops, seminars, so that the students shall also be made aware that the Indian standards are available. Because what we see mostly in the engineering side, most of the standards which are being used in engineering are ASTM standards are being used. People are not aware that for the similar uh, test method, Indian standards are also available. So we try to publicize the Indian standards, and so that the Indian standards are used more and more. So now coming to the main thing, there is standard formulation. Uh, Normally people think that BIS formulate the standard, but BIS doesn't formulate the standard. BIS only provides a platform where all of these stakeholders sit together and prepare the standard. The work of BIS is only to provide a platform, and there is only one person from BIS in each committee, which is a member secretary, and his work is to ensure that the standards are being formulated as per the rules and regulations laid down. So all the stakeholders like industry and business, technologists, government, R&D, academia, testing laboratories. So these people constitute a committee. About 25 to 30 people are there in the committee. They sit together and formulate a standard. Even the chairperson is from one of these stakeholders. So these all people sit together and the formulate standard. And this is how the standards are being formulated. So new work item can be proposed by anybody, any organization, any R&D institute, any citizen of India can propose a new work item to BIS. Once this new work item is received, it goes to the, as I said, there is a committee for each type of product. So if it is a steel product, it will go to the steel committee. The steel committee members will look into it. First of all, they have to identify whether the standard is needed, because any standard formulation process involves a lot of time and money. So only those standards need to be formulated which are required by the country, required by the industry. So if agreed by the committee, a working draft is prepared. This working draft is then circulated within the committee members. The committee members, this 20-25 people, all the stakeholders go to the working draft, provide the comments, refine the draft, and what we get is a P draft, which is a preliminary draft. This preliminary draft is then uh, again circulated to the committee members, refined, and then a very important stage comes where it is hosted on BIS website. So on the BIS website, this preliminary draft is hosted for at least a period of 1 month. And this is a time where all of you can contribute towards the national cause of standardization, because at this stage, all of you are allowed to comment on the standards. So this is an important stage where, because till this stage, only 20-25 committee members were allowed to go to the standard, give the comment on the standard. But in the wide circulation stage, when the standard is hosted on the BIS website, any citizen of India can go to the standard, any industry can go to the standard and provide the comments on the standards. Whatever comments are provided in the wide circulation draft, they are then again taken back to the committee. Each and every comment is discussed. If it is agreed by the committee, it's good. If it is not agreed, then justification is mentioned why this comment is not agreed, and this is also conveyed back to the commentator also. So this is an important stage where we request all the industry to be more vigilant, because what we feel is when the standards are formulated, we don't get more inputs from the industry. And when this standard is then made mandatory by the regulator, then we start receiving representation from the industry that these grades are not there, this process is wrong, this needs to be upgraded. And then the time available is very less, because the this QCO is already near to implementation, and the standard revision process will definitely take some time. So whenever any standard is being formulated, try to make your habit to go to BIS website. You see what wide circulation drafts are there, and provide the comments on the draft which you feel are contradicting with the work which is being done in your industry. So once this wide circulation draft is approved by the committee, it is again then adopted by the division council, and then it becomes the Indian standard. So this is how the Indian standards are formulated. Now this is the Metallurgy Engineering department where I belong to. This is the scope of the division council, where we formulate the standard in the form of mostly ferrous and non-ferrous metals, alloys and their products. We have 21 sectional committees. As I said, there are different sectional committees for different subjects. So what is important to us, there are 3 sectional committees which are relevant to the subjects we are discussing today. That is MTD4, which is Wrought Steel Products Sectional Committee, MTD16, which is Alloy Steel and Forging Sectional Committee, and MTD19, which is Steel Tubes, Pipes and Fittings Sectional Committee. So these are the committees where if you want to become a member, there also you can apply that you want a membership of this committee, or if you need to keep a check on the wide circulation draft which are being circulated, so that also you need to keep a check on these standards formulated by these 3 committees. Now, I briefly made a list of the standards which we have formulated related to different subjects which are being discussed today. So standards related to automobile sectors, we have formulated a lot of standards. Basically, 513 part 1, part 2 are the standards which are related to cold reduced strip, sheet and strips. We have 1079 and 5986 which are hot rolled, bead wire for tires, steel tubes for automotive purposes, and the latest addition is the 18385, which is a standard which is formulated on a hot dip galvanized steel sheets and strip for automotive application. So all the grades which are used in automotive applications are being covered in this standard IS 18385, which has also been made mandatory by Ministry of Steel recently. Infrastructure, we have lot of standards which we have formulated on infrastructure side also. 277 is an important standard where we covered galvanized steel sheets and strips. So 1161 is a steel tubes for structural purposes. 2062 is another important standard, a hot rolled and high tensile structural steel. So this is a list of standards. I will not go through each and every one. 4923, few important ones I will highlight. Hollow steel section for structural use. Then 14246 and 15965, these are the pre-painted coated steel standards. So there is a long list. Recently, we have formulated 2 important standards on stainless steel seamless pipes and stainless steel welded pipes also, 17875, 17876. ZAM coating also, we have formulated a standard, zinc, aluminum, magnesium alloy coated, 18513, and pre-painted ZAM also, 19210. Engineering applications also, there are about 50 standards which we have formulated. Some of the important are 3748, which is related to tool steel. Then these are the standards, steels for hardening and tempering. A lot of standards we have formulated. About 72 plus standards. Then some standards related to packaging, tin plate, hot rolled steel, packaging, steel strap for packaging. These are the standards formulated. Oil and gas sector, again, we have formulated a lot of standard. ISO 3183 is a very important standard, which is equivalent to API 5L standard. So this is the standard which can be used in place of the API standard. We recently have formulated a new standard which covers the hot rolled steel strip, sheet and plates for manufacturing these 5L pipes, welded steel pipes, that is 18384. 2 standards, 19111 and 19112, again are related to oil and steel industry, petroleum and natural gas steel drill pipes. These are related to spring steel we have formulated. Electrical steel, again, we have formulated a lot of standards which are used in motors and transformers. 6483024 is for CRGO type of steel. 648 is for non-CRGO type. And also for amorphous also we have formulated the standards. Pressure vessels also, a lot of standards have been formulated, mainly sheet and strip 2002, 2041 are the 2 important standards. Then we have standards for alloy steel pipes also. 12145 is for steel quenched and tempered alloy steel forgings for pressure vessels. 1246 is for carbon manganese steel. And there are few standards which are under formulation also, like alloy steel plates for pressure vessels and quenched and tempered alloy steel forgings for pressure vessels. So these are under formulation. So these is related to utensils. Now, one more thing is quality control order. I think all of you must be aware about quality control order. As I said, BIS certification scheme is mainly voluntary in nature. However, several products compliance to Indian standard is made compulsory by the central government. So all the standards which are being made mandatory are by the regulator, either Ministry of Steel or by Department of Commerce. All the standards formulated by BIS are always mandatory. So these are the few QCOs which are related to the subject under discussion today, steel and steel products called quality control order, steel tubes QCO and miscellaneous tubes QCO. So these are the few QCOs which are related to the subjects under discussion today. So just briefly, I will cover the digital tools which can be used by everybody for taking information of BAS. So this is a BAS Care app. So this is available on both Android and iOS system. आप प्ले स्टोर पे जाके इसको डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं. एंड दिस इज अ बिग टूल बिकॉज इसमें आपको पूरा डिटेल्स मिल जाएगा. एनी स्टैंडर्ड यू फॉर्म टू get, you can obtain from this. And all the Indian standards, I would like to inform you, are free to download. तो आप कोई भी standard इसमें login करके आप download कर सकते हैं. Any license, if you want to check the authenticity, you can go to the check my license tab in this, that can be checked here. So this is the BIS website also, bis.gov.in. इसमें भी बहुत सारी information है. If you just go through it, I don't have time to cover everything, but there are a lot of information available which will be useful for you. Recently, we have prepared compendium of standards. If you put stainless steel, all the standards which are formulated related to stainless steel, you will get in one nutshell. This is again manakonline.in. So these are the two main URLs you need to remember, bs.gov.in and manakonline.in, where you can get all the information. This is the know your standard, where you can, if you can check your standard by keyword also. If you put steel, all the standards related to steel can open. You can open any standard and it's free to download. You can download it. And lastly, these are the digital platforms of BIS, where you can get the latest information, what work is being done at BIS. So this was all I wanted to cover during my presentation. And I would like to thank Metalogic for providing me an opportunity for coming here and putting in front of you about BIS and the standards formulated by BIS. So if there are any queries, any questions, I can take it, or you can close it. Thank you. कहाँ से? Morning. You are audible, you can talk.
Hello. I just want to know that is there any plan to make these standards mandatory? Like
Make
you
the
said,
standards mandatory.
yeah, you said no, it is voluntary. Like
BS, हमारा act ही सर हमको provision नहीं देता, we cannot make it mandatory. As I said, section 16 of BIS Act empowers the central government to make anything mandatory. BIS will never make anything mandatory.
but is there any plan that government is going to make it mandatory? Are you in knowledge of this?
Lot of standards are coming, sir, every day. Means whatever 22,000 standards are formulated, government is of the view that all the product standards should be made mandatory today and tomorrow.
Okay.
So anything what is being formulated will be coming under mandatory certification. So it's time, sir. Even if you have a few products which are manufactured in your factory which are not under mandatory certification, go for the license, take the license before it becomes mandatory, and then the rush will start and the delays will happen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I now request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please present this memento, a token of respect and appreciation to Mr. Sanjeev Maini, Head, MTD and Scientist F, Bureau of Indian Standards. Can we have a round of applause for him? And also I request everyone to please get settled down and please put your phones on silent mode. Thank you so much, sir. And let's move towards forward, Make in India Steel for Defense discussion. And to discuss on the same, I would like to invite retired Major General Ashok Kumar, ex-Director General, Military Engineer Services. A round of applause for him, everyone. I would also like to invite Dr. R. Balamurli Krishnan, Outstanding Scientist and Director, Defense Metallurgical Research Laboratory. Can we have a round of applause for him? Along with them, I would like to invite Dr. S.K. Jha, former CMD, Midhani Limited. Mr. Sanjay Barai, Deputy GM, BrahMos Aerospace. Mr. Rajiv Mehta, Partner Deloitte. Mr. VNR Naidu, IOFS GM, Ordnance Factory Medak, a unit of Armed Vehicles Nigam Limited. Mr. Jagmohan Syal, CEO, Jindal Metals and Alloy Limited. Last but not the least, Mr. Amit Goyal, Head of Sales and Marketing, Defense and Aerospace, Jindal Stainless. Their discussion points would be emerging trends and technologies in defense materials, need for Make in Bharat metals for secure supply chain, prolonged lifespan and reduced maintenance cost for military assets. Now I request retired Major General Ashok Kumar, ex-Director General, Military Engineer Services, to please take it forward from here.
So, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here amongst the who's who of the steel, the industry, the academia, and what you may call. Defense suddenly has become the subject which is hot all across the globe and also India. What we saw in last few months is something which is bound to happen in the future, but we need to be prepared. And as they said, that जब दुश्मन हमारा लोहा मानता है, तो मुझे अब एहसास होने लगा है कि उस लोहा मानने वालों को जो लोग लोहा बनाते हैं और हमारे को इक्विपमेंट और प्लेटफॉर्म्स देते हैं, हमारा लोहा वहाँ से आता है. It's an amazing development that is being taking place. And today we sit in front of you to talk about as to what's happening in defense, how industry is moving forward, how indigenization is taking place, what R&D we are getting into. So we have the dignitaries on the dais who will take it forward, and we shall have discussions as to how we proceed. So we have with us the members who are sitting in front of you. I would request you all to introduce yourself.
I am Jagmohan Syal, Business Head of Jindal Metals and Alloys Limited.
Good morning. This is VNR Naidu, officer from Armored Vehicles Nigam Limited, looking after armored vehicles production.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Balamurli Krishnan. I head the Defense Metallurgical Research Laboratory. We are primarily into research and development in the defense area, specifically in metals and ceramics. Thank you.
Please.
Good morning. I am Dr. S.K. Jha, former CMD, Ms. Dhatu Nigam Limited.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amit Goyal. I'm heading sales and marketing for Jindal Defense and Aerospace, which is a strategic vertical of Jindal Stainless Limited. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I'm Rajiv Moitra. I'm a partner. I lead the metals and mining sector for Deloitte South Asia. Thank you for this opportunity, Metalogic.
Good morning, everyone. This is Sanjay Barai, working with BrahMos Aerospace. I'm heading the metallic material indigenization in all steels, titanium, and aluminum sectors.
Yeah. So having introduced you to the speakers on stage, now we will have the first presentation from the defense establishment.
So good morning, everyone, and I'll keep this brief and quick. I think you had a very great first session, the inaugural session. So I don't think I'm going to be telling anything new to you that you didn't listen in the first session about what is important, why Make and Steel Make in Bharat is important, and what are the important things that we need to do. And also, probably I'm not going to be telling any fact that you already didn't know, either fact or science. But my effort over the next 5 odd minutes would be to put all of this together to see where we stitch from R&D to the final product and ultimately, of course, to use. And in this case, I'm also very glad about the panelists that are here because we have people like me from R&D, we have people who are producers, and we have people who are users. And then we have people from the consulting industry who then look at the overall market and the industry, how it happens. And I will begin by thanking Ms. Monica Bachchan and the others who are organizing and who called me over here. And I'm glad that I still was able to make it because given my commitments, I never really know where I should be at any given point of time. So as everybody knows, the iron and steel is the biggest industry. In fact, in terms of minerals and metals that we mined in 2021, it was 2.8 billion tons. And of the 2.8 billion tons, 2.6 billion tons was iron ore. So as you all know, so the iron and steel is the driver, not just of the country, but of the global economy. And of course, we use it in a different context, but for the purpose here, it simply means that steel drives the overall economy. And very quickly, if you look at a bird's eye view of the steelscape, in spite of steel being used as a single word, there are actually several thousand grades of steel in tonnage production. And we can either classify them in terms of composition and what they contain as plain carbon alloy or stainless steels. You can also classify them in terms of application like automotive, structural, pipeline, steels for aerospace or naval. And there is as a steel practically for any application, right? But the important thing, and this is something that most people do not realize, is that if you go to the worldsteel.org webpage, you will see that more than 75% of the steels, modern steels that we use today, have been developed in the last 20, 25 years. Whereas people think that, of course, steel and iron age is there, so steel has been used unintentionally for a very long time, maybe more than a couple of thousand years as well. But when it comes to modern engineered steels, which is what we are talking about now, the thing is we also didn't have only different types of steels that I showed in the previous slide, but you have different product forms and sizes, pipes, tubes, plates, sheets, whatnot. And for all kinds of applications, and since we are sitting in a defense session, I put together the defense things, which are motor casings, naval hulls, and armor and gun barrels, which one of the Mr. Naidu from AVNL will speak about later. And in the first session, Mr. Vinod Gupta spoke so nicely about the Indian Navy and the ships, and which use steel very, very extensively. In fact, the naval construction is the biggest user of specialty steels in defense by a very large margin. And we are happy to say that DMRL has also contributed to the development of those steels, which was then productionized at SAIL and several other plants in the country. So, and this is possible only because of the so-called several phase transformations which are possible in steel. So for the next minute and a half, I'll take your apology because even though I know this is not a technical conference, but I wanted you to understand the complexity of that and what makes all of this possible and why, because the intention is to move from R&D to product. But I promise you it will not be in depth. So we do have these different phases that we have in steel, and again, I will not talk about it. But more importantly, you can add different alloying elements. This is just a brief on why we have so many different grades of steel and why each one is unique and why for certain specific applications we need certain special steels. So this is of course what the different alloying elements do, whether it be manganese, molybdenum, silicon, chromium, whatnot. And This is one classic example of, for example, the workhorse 4340 steel, where you can see down at room temperature, you can have a variety of phases in the microstructure, and each of which has very distinct properties. And therefore, for a very particular application and in a particular form, in a thick plate or a thin plate, you might have to do the sequence on the production so that you get exactly what you want. While this offers great flexibility, this also offers chances for making mistakes and errors, right? So moving to the performance, high performance steels in the strategic sector, the typical materials development and evaluation cycle starts with alloy development. And we have ultra high strength steels, which are typically used in aerospace, armor, or missiles. And we have high strength low alloy steels, which are used in the naval applications. We then move to alloy production. Then there's processing or fabrication, which is the secondary processing, sometimes it is called as, which is forging or rolling and heat treatment and welding. And of course, we need to characterize, because as you all know, the material development relies, a lot of metallurgy relies on establishing the processing structure property correlations and then using that to do the product. So I'll take two examples very quickly. One is ultra high strength steels. And again, the definition is somewhat arbitrary, depending on somewhere between 1200 to 1500 MPa strength is what are called as ultra high strength steels. And the applications are where very high loads are applied. And I should emphasize that these are very critical applications, such as aircraft landing gear. And you know, when a landing gear malfunctions, what happens? You don't want that to ever happen. And things like rocket motor casings, and we have our colleague from BrahMos here who will probably talk about it. And then very, very crucial crankshafts and piston rods. And of course, it's also used in armor where ballistic performance. Now, converting this into material properties, because this is where the real challenge comes, you will have to balance properties which are typically going one against the other. In this case, for these applications, we will need strength, tensile ductility, and a toughness, which is the ability to absorb energy without breaking, corrosion resistance in many, many cases, and very importantly also what is called a stress corrosion cracking resistance. So this is where the real challenge comes. And in contrast, again, Mr. Vinod Gupta talked about the ships and the steel for the naval warships. So the requirement for naval steels, if you look at it, again, this is a very challenging domain where they have to operate in very range of temperatures from minus 35 degrees to plus 40 degrees. And things that are used in underwater, sometimes they'll be fully submerged, and even in the surface ships, what is below the waterline is always underwater. In saline atmosphere, there are bioorganisms, there is biofouling, and there is wave loading. As you know, the sea can be very rough. You can get storms and hurricanes and so on. In addition, the machinery inside creates a lot of vibrations, heat, and therefore there is both stress and thermal excursions that happen. Because of this, the material needs to have very high so-called brittle fracture resistance under this variation of load and temperature. It needs to be resistant to stress corrosion. Stress corrosion is nothing but corrosion in the presence of stress. That means when you have a load and a corrosive environment like you have in the sea, you do have an environment that promotes stress corrosion. And likewise, therefore, you need resistance to fatigue. Fatigue is basically whenever the loads or temperatures go up and down, then you call that as fatigue. And therefore, you need resistance to stress corrosion cracking and so-called hydrogen embrittlement, which is a very, very important characteristic for most steels that are used in naval applications. And obviously, when you have to produce a ship, this is one factor that is often overlooked. You can produce very good steels in the laboratory, but when you want to produce a ship, you have to make them in very large sections and you have to make them weldable. So if you make a steel that is not weldable, and there was an embarrassing international incident maybe some 40 years ago where they developed a great steel, but eventually found that it was not weldable and therefore it could not be applied, which was for shipbuilding. So you have to start looking at fabrication from the very beginning. And you obviously, like I said, need to make it in very large sizes. And today we make, within the country, we are able to make plates that are several meters long and 3 meters wide. And we are able to make plates which weigh more than 20 tons. A single plate weighing more than 20 tons we are able to make in the country. And it is a testament to what the Indian industry has moved over the last couple of decades. And we are able to make plates that are wider, more than 4 meters in width and more than 50 to 60 millimeters in thickness. Like I said, length exceeding about 15 plus meters. And in terms of properties as opposed to the ultra high strength steel, here you need strength, but you also need very good impact toughness at very low temperatures. In fact, this is the requirement. And I would like to share here that about in the year 2002, 2003, at a very high level meeting, it was told that this country can never make the steel. And even if you make it, it will never be cost competitive. And this is the steel that what Mr. Vinod Gupta told today morning, that the country has today produced more than 100,000 tons of that steel. And all the Indian naval ships today use for the last 15 odd years have been using this steel made within the country. So this is again what I talked about earlier, and therefore the material selection is dictated by this, and steels are typical commodities. So just to step back now and look at what are typical strategic sector requirements. The challenges are technical, techno-economic, and infrastructure. These are not commercial off-the-shelf steels, but customized. They are value-added. They are not commodity products. But of course, the demands tend to be very low and not continuous. You have a feast or famine situation most of the time. And like I already said, the naval steels account for the largest by volume and weight of defense products that are used worldwide. And the second is not even close. The second material, whatever is used, is hardly 5 to 8% of the steel usage. And therefore, the other steels, the steels that are not used for defense, the naval construction, the volume requirement you can imagine will be very small. All of these steels tend to be metallurgically very complex, and because of the requirement of very superior properties and combination of properties, you need them to be ultra clean with low sulfur, low phosphorus, and low gaseous content. And initially, while this was a challenge, today we are able to produce steels with hydrogen content much lower than 2.5 ppm and sulfur and phosphorus well below what was earlier possible. So this would obviously mean that you need high quality raw materials and you need special melting techniques. I'm sure Dr. Jha will cover something about this in his talk. We need to do ladle refining and degassing, and again, we have improved tremendously in the last 10 to 15 years. And you also need special heat treatment facilities and equipment. I would also add a quick bit here about the equipment part that came up in the first session, that steel can be used to make very good equipment, and today we do not make equipment for making steel. We can also make equipment for making other products, defense products, and I think this is one segment that I would urge people attending this conference and even the organizers to take up, that perhaps we should have a future special session focused on manufacturing equipment within the country. That's very, very important because that's one area where we significantly lack. And while providing a market for the steel industry, it will also serve the cause of Atmanirbharta and Viksit Bharat in a very big way. And we ourselves, to the extent possible, are promoting the manufacture of equipment. So this R&D and industry is a very big challenge. And one of the reasons what is so-called value of death is because that several promising products never see the product. And that is because R&D, we need new things, whereas industry, we need the same repeatability and reliability. And when we have that, we have scalability. Only then we have manufacturing technology. And only when we have the manufacturing technology, we have a product. And ensuring product quality, I will not harp on this. This was talked about enough in the first session. But it's very, very important because defense cannot tolerate poor quality. And I think the industry is stepping up, but a lot more industries need to do it. And our processes need to be improved so that we can ensure quality. And it is something that is not an option. It is a mandatory requirement. So how do we convert challenges to opportunities? Is to convert, because defense has low volumes, we need to bridge it to high volume sectors. And we'll have to, I think the manufacturers have a big role here, that you have to think the life cycle cost, educate the consumer, and build business cases for the consumer. Again, it was talked in the morning about defense to railways, the link, because railways is a typical high volume consumer. And how can industry contribute? I believe this would be the one takeaway if you wish to take something. I think there should be a strong internal R&D, the preparedness to deliver. And skill retention is very, very important because, like I said, the defense requirement is a feast and famine requirement, and therefore you may not have orders for some time. And even if you have a market diversification, you will be able to tide through the lean periods. And quality consciousness, like I already said, both during development and production is very, very important. And obviously, to keep abreast of the latest developments in concepts, technology, and infrastructure and adopt them to the way possible. We should not just think of delivering the product and forgetting it. It's a cradle to component and life cycle support kind of thinking. And whatever policy and strengths today, the government is very supportive and is coming up with many, many different policies, which was again talked about in the inaugural session. And we'll have to use that and identify the individual core strengths within each company and industry to move up the value chain. So thank you very much. And again, sustainability is a very, very important thing that we have to take care of, net carbon and low carbon, all that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Balamurali. We have our next speaker, Dr. S.K. Jha from as CMD Midhani Limited. I would request the speakers to stick on to the time, say about 8 to 10 minutes, so that we can have questions from the audience at a later stage. Thank you.
this is visible here. So I can see from here also, only not coming to the audience. So I can start my talk in between. If you are able to resolve the technical issues, then it can be presented here. Yeah. So it's my privilege to be part of this very important event today when we are discussing about the Make in Steel and for the defense. What I have tried to show here, that what are the advanced steels for the defense, aerospace, and various type of applications, including in the energy sector. See, when we are talking about the steel, the many platform, the defense which we are using, having the infusion of different type of origin of the equipments coming from the different region. And so we have the variety of grades available in our platform. So the main challenge here for us that how we can develop those grades which are already we have inherited from the outside as a platform. And also when we are trying to design our own system, probably in the many times we try to copy those things and then we try to develop for our own application also. But what I'll trying to show here some of the unique advancement in the processing, where in the conventional steel grades also, by changing the different type of processing technology and different types of alloying, it is possible to improve the properties to a large extent, and that can give a lot of advantage to the designer. Okay, so now it is here. Can we go ahead? Yeah. So again, it has gone. Yeah. Oh. Okay, we'll try to manage with whatever is possible on the screen, because of at least something is visible. So when we are discussing the defense sector, it comes in our mind that different areas of like aerospace scenario, we have a program like light combat aircraft, then also we have the recent one, the AMCA, then you have the UKV, and also the various program coming from the different aircraft, which is like from the aero engine scenario also. We also have the many equipments coming from our in the Indian space scenario. So there we have the varieties of grades, and this also includes the many other alloys also. And also we have in our GSLV Mark III also we have. So what I trying to show that there is a various combinations of the properties which we are looking for a platform, which includes the defense, and we are talking about the high-end applications. So this calls for a very unique type of processing, and that is why when we are talking about the manufacturing of the steel for defense and aerospace application, the specialty in the melting, nobody can ignore it, and that requires a variety of combination of the equipments. I have tried to combine here at the one place, and you can see that starting from electric arc furnace, then coming to the vacuum induction melting, then also ESR and the VAR, the various combinations are required to get the desired chemistry and also the desired properties which you are looking for the products which can be used for such a critical applications. And if you see the gambit of the equipments. So for any industry to flourish, to go into the defense sector and for do the required properties, you need the various combination of the equipments, right from the primary melting, secondary melting, then of course the thermomechanical processing and different type of cold deformation process, and which requires the combination of equipments like, as I said, electric arc furnace, then also the many equipments coming from that. After once the melting is over, it is also very important that whatever you have the product, you cannot simply process the, because these materials are very difficult to do the processing. So it requires little bit of generation of a lot of data, and which we say in terms of the thermomechanical simulations, and that gives a lot of idea that how the product can be manufactured using the certain deformation process, which will make the property like microstructure property relationship, and also it will try to identify that how the defect can be avoided during the deformation. And in that, once we talk about that type of equipment, thermomechanical simulations are very, very important, and that gives a lot of information about that what should be the processing parameter, temperature, then speed of deformation for a given set of materials. And if you try to analyze those things in the proper way, it can result in this type of information. And these things are very much used by the industry. It gives a lot of information about that, what should be the domain for to getting the right kind of microstructure for the product. And you can see from here that the side one, the right side, the top one, partly the bottom one, looks to be very appropriate crystallized structure for a given material. Now coming to that, what is the potential for a steel which we are trying to utilize in our system? And when we see that there are many grades which are requires a very high amount of in defense, you need properties better than whatever is reported in the normal system, and which can be made by the proper processing technology. And you can see the one example I have shown here, that proper refinement of the grain structure, improvement in the properties of this grade, the pH steel of 13-8. Similarly, very popular grade, that austenitic stainless steel 321, where we have a lot of combinations of applications. If you see from application 1, application 2, both are strategic in nature. Then we have the aerospace, space and naval application. And all these 4 or 5 combinations requires a varieties of requirement, and that gives a lot of requirement of the technology in the processing, right from the melting to the thermomechanical processing of this type of product. And you can see that this by controlling the certain amount of processing technology like grain size improvement, and also some additions of the micro alloying elements, it is possible to improve the properties of this steel also, and you can get a fairly good amount of properties. And stainless steel having the high strength and also high temperature strength is very useful for certain applications. Similarly, way that we are all aware about that 347, SS 347, very popular grade. Aerospace and defense, it is being utilized very extensively. And this steel also has a tremendous advantage. By changing certain micro-alloying elements, it is possible to improve the properties. And these things requires a totally different type of technology in as far as the alloying and the processing technology is concerned. Similarly, we can see that even ferritic stainless steel, where it is a single phase, non-hardenable, and it is possible to improve the property here also, just by addition of certain amount of alloying elements. It is possible to make it a slight amount of martensite in this, and this steel can be give a very good properties, and it has been utilized very effectively. So what I mean to say that very small additions and tailoring by the metallurgical inputs, it is possible to improve the properties of the steel. So steel has a tremendous potential to improve its properties, and that requires a fairly good knowledge how to do the alloying and then processing, so that you can get the desired properties as required by the designer But when it comes to the defense and aerospace, the requirement is very high. Also, we can see the martensitic stainless steel similar way. It is possible to have some change in the properties. So I have just taken few examples that what is the potential, and those potentials are very, very important. And defense, when we are progressing in the defense sector, these things requires to be understood and can give a good knowledge in our system. As we are talking about the make for then our indigenization, it is possible to indigenize based on the base which we can get from the outside. So what I am trying to focus that one way that what is the way out? One is that do the alloying elements through the Kendra properties. So what is that one method that we can go for using the artificial intelligence? Can we utilize this type of method that so that we can improve the chemical composition? And this work has been done fairly. The good amount of informations are available. It is possible to today cut short the time for our improvement in the properties by designing the alloys based on the artificial intelligence approach. And this has been done, extensive work has been done on this work, but it requires a lot of support from the industry. And whatever time normally we take for making the alloys today by the processing, it is possible to do by this type of, by using the AI tools. And it has given a very good result. And more than it is possible. Yeah, it's getting over. We have only last slides. So this is the type of, we can have the advantage as we go for the AI. You can use, reduce the time cycle, cost also, and this can give a very good advantage as far as the steel production is there. Some of the steel which is required for the space applications and also natural steel, for energy application, power generation. So these are the different grades which has been shown here for the steel production of this. And so this is what I am trying to say, that it is possible to make the exploit the steel properties of the steel for defense application by utilizing the proper method of manufacturing and the processing technology. Thank you.
We would request the following speakers to ensure that we finish off within the time frame, and also request the backend team to ensure that the computers function correctly. We have our next speaker in Mr. V.N.R. Naidu. He is the officer from the Ordnance Factories and presently Ordnance Factory Medak, a unit of the Armored Vehicles Nigam Limited. So we have Mr. V.N.R. Naidu.
Good afternoon, all. Having listened to the head of DMRL and ex-CMD of Midani, the next is he develops, he produces, and I use it. So, like without wasting further time, and I have been given very less time, I will go through it. I'll just brief about what is Armored Vehicles Nigam Limited. It's erstwhile part of Ordnance Factory Board. Now it has been divided into 7 DPSUs newly formed. One of the DPSU is AVNL. We make battle tanks and infantry combat vehicles and mine protected and bulletproof vehicles for the country, armed forces and MHA requirements. Yes, we got a heavy vehicle factory and headquarters at Avadi, Chennai, engine factory also there, Ordnance Factory Medak at Hyderabad, and vehicle factory Jabalpur, and MTPF, which makes the sub assemblies for the factories further, and supplies to that gearbox kind of things and all. We have a training institutes and marketing offices at Delhi and Pune. This is the heavy vehicle factory Avadi. It has been having a MBD origin and T-72 variants, BLT, and also T-90 Bhishma, T-72 Tral, and T-72 Ajaya. These are all the products from heavy vehicle factory. These are the engines what we do for the T-90 tank, V-92S2, and engine V-46 for T-72, and UTD-20 for BMP. It's the UTD-20 300 HP, and is a 700 HP T-72, and around 900 T-90 with turbocharger. Ordnance Factory Medak is having a ICVs, Infantry Combat Vehicles, and BMP-2 2K. Variants are AERV, CMT, CCPT, and AAT. This ambulance is AAT. CCPT is there, one more variant. CMT is a carrier motor tracked vehicle, and armored engineering reconnaissance vehicle is AERV. Vehicle factory Jabalpur is mine protected vehicles and bulletproof vehicles and military load carriers also. These are products. So MTPF, they make gearbox and electronic fuses, and Kavach, there's a decoy system for Indian Navy. These are all the products what I have already showed in the previous slides. Now coming back to this seminar, this is a very interesting topic, and it is a need of the hour, and I congratulate the Metalogic and other organizers for this Make in Steel and Make in Bharat. And now I will be talking about emerging trends, lightweight alloys for military vehicles, and for a security supply chain, and corrosion resistance and durability, and prolonged lifespan and reduced maintenance for military assets. So, as you know, this is the conference theme, and I am having 25 years of experience in military vehicles manufacturing, and I'm a foundry man, metallurgical graduate from NIT Warangal, and this motivates me always, to find out the indigenous solutions for our country needs, and also specifically armored vehicles. So these are all the emerging trends: ballistic resistance, high strength, and low alloy steels. We know these are all been DMRL is continuously developing this for our country needs. And now the need of the hour is we need a lightweight and more strengthened and more strong alloys for our vehicles without losing the structure. At the same time, need to protect the for the fastly emerging the ammunition, especially loitering ammunition is the in the recent Ukraine war we are finding out is very difficult the tanks to move because of this loitering ammunition, and we are finding out the modular solutions for that. Nanotechnology, additive manufacturing is also there for particular applications, and AI machine learning is on the way. R&D, they are doing work on that. Lightweight alloys for heavy vehicles, we know that titanium alloys and magnesium alloys, we are working on that. Composite materials also for the modular add-on armor is part of that composite materials. So trade-offs are strength versus weight is the trade-off for this. Because of the mobility, if you increase the weight, then mobility will have to be compromised. Here we have got domestic steel plants. We got indigenous development. SAIL is almost covering all the products of JSS 9515 and also CDA 99, which are all the standards available in the country for the armored steels. And we are also having supply chain resilience because of market fluctuations. Now AMNS and JSPL, and also some extent this you got Hindu steel, but it is an imported but marketed in India, and Midhani is fully supporting our requirements also. We got a key Indian steel players in the defense supply, as I told, and we have got a very specific grades. Now DMR 1700 is the highest, having a very high strength. And also we got a HNS steels from developed by DMRL and now it is being manufactured at Midhani as well as our private steel industries also. And we are going to have a industry and academia, collaborations for making our own design of tanks, strengthening of the, testing the design, validation, and then having the stress levels so that we can have our own indigenous content of design. Otherwise, we were depending on TOT and transfer of technology from other countries only. Now, after CVRDE and VRDE into that, we are also, as a ordnance factories, AVNL, now we are also going into the, at least some specified sectors like TWS system, like turret weapon system and armored design development of armored materials for a module solutions. Because steels are available, but the to withstand the Stenag levels, Stenag 4569, level 4, level 5 and level 6 are not available, readily available, so that we are making some add-on armor so that we can meet the GSQR requirements of the Indian Army. Now this, recycling of defense material is also is a challenge, and now harsh environment it has to withstand. It has to withstand at minus 32 degrees to plus 50 degrees at different terrains of our country, and also at high altitude areas also it has to withstand. And also we have got a advanced protection system. Now APS is the requirement for us. That is like active protection system also being thought. Then we are also looking for cost reduction environment, because this cost reduction is also most required, because we need to provide a lesser cost vehicle with modern facilities, the equipment to the Indian Army. And prolonged lifespan and reduced maintenance cost also is to be maintained. So we are also working on that. And also lower lifetime cost, like overhauling of the vehicles after 15 years, after 30 years, so that the span of the vehicle can be improved and without compromising on the parameters. These are all the push R&D efforts as being given, and DMRL and Midhani also working on the same, and we are also into that with along with CVRDE and also VRDE. We have made so many variants along with their collaboration only.
Naidu ji, can we sum up, please?
Yeah, yes. This is the last slide, I suppose. India as a global leader in defense metallurgy and manufacturing, and we are all know that we three are participating here from Hyderabad. Hyderabad is being a mecca of metallurgists and having a known developments in metallurgy field from Hyderabad. So definitely in the future we'll be looking for this more domestic production, R&D and steel advancement, and self-reliant defense as a part of Make in Bharat, Make in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu, for a wonderful talk. Now we have the next speaker, Mr. Sanjay Barai, Deputy GM, BrahMos Aerospace. Mr. Sanjay Barai.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, respected speaker on the dais and industry partners and colleagues. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak about this here. I'll be restricting myself to the steel required for the missile application, cruise missile and hypersonic. As you, after Sindoor, you are aware of the BrahMos and the potential of this weapon. This weapon is a beautiful weapon made up of a lot of metallurgical material. You take the name of any of the alloy, you'll find it in this missile. Sorry, I did not bring any presentation, but I'll be speaking with some input which may be beneficial for the industry. So this missile is made up of steel, aluminum, titanium, powder metallurgy, and others, copper alloys. You take the name of any metallurgical alloy, you'll find in this. So since the forum is for steel, make it Bharat, I'll be restricting myself to talk on the steel. So anyway, the R&D part already talked by Dr. Balam sir, Director DMRL, and there is industry partner, former CMD Jha sir is also there. So when you go for indigenization, what are the difficulty, challenges we usually face? Because BrahMos, as a BrahMos, we have done a lot of indigenization, particularly in the steel. If you talk about the material requirement for the missile, cruise missile, and hypersonic missile, you'll find the quantity will not be encouraging. If you look at to make this material, you'll find the variety of quantities is very low, medium, and high scale. When you say very low and low, the requirement even for a 3-digit number of missile will come into 100 kg to 500 kgs. If you talk about the other material which are required in good potential, so that will be few tons. So if you look at this aspect, we need to think the industry has to come up with some setup from the existing one where they can come up with to cater the requirement of the minuscule to medium level requirements. When you talk about the major family of the material, particularly in steels, you'll find that there is a Meridien steel PH class will be used for major structure of the missile, and there are stainless steel class 3 series also would be there. And other steel like HSLA, spring, and R1 steel also you'll find into application. Apart from them, we only talk about the high temp nickel base and cobalt base. Again, if you talk about the numbers and the quantity, again you'll find it will be in few tons. So when you talk about the present structure of the integrated steel plant or the domestic facility available in the country, you'll find the major player like integrated steel plant, SAIL, Jindal Group. You need to think about the processing of the material through mechanical working process. Then you need to have the setup of the mechanical, like rolling, forging, also into same scale. When you are producing the billet or casting in the 1 ton or something, then you should be able to produce, you should be able to mechanically process to meet the requirement of various mill forms. Now there are various types of mill forms there. So when you talk about the component realization, it is not about only the bar stock or forging. There would be a lot of types of mill form, right from the casting, forging, open die forging, closed die forging, wares, sheets and plate. And if you look at the present potential of the country, we are still lagging in some areas. If I talk about that would be a flat products, wire drawings, to meet the critical strength and all those things. Right now, very few industry will have those, like apart from the Midhani, I don't think any other industry will have the full-fledged capacity to meet the requirement. So we need to come up with the industry can come up together, whatever the potential they have, and the same potential they can borrow from the other industry. I mean to say that there need to be a consortium or maybe a partnership to whichever one industry having one potential, another one, so that it can be used for the nation application. And apart from that, when you talk about the quality consciousness, there should be a dedicated production line and quality system. When these commercial steel firms started producing and to meet the requirement of defense and aerospace class, you need to have a different setup of line. You need to totally change your mindset towards the whatever the commercial production is there, whatever the defense or aerospace requirement has to be right from the quality to the production level. So there is another part I would like to highlight here. There is a source of input ingredients. Right now, the country is depending on the outsourcing of the all elements. Either you talk about the pure element, pure iron, virgin RM, master alloys. Majority we are depending on the global sources, and now we need to think about that right from the policy level to produce these elements, the ingredients in the country, so that dependency on the foreign global sources can be avoided. Another part I would like to bring out here, the recycling of the scraps. In fact, I would say we should not call it the scrap, recycling of the mill returns, which is traceable to heat number, melt number and grades, so that can be effectively used and can be produced and it can be salvaged for the nation uses. So there need to be some forum which can define what are the quantity can be added in the melt, which can be used for the defense and aerospace application, then it will be guidelines has to be evolved. So we have to come together, let it be R&D institutes, mill, or any other industry partners. Then, as I said, the another is collaboration of multiple industries, right? Right, when you go for indigenous, you will find the one industry can only produce this alloy, because melting and processing will not be that much issue. If you talk about the now, all will have that capacity, because there is advanced equipment has come. You talk about the VIM, electric arc furnace, EAM, and further secondary refining and secondary remelting. You will be able to meet all these great composition as well as the mechanical property when it is processed into desired mill forms. But when you require the and mill forms, you will not be in a position to get under one roof. So you need to have a collaboration with the industry. One can produce another which is having a setup that can be used for the nation only, I am saying. In this way, there should be a mechanism to bring them together so that they can produce for the one particular program. And then another part I would like to bring out here, the rationalization of grades and mill forms. You'll find, if I talk about the missile, there would be around 800 mill forms would be required in different sizes and forms and grades. But there is a need to have those grades wherever is possible, because similar grades will be used in other program, similar forms will be used in other areas also, but there should be a mechanism to bring them together so that we can reduce the number of grades, number of mill forms, and so that our industry, when they produce, they can take up for economic production. And when one program is used, one grade which is proven, I believe that other program also has to consider that grade, and that can be put as an option. When they go for a productionization, that grade also taken into consideration for the application. And apart from that, another new technology has come, 3D printing. I believe that some more work has to be done to come to that maturity stage, and the specification has to be evolved so that we can replace the conventional parts through this advanced route, which like I say 3D printing or HIP, so that it can reduce the lead time for the supply as well as for manufacturing. With this, I would like to sum up here. Once Russian can make, because if you see the missile, most of the missile programs are Russian. Russian has developed all this material in way back after World War II and before USSR split. And India today have all the potential to make all those kind of grades, mill form, but they need to have a collaboration of the industry and the academia and R&D to meet the country's demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. It is very clear that today in aerospace, India is moving forward, and it's a great job done by the people who actually make it happen. So my compliments to Brahmos. We have our next speaker, Mr. Rajiv Maitra. He's from Deloitte. Mr. Rajiv Maitra.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dignitaries on the dais, delegates. Great privilege to be here in this Making Steel, Making Bharat conclave, and this focus is on making defense, steel for defense. And what I'm going to do is the next 5 to 7 minutes, I'm going to talk about what are you seeing in the defense sector and how it's going to impact steel as a sector going forward. So I think we know that India's defense story, and very clearly we saw the might of India's defense, I would say capabilities earlier this year. And in terms of looking at India, is the third largest military in the world, fifth largest defense budget, second largest importer of arms. But again, I think if you look at compared to some of our other countries. Clearly, I think if you see India, the total spend in defense was close to $86 billion compared to China was like 314. So there is a lot of push towards defense spends and more defense indigenization. And there's also a target that Honorable Prime Minister has given us that by 2029 or FY30, we're going to export almost 50,000 crores of defense equipment. So that's a tall order, but I think that's clearly achievable. And there are multiple growth drivers. One is, of course, the foreign investments in terms of FDI, which is already there. The defense acquisition procedure, which came in 2020, which focuses on more Make in India, Indian categories, IDDM, and so on. The defense offset policy, which talks about 30% procurement, domestic procurement above 300 crore deals. And last is, of course, the policy support, be it the innovation and defense and excellence that is there, that defense testing and infrastructure, the support policies, and so on and so forth. So there are multiple support system, multiple supporting policies which have been in place in the last few years. Now, if I look at in terms of trends, I mean, we also look at what are the high temperature tolerance, because some of the applications have very high temperature, and thereby it's important. Looking at the environment and safety regulations, be it the toxic materials replacement, the sustainability, and so on. The last is, of course, looking at modern ammunition in terms of stealth, electromagnetic and cyber, and some of the other systems to be fit in, computational alloy, and so on. So additive manufacturing, I think the previous speaker spoke about nanotechnology as well. So these are some of the things that we are seeing from a trend in a technology perspective. And if you look at from a material demands of the modern warfare in terms of steel and alloys in the defense sector. So we looked at Air Force, we looked at Army, we looked at Navy. And what is coming very clearly is that we need a lot of super alloys going forward. And of course, Midhani is a pioneer in super alloys. Mr. Jha is there. We need a lot of special steel. We need a lot of composites, be it. And in fact, we just got the news that Safra, who's like manufactures Rafale, they have kind of agreed to give technology transfer so that the engines can be manufactured here. So clearly, I think we need a lot of these materials, the propulsion material, be it the composite alloys, the landing gear, the alloys, special steel, then of course the gun barrel and associated accessories. In the Navy, we need a lot of super authentic stainless steel and so on. So this is something that is going to grow, and the demand is only going to grow significantly given the target to meet our own demands, but also the global demand. As we said that we need to export almost 50,000 crore of defense equipment going forward. So what have been some of the Achilles heel in terms of defense steel procurement? So clearly, I think one of the things that we did a workshop with the buyers as suppliers of steel as well as regulators some time back. So what was said is that one of the major issues that typically the producers are facing is in terms of predictability of demand. So there is a lot of unpredictable cyclical demand. And of course, to maintain that, the batch sizes are pretty small. So how do we manage that? And the supply chain dependency. So demand of steel in terms of these special applications, there needs to be more collaboration, more, I would say, a periodic stakeholder discussion, so that the demand cycle is pretty clear, so that producers can also kind of plan accordingly. And the long lead times that has been there, especially for the delivery delays, geopolitical issues. On the procurement process issues, approvals, the strikers in terms of procedure delays, quality standards, there's a lot of focus on quality standards and duplication of technical specification with foreign standards. Some of the standards are not aligned, harmonized. That is also a challenge. From an infrastructure point of view, of course, R&D and testing, it was previously mentioned by the speaker, but also I think the financial constraint in terms of the material cost and cost escalation. Whenever the project is delayed, it impacts the budget. So these are some of the issues we have seen in the past, which has impacted defense steel procurement and defense material procurement. So this is something that what we understand is today, this is an estimate that India's steel consumption, the Indian steel consumption last year was around 150 million tons here and there. And out of that, almost 0.5 to 1% is used in defense consumption, defense sector. We are importing a lot of steel in the defense historically, 40 to 50%. And some of the countries like Russia, France, UK, Germany for the Meridien steel, aerospace grade from these countries, naval hull and so on. So a lot of indigenization effect has happened, be it the special steel PLI, be it the positive indigenization list, the stringent portal and so on. So that has actually helped in terms of reducing dependence on imports. So what is helping us? One is the predictable naval demand. The DMR 249 plates, the bulk bars, it has been already nominated for 30 plus warships. So that is going to help, and domestic sourcing is going to increase. The submarine steel capability, be it the DMR 292A validated for applications. Local supply is only growing. The armor and missile steel, that A and DMR 1700. Some of the PLI line expansion that PLIs are having partnership models, be the DRDO, Ministry of Defense, as well as Midhani, which has been pioneer in this, and some of the quality systems that are there, that is also helping a lot. And Indian steel mills need to have a very strategic opportunity in terms of growth going forward. So this is the last slide, which talks about what are the things we need to do to kind of manage this, I would say, explosive demand going forward. One is, of course, aligning our projects in accordance with the policies, be it the defense acquisition procedure in 2020, some of the IC traceability, from day one, looking at import substitution. Lot of steel are getting imported, close to, more than $1 billion of steel is getting imported annually for defense. So clearly, how do we prioritize the raw materials using some of the stringent and PIL timelines? In aligning capacity with the ramp up, so the planning in terms of stakeholder collaboration, be it the buyer, be it the seller, be it some of the policymakers, need to be done periodically, maybe quarterly, some sessions, and specifically focusing on high value items in terms of indigenization. Already, all of 36,000 plus items have been posted for indigenization, with almost 7,500 crore orders placed, which is more than almost $1 billion. Co-develop. So the important thing here is, how do we partner? So co-optation is the right word, so that multiple players come together, they partner with DRDO labs, and thereby develop these materials, and therefore shorten the development as well as the qualification times. Leveraging PLI 1.1, maybe we are looking at a PLI 2 or 3 for this kind of steel and alloys. Diversification and super alloys, that's going to be very important, especially going forward. Beyond steel, we need a lot of titanium, we need a lot of aluminum and other applications. So thereby, how the players move into this kind of areas is going to be important. And last is, of course, looking at compliance as one of the levers for us.
Yeah, Mr. Rajiv, can we request you,
integrate BIS, QCO, and some of the global standards. I think these are some of the things that we thought are important. And obviously, the sector, the defense as a sector has a lot of promise, and a lot of promise for the steel sector as well. So this can be a sort of augur really well for the growth of both the sectors going forward. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv. We have our next speaker, Mr. Jagmohan Sayal, who is the CEO, Jindal Metals and Alloys Limited. Mr. Jagmohan Sayal.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. First and foremost, I would thank the organizers for providing me this valuable opportunity to address this distinguished gathering. I am Jagmohan Sayal, Business Head of Jindal Metals and Alloys Limited, a subsidiary unit of Jindal SAW and an integral part of prestigious OP Jindal Group. At Jindal Metals and Alloys, we specialize in manufacturing ultra-thin gauge, precision stainless steel strips and high carbon hardened and tempered steel strips. These specialized materials find critical application across diverse sectors, including engineering, automotive, oil and gas, blade, and most importantly, various components within the defense portfolio. The Indian defense sector today presents an unprecedented opportunity with a government allocation of over rupees 6.81 lakh crore in the Union Budget 2025-26, representing a remarkable 9.53% increase. We are witnessing the largest defense budget in India's history, creating immense opportunities for a company like ours. More significantly, our nation has set an ambitious target of achieving 70% indigenous production by 2027, while simultaneously reducing defense equipment imports to just 30%. This strategic vision aligns perfectly with our Prime Minister's call for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Given the government's substantial investment in the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, we believe that Indian manufacturers of stainless steel and high carbon steel should be given preference in defense procurement. Our company stands ready to supply high-end quality raw material from our existing product range for critical application, including aerospace components, submarine manufacturing, weapon system, defense equipment manufacturing. We are fully prepared to enter this previously unexplored opportunity and are committed to personally engaging with major manufacturers across both public and private sectors. Our objective is to comprehensively study their requirement and ensure we can contribute meaningfully to our nation's defense capabilities. By partnering with defense manufacturers, we aim to become key contributor to nation building and proud participant in the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. As India marches towards its goal of becoming a global defense manufacturing hub, companies like Jindal Metals and Alloys are ready to play our part in this national transformation. Together, we can build a self-reliant defense ecosystem that not only meets our strategic needs, but also position India as a major defense exporter globally. Thank you once again for your valuable time and attention. Jai Hind.
Goyal, Head of Sales and Marketing, Defense and Aerospace, Jindal Stainless. Mr. Amit Goyal.
Good afternoon, respected chair, distinguished panelists, officers, colleagues, friends, and yes, organizers, team Metalogic. I am represent Jindal Defense and Aerospace. It's a strategic vertical of Jindal Stainless Limited. Today, I'll be covering few points on strategic importance and urgent need of indigenization, challenges in indigenization and the support we required from government as an industry, and our contribution as a Jindal Defense and Aerospace in indigenization of critical raw materials, and few examples of innovation strategic materials for defense and aerospace. So when we think of defense, we think of fighter jets, submarines, tanks, missiles, and aerospace systems. But the unsung hero behind all these systems are strategic materials, critical alloys, special steel, forgings, which make them possible. Commodities, these are strategic enablers, and without them, no amount of design or engineering can translate into deployable capabilities. India today continue to depend on import of its most critical grades of steel, especially ESR and remelted steel, which require for our all aerospace, navy, and army platforms and aerospace engines. The annual import value of such critical raw materials runs into over $1 billion. The imports mostly come from a handful of suppliers like in Europe, Russia, and China, which leaving us vulnerable to sanction, trade restrictions, and wars. History has shown us how fragile global supply chain can be. During the Russia-Ukraine conflict, sudden restrictions on nickel and titanium disrupted aerospace supply chain worldwide. India cannot afford these kind of risks for its defense platforms. Self-reliance in materials offers not just security of supplies, but also design to deployment advantage. When alloys are made in India, weapon platforms like Tejas, Mark II, fighter, or future submarines can be developed and deployed much faster without waiting for inputs. The Indian government has already taken many initiatives and important steps, like 5 indigenization, positive indigenization list has already been mandated. The hundreds of items must be sourced domestically, including certain materials. The Surgeon portal, which has listed more than 30,000 items for indigenous sourcing. The DAP, Defense Acquisition Procedure, requires material availability checks at RFI stage, which yet to be implemented, not has been implemented fully. And the DRDO industry collaboration are also accelerating R&D and alloy development for Indian defense and aerospace. So the initiatives are already pushing in the right direction, but the policy is just one part of the journey. Execution is the real test. Like here, I'll show some example or challenges where industry still struggles, like minimum order quantities. For defense steels are very small. MOQs are very small for defense steel, sometimes only a few tons, far below the scale which required to run facilities substantially. Lack of long-term procurement visibility makes it hard for us to justify major investment. Imagine committing 500 CR of investment in facility without knowing the order will flow after 2 years. Multiplicity of standards also hurt. Our platforms are sourced from Russia, France, US, each with different specification. Indigenous steel cannot qualify unless standards are harmonized. And perhaps the biggest, slow qualification cycle. It often takes 3 to 5 years to certify a new material. By then, the weapon program itself has moved ahead. What industry needs is predictability and speed. A 5-year demand visibility from DPSUs, services, and government manufacturing establishments. Long-term offtake commitments, not just piecemeal tenders. Fast-track testing and certification of Indian steel, which industry requires. And finally, true policy preference for indigenous material in procurement, not just in spirit, but in execution. These measures would give companies like us the confidence to invest aggressively and scale faster. Now I'll just present something like what Jindal Defense and Aerospace has contributed for indigenizing critical raw materials. In Jindal Defense and Aerospace, we are not just waiting, we are building. Let me now share what JD are doing for bridge this gap. We already supply critical mission critical steel to DRDO, ISRO, HAL, and armed forces, meeting stagnant metallurgical requirement of the platforms. For missile programs, our steel have gone into Agni missile, nuclear submarine launched missile, Concord missile, and BrahMos aerospace. For Navy, we supply special steel and super duplex stainless steel for rocket launchers and nuclear submarine. For armor applications, we provide steel for mine trolls and vehicle protection systems for Indian Armed Forces. And for space, our steels have powered PSLV, GSLV, LMV Mark III, SSLV, Gaganyaan, and Chandrayaan 3. Now, the benefits are tangible for this indigenization, like 20 to 30% cheaper than imports, faster delivery, and most importantly, full control of quality and supply chain within India. Now we are investing in next frontier. A state-of-art remelting and forging facility is being commissioned. This will make JDA, Jindal Defense and Aerospace, Jindal Stainless Limited, a one-stop shop for flat and forged product in special steel and super alloys. And our ambition goes beyond to produce advanced super alloys that are still 100% imported. This is how private industry can transform India from a buyer to a maker of strategic materials. This is Atmanirbharta in action, delivering faster, cheaper, and better. Let me close with a story of innovation that excites me personally. Like in partnership with DRDO, Jindal Defense and Aerospace has developed a first of its kind armor steel, a material that offers blast resistant, ballistic resistance, high impact strength and superior corrosion resistance in just one material. This is not a theory. The material has already been adopted for our armed forces. It replaces expensive imported armor plates with delivering superior performance at lower cost. Imported material, once used in mine troll, corroded quickly and had long lead times. Our indigenous material cuts delivery cycles, withstand corrosion, and even provides stealth advantage due to its non-magnetic properties. This is a living proof of what can happen when India labs and Indian industry co-create together. This is not just a replacement; it is an improvement over imports. What used to take months of procurement from abroad for this material now delivered locally in weeks. Battlefield ready, reliable, and proud Indian. To conclude, I just want to share a few lines like the government has created the policy framework. The labs are innovating like BMRL and other labs. Industry is investing. What are now we need is to close the loop with speed, standardization, and long-term assurance of demand. At Jindal Defense and Aerospace, we are proud to be part of this mission and believe the next decade can truly India's decade of material self-reliance. Let's not just make in India, let's forge India's future in steel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amit.
So, good afternoon, everyone. We had a wonderful session from various speakers contributing towards defense in their own ways. Before I sum it up, I will just talk about as to what these speakers had to say. We had Dr. Bala Murali Krishnan, who was talking about steel, alloys, weldability, as to how weldability can be improved. And the whole thing walked around material strength and the material science, which is the most important aspect that we are looking forward to. Strategic and sector requirements, how low sulfur, low hydrogen, phosphorus metals can be made, manufacture equipment for production, converting challenges to opportunities was his thought process, and the product quality remains first and foremost. I'm sure in times to come and what's happening around the globe, things will certainly improve, and it's a good process that is taking place in our country now. We had Dr. S.K. Jha, former CMD Midhani. Midhani is a known industry into the kind of experiments that they do, and they're doing a wonderful job, essentially into the Indian aerospace scenario, which is most important while we do the Indianization in India. We have our LCA project, which has been going for a long time, and if it comes up through, our dependability on countries like America, so on and so forth, shall go down, and that is the only way ahead. Aero engines and the materials that are used are important. Thermo and mechanical simulations, he talked about strength and toughness, and what is the balance between these. Microalloying remains a question mark. There is a lot of research and R&D which is happening, and we have a way to go forward. Melting technology is another case of concern. Then we had our next speaker in Mr. V.N.R. Naidu, Ordnance Factories, Medak. They are doing a wonderful job. A lot of dependency we have in the defense forces is on our ordnance factories. And ever since our independence, these people have been doing a wonderful job. My compliments to each one of them for having given us during our wars and the way we fought about. Heavy vehicle factories, he was talking about T-72s, T-90s, Arjun, Bhishma, so on and so forth. The engines of the T-90 and T-70s, 72, ICVs, machine tools, emerging trends and technologies, and how we need to go forward. The alloys and the lightness of it was talked about by most of them, and strength versus weight remains a question. The temperatures that we need to sustain, our geography is such that we have temperatures varying from minus 40 degrees to 50 degrees Celsius in our deserts. So this is something where our equipment must withstand, and that takes a lot of time and effort to go through it. We have a very important talk on BrahMos Aerospace by Mr. Sanjay Barai, and he gave us an insight into what material science is all about. We in our engineering did learn it, and we realize the importance now as to how it is very, very important. The iron, the nickel content, and the copper are ingredients which makes a lot of difference into this field. The source of ingredient is also important, and the dependency that we are as of now still there. If we come out of it, I'm sure we'll do a better job. Grades and mill forms that he talked about is something which is happening, and I think aerospace, we are better than many of the countries abroad, and our way forward is into the aerospace. 3D printing is becoming a norm, whether it is into the platforms that we have or also into the building industry, including the defense. And we as engineers in the defense have already got into it and made 3D structures which are there in the environment today. After that, we had Mr. Rajiv, who was from Deolite, who talked about Indians' defense story and the growth drivers which are making a difference. What are the emerging trends that are coming up, the material demands, and the modern warfare that we need to fight. We are presently seeing the wars happening all across, and how Ukraine and Russia is getting into it. The fact of the matter remains that big or small, while we thought that the war will be over in 3 days, it has been more than 3 years, and that is the kind of impetus that we can also face in the future. So is this seminar. So this Make in Steel and Make in Bharat idea is a wonderful idea, and I'm sure in times to come, it shall give us the impetus that we are all looking forward to. And just to sum it up further, I just have some takeaways which I jotted down, and these are essentially to say that India's defense sector requires high quality steel to manufacture critical components and equipment, including the armored vehicles, the naval vessels, and our platforms in the air. The Make in Steel for Defense initiative aims to promote indigenous production for defense applications, enhancing self-reliance and reducing dependence on imports. And there is a great impetus by the Government of India to get into these. So the key objectives remains: one is indigenization, without saying. The quality and performance of our equipment is more important. Then third is the innovation, which I'm sure our industry partners and our steel manufacturers are really doing a great job. My special thanks to all of them. Benefits that we will achieve out of this is the enhanced national security, which remains a prime concern. And tomorrow's battlefields are not on ground, not going across the borderlines, but firing our platforms, firing from within our territory and reaching as far as 5,000, 6,000 kilometers. The economic benefits that we gain, the jobs that we stimulate, the people that we engage in, the improved defense industrial ecosystem shall also decide as to how we will move forward. The way forward is collaboration that most of us talked about, investment into R&D, infrastructure development, and skill development. And with this, I once again compliment each one of us for having done wonderfully a great job. Steel is the future ahead, and I'm sure we will move much more faster than this. And once again, I need to say that if not us, who? If not now, when? And if not here, where? Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. So much all of you for the wonderful presentation and intellectual session. Now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please hand over this token of respect and appreciation to Chair and Moderator of the session, Retired Major General Ashok Kumar, Ex-Director General, Military Engineer Services. I request Ms. Bachchan to please present this memento to Dr. R. Balamurali, Outstanding Scientist and Director, Defense Metallurgical Research Laboratory. I request Dr. S.K. Jha, former CMD, Mithani Limited, to please accept this token of respect and appreciation from Metalogic PMS. I request Ms. Bachchan to please present this memento to Mr. V.N.R. Naidu, IOFS, GM, Ordnance Factory Medak, a unit of Armed Vehicles Nigam Limited. I request Mr. Sanjay Barai, Deputy GM, Brahmas Aerospace, to please accept this memento from Metalogic PMS. I request Mr. Rajiv Mehta, Partner Deloitte, to please accept this token of respect from Metalogic PMS. I request Ms. Bachchan to please present this memento to Mr. Jagmohan Syal, CEO, Jindal Metals and Alloy Limited, as a token of appreciation and respect. Last but not the least, I request Mr. Amit Goyal, Head of Sales and Marketing, Defense and Aerospace, Jindal Stainless, to please accept this memento from Metalogic PMS as a token of appreciation and respect. May I request everyone to please gather here for a group photograph? Thank you very much. Now, moving on to the next session, which was Making Steel for Oil and Gas. And for the next session, I would like to invite our session chair and moderator, Dr. Aruna Sharma, IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Can we have a big round of applause for her? I would also like to invite Mr. Mahendra Singh Gunjal, GM, Engineering India Limited. Mr. Vishal Seth, Vice President, Jindal Stainless. Mr. Puneet Dubey, GM, Jindal SAW Limited. And their point of discussions would be pipelines and transport, high-strength, corrosion-resistant steel is critical for transporting crude oil, natural gas, and refined products across vast distance. Advanced coating and stainless steel grades increase the lifespan of infrastructure in corrosive environments. And of course, Make in India steel for oil and gas in nutshell. Now I request Dr. Aruna Sharma to please take it forward from here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really wonderful to see all of you being here, houseful, and such a big response to what Metalogic efforts were there. I recollect when initially we started off getting into the sectors in 2016-17, into the areas which we were completely import dependent. And oil and natural gas is a very good story because that is what encouraged us, besides rails, to have a policy of government procurement priority to make in India. So oil and gas, I recollect the first meeting we had was of that, okay, you don't make anything what we want. Our standards are different. What you are making is different. We worked out a 2 years window. And that is what I would like to mention the previous sector also when we were discussing defense. And all the steel makers were talking about ensuring that we need a guaranteed order. So there is an umbrella scheme that if you are able to make the quality and standards they want, they will have to give you the preference for procurement. So that umbrella policy is there, but it has to be a complete reverse engineering. Here, the oil and natural gas people and the steel makers work together. And the quality testing was done by the oil and gas to the satisfaction of their usage, and only then they started procuring. So there were, in fact, I recollect the minutes which we put it. We said, okay, today you procure this, you cannot import. 2 years down the line, you don't even procure that. And that is subject to the stamping of it. That is subject to the arrangement of it. That is subject to the how you go about it. So with that kind of an arrangement, definitely today there is a move, but still there are some problems. So there are some technical issues which we need to solve in the oil and gas. See, the crude oil which we are extracting is of the sour crude. And that's a very big challenge, because when we do the sour crude, the steel has to be, which is going to sync with handling the sour crude. So the mills has to have an in-house labs and sufficient production capabilities for having, which is SAR service compliant. So how are you going to have this SAR service compliant thing? That is completely lacking, and here the hard work is to be done by the steel mills, not by the oil and gas. So that is where a big gap lies, and I have very good experienced technical people who I'm very sure are going to address on this issue when we are talking about it. Then, of course, stainless steel. We have a speaker from stainless steel also with us. The duplex is something where we are lacking. So that is something we will have to check. We will have to see whether we are able to meet the oil and natural gas requirements so that they are able to go ahead with it. The third which we have mastered is the distribution. In distribution network, we have a fantastic distribution network, and we have laid it, but unfortunately it is underutilized. And underutilization is because of the erratic procurement of natural gas. And that is where the argument, the fight was going on then and continues today with the petroleum ministry, as the steel industry per se, or the steel department per se, can give a solid commitment of the usage of natural gas, provided they are not doing a spot buying, but a long-term arrangements for it. And that is still a window which needs to be discussed and processed ahead. When we are moving ahead on this, there is an issue which we are getting in the oil and natural gases. We have a supply of imports, we have offshore, we have onshore, and their requirements are entirely different. So that requirement of steel needs to be answered when we are moving ahead with it. And that range, complete range, is something, again, a reverse engineering has to be done from the end users to the manufacturers. That is how it will go when we are doing. We have BIS now, very good standards. I think maximum BIS standards are in steel, which we started from literally 4 or 5, and today we are crossing 100. So we have reached that, and now the basic argument is going in high-scale quality standards, which are coming for the imports. So it is a non-tariff barrier in a sense, but it's also to encourage the local manufacturing to the highest levels when we are moving ahead with it. So it is very, very important when we are thinking of indigenization of oil and natural gas requirement, because by 2030, we are going to, I think, threefolds, the requirements are going to go up. So with this kind of a requirement going up, how much we are geared to handle not only the extraction, but also the supply chain, and then the end use. So this kind of a complete chain is on our floor. This kind of a complete chain is available with us. And I'm very sure that this conference, which has been organized by Metalogic, will come up with some very solid recommendations for ministries to go ahead. The ministry have done their homework of bringing out encouraging schemes for import replacements. So it is, and I'm hopeful that very soon, I don't know whether, I couldn't spot somebody from ministry here at this moment of time. So there we are asking them not to keep amount benchmark, because now steel making is not that expensive. You don't need investments of 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 crores of rupees. You can manage with maybe less than 1,000 or 1,000 plus. And that is what is expected as an amendment to come in there 3. I think they have already done 1 and 1.2. So whether they label it 2 or 3, I don't know. But that is what is expected very soon. So that is the kind of a demand which is going, and that kind of a hand-holding is also already in scheme. So there is no reason when the end user and the makers work together, they have technological knowledge, they have capability of investments, they will go. but you will have to go give a window of 2 years for a new product. And that has to be a committed buy if we really want this kind of a shift with us. The various metals which are used along with it, yes, copper is something where we have a problem today, but very soon I think that will get resolved. Nickel, we are dependent on imports, so give us and boost us in a longer way when we are moving ahead. So I think I'll stop here, and I will request my colleagues to take over one by one. I'll be requesting them by name. And from there, we will sort of focus on what kind of steel we are making.
India, that is approximately 55,000 kilometers of networks. Our contribution is approximately 70% as a EIL, as a designer point of view, as a consultant point of view. And our esteemed clients are also here. We have been in the pipeline for 65, it was incepted, EIL was incepted. And 75, we did the first pipeline. And that was in the Assam region. And today we are at the 55,000 kilometer networks in India. We are not only in the onshore pipeline sector, we are in offshore also. Onshore pipeline is, that importance is, ROE has become very challenging nowadays because of the lot of developments are being taken place. Sometimes these surveys are not properly done and not properly verified during the surveys and investigation. Because it is not only topographical, sometimes geotechnical investigations and hydrological survey of the rivers are quite important, And we are facing a lot of flash floods in the rivers and other. We are entering into some river zones, that where the pipeline is getting exposed. We are not getting the actual HFL data in the, survey agencies, whatever giving, we are relying on that. We are not verifying that kind of challenge. We are putting, as a designer, whenever the pipeline is laid in the riverine zone, it has to be provided with anti-buoyancy measures. So because there is a change in the HFL level, so we have not provided this concrete one. So the pipeline is coming up. So that because the pipeline is coming with buoyancy and sometimes there is an explosion, leakage, and snapping occurs. Recent incident has occurred in 2013, that is in Narmada River. Because of the huge rainfall and floods, the Narmada River's lot of pipeline was exposed in that particular region. The 5-6 lines were installed in that region. So IOCL is one of them, and 2 lines of Reliance. One line was belonging to GAIL. One line was GSPL. So those kind of geo-hada challenge we are facing. And as far as offshore pipeline is concerned, it is from the design perspective view, pipeline is provided with huge concrete coating. Our manufacturer, Jindal, is also here. They are providing concrete coating, corrosion coating and concrete coating over the pipeline. So the adequate stability is maintained in the subsea. We'll talk about the, as a EIL, recently we have completed the Paradip-Numaligarh pipeline. We have done a world record for the HDD. That is for the approximately 4 kilometer within in the holy Ganges and in the Subansiri River in the Assam. So, and there are a lot of challenge with respect to the installation of the pipeline in the where the ferocious rivers are concerned, where the geology is different. And when the geology is different, when you talk about the Himalayan rivers, when it is coming to the terrain region, it will find the lot of geology is change, that is the lot of boulders you will find. In that location, we cannot do horizontal directional drilling, that is trenchless method. We'll have to deploy the different method of installation, that is micro tunneling, that we are doing we have done approximately 14 rivers in the Numaligarh-Siliguri pipeline. Now we are doing approximately more than 20 installation where microtunneling is to be done because of the whole collapsing chances of the in the river zones. And today I am very happy that that we have the government policy is such that now 100% we are making pipeline and line pipe manufactured in India only. That is the great thing, and government has done a lot of things. We have developed the vendors. We are learning from the vendors with the 360 angle sort of thing, that feedback sort of thing. Whenever we make any specification, if there is some flaws in the specification, we are taking feedback from the manufacturer, and our specification now manufacturer friendly and without compromising to the quality of the specification. Our specifications are now, it is very open and it is now standardized on, and our specifications are very user friendly as well as quality control friendly now. As far as line pipe and other specifications are concerned, we have developed the, not only the line pipe industry, we have developed the wall industries also, because if you see normally in the onshore sectors, the pipeline ratings are up to 600 pound rating, that is up to 99 kg. But whenever there is a subsea pipeline, it goes beyond 600 pound rating, that goes to 900, sometimes 1500 rating. So there were very few manufacturers in the valve industry. Line pipe they can manufacture 40 mm thick, no issue. They have already proven in the development of the SAGE project also. They have Jindal and Welspun, they have proved in India. They have manufactured 40 mm thick pipe of 27 millimeter diameter. That is the ID was the 24 inch. We made the constant ID for the Middle East India pipeline. And valve industry, we have made our bidder qualification criteria so relaxed. We are dependent on their capability by ensuring that bidder says, I am capable of manufacturing this type of valves, this type of, we are relying on that with our inspection team being visiting their plant or their mills. And the line pipe also in the 2000, I think more than 2 decades now, we have allowed them to demonstrate their manufacturing capability by producing 10 number of pipes with our specifications or API specification and testing those. And after the successful completion of the testing and all, we are qualifying the vendors. And I will urge, that there are a lot of pipelines now they have become aged. So the future is that, that those pipelines will be again replaced with the new pipeline. So industry, pipeline industry is very bright. India, we have almost 30% of the transportation is being done by the pipelines. And we have more because developed countries are having more pipelines in their country and other regions. So we have a bright future for the pipeline industries, pipeline infrastructure, I must say. And I urge to the industry that, Mr. Sidhomal Jain, it is very near to Connaught Place. Their office is South Asia Gas Enterprises. He is dreaming for a project from Middle East to India. That is 1300 kilometer pipeline. And EIL has done a DFR for that project. And once that pipeline of deep water pipeline is commissioned in India, our energy demand will be fulfilled. I must urge, you can contribute as a contributor, stakeholder, and you can make investment in that particular pipeline project also. Once that is the deepest sea pipeline, we have done a lot of studies for the Middle East to India, that the pipeline depth, the water depth will be 3,500 meter water depth. So, and the Jindal and Mr. Welspun, they have already proven their capability of manufacturing such thick of pipe, such thickness of pipe in X70 grade. And we have, because that steel demand will be approximately 9 lakh tons. So our future is bright. urging on behalf of not only from the project seeker, project demander, but as a pipeliner, my dream is also to have such a deepest pipeline that is manufactured by Indian mills and Indian manufacturers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have really brought out the major concern of right of way. I must mention here there is a talk going on with Ministry of Railways to have a right of way for pipes, both for slurry as well as for oil and natural gas. Because there, all this procurement and clearances and everything, we are sort of, we can jump the queue and do it fastest. Of course, there are some hitches, but I'm very sure ultimately we'll be reaching there. That will go a long way. And thank you. You have talked about standardization of different extractors for the pipes. And that is where, yes, the challenge lies. Let's see how we go about it. Cladded pipes, we are 100% importing today because we are not able to manufacture at all. And you were mentioning of some of the limitations. So this is an example of one of those limitations. And definitely it was golden words to the pipe makers sitting here that the demand is going to be fantastic. It's going to be in leaps and bounds because ultimately we'll have a natural gas supply and ultimately it'll be an oil will be the major energy source, whether it goes for the, because, even syngases are now coming. So different things are coming. So that is the way to go ahead with it. We will be there with coal for 50 years. So let us not forget that no non-renewable energy is going to replace that 50 years dependence on coal. Now I request Mr. Vishal Seth, who is Vice President with Jindal Stainless, right?
Good evening. I know we are standing between you all and lunch, so we'll make it very fast. Yeah, so oil and gas is a very big sector in India for steel industry, and this particular sector is highly corrosion prone. Lot of high temperature, lot of corrosing material from crude to everything happens, and stainless steel has a very important role in this particular segment. We at Jindal Stainless have continuously developed grades, developed products for this particular industry, not only in plate and sheet form, but also to be supplied to pipe and tube industry, where this segment can be served. So I'll just take you through what exactly we are doing at a faster speed. So we are Jindal Stainless Limited, India's largest, and in world other than China, we are the 5th largest stainless steel company, supplying to all the domestic needs as well as exports. These are our two plants, one in Jajpur, one in Hisar, and we have combined capacity of approximately 3 million ton of stainless steel, and we make only stainless steel. Now you can see the corrosion in oil and gas industry is in many places. These are certain examples of that, where the material corrodes and creates havoc in this particular industry. Now, plant integrity, lot of investment, lot of downtime which goes into this. And I remember around 8 to 10 years back, a lot of material used to get imported for oil and gas industry. Typically 316L with 2.5% moly, or duplex grades, super austenitic, all those kind of things, which all we have developed. Now you can see these are certain very special grades which we have developed in-house in last 8 to 10 years, which we are continuously supplying to oil and gas industry, apart from many other industries like pharmaceutical. This is typically the requirement of oil and gas industry for higher end material, higher alloyed material. These are the key stakeholders who are using stainless steel for their maintenance need, for their expansion needs, for their changeover needs. And the industries which are supplying equipments to oil and gas industries, they are also taking stainless steel material in all 300 series and 400 series, duplex, super duplex, all kind of grades depending on the criticality the material is being used. Now, these are certain examples where storage tanks, vessels, pipelines, the stainless steel is being used. We have developed hot rolled clad plates where nickel alloy and stainless steel is being cladded by hot rolling process over carbon steel to save on the cost and still keep giving the same strength and corrosion properties. We have developed this 6% moly grade in-house, which earlier used to get completely imported. Now we have developed it in-house and we are supplying to our customers. I will quickly take you through certain case studies where we have supplied material. This is Indian Oil, where we have supplied close to 1,000 ton material for tanks. Then this is the upper deck, where we have done an exercise with the carbon steel, with the stainless steel, and we can see the results and developments there. This is the Indian Oil certification that our material, which is in 409M grade, a cheapest variety of stainless steel giving the corrosion and abrasion resistance, is still keeping the integrity of the structure safe. Similarly, this is the pipeline, fire pipeline material which we have developed. This was duplex 2205. Then this is again 316L and duplex. So what in nutshell, I went pretty fast because timings are very limited, but what in nutshell is that all the stainless steel requirement, whether it is 300 series, lean duplex, duplex, super duplex, everything is being made in-house at Jindal Stainless Limited. And we are fully standing with oil and gas industry of India, which is actually delivering energy security for the country and making it Atmanirbhar. Thank you.
The steel in the corrosion, because yes, offshore, onshore, it's all on the coast, high corrosion facilities. So a solid case for stainless steel, he has built it up. But very important thing which he mentioned in the argument is the life cycle cost, because lesser of maintenance, lesser of breakages, lesser of damages. So it's a one-time investment as a better selection of material, and that is where it goes when we are talking about whether it is storage or supply. So thank you so much for highlighting. And he also underlined that yes, duplex steel, they are ready to not just manufacturing, but capturing the entire supply chain and replace imports wherever we are going into that. So I think thank you so much, Vishal, for highlighting this. Now I request Mr. Puneet Dubey, who is General Manager with Jindal SAW.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will be presenting today I will be presenting you the one of the most critical component in our sector, that is the pipelines and the fittings. and that is too weld overlay cladded. So we at the Jindal SAW Limited have the diversified offerings. We are into the production of the longitudinal helical seam welded pipe. We are into the production of the carbon steel, alloy steel tubes and pipes for the oil and gas sector, and we are producing clad pipe and fittings for the oil and gas sector. Apart from this, we are into the production of stainless steel tubes, pipes and fittings, and we are also having the facility to produce the ductile iron and spun pipes. So, the clad pipes and fittings are particularly finding its application in oil and gas sectors. We have its uses in refineries, downstream processing. Clad pipes and fittings are also used in petrochemical plants and seawater desalination plants. Now, we have the operators there in the oil and gas sector, and there are some certain key challenges for them to handle. And oil and gas facilities, especially the upstream sector, is facing the challenges of the sour service, that is the aqueous hydrogen sulfide environment that is having the issues with the hydrogen-induced cracking, sulfide stress corrosion cracking, and the stress-oriented hydrogen-induced cracking. They also have the CO2 corrosion-related issue. Apart from that, they are facing the chloride challenges such as pitting, crevice corrosion, and stress corrosion crackings. Using solid CRA material like the full thickness Inconel or the stainless steel pipe for the large pipelines and the fitting is very costly. So operators face the dual challenge, maintaining the cost efficiency parallelly with the mechanical integrity of the pipe. And we have the solution in the form of weld overlay cladding. In weld overlay cladding, we deposit around 2.5 millimeter to 4 millimeter CRA layer onto the carbon steel, which combines the low cost and strength of the carbon steel and excellent corrosion protection from the CRA layer. This approach is widely accepted for the subsea pipeline fitting and the other components, and this overall balances the strength, cost, corrosion resistant, and make it the preferred choice for the pipeline, subsea risers, wellheads, valves, separators, and the process vessels. Here we can see the different cladding processes available and the materials. So in the market, we have weld overlay cladding where we apply hot TIG, electroslag welding, and the TIG welding. We also have the route from roll bonding and the explosion bonding where we can produce plates and we can make the pipes, and we have mechanically lined pipe available in the market. But out of those, weld overlay route is most preferred, and because it is very flexible, it's versatile, and this is particularly very useful for the complex shapes, pipelines, and the critical components. This offers the repairability and the wide range of the CRA application. We can apply very tight process control with the help of the control of the welding parameters. Clad plate route is pretty limited for the pipelines because it is having a longer lead time, and it is typically preferred for the pressure vessels. We have the third choice of having a CRA lined pipe, but there is a risk of the liner collapse or the buckling during the welding, bending, and the high pressure fluctuations. We can also see the key CRA material that employed in the weld overlay cladding. The most preferred choice is Inconel 625 nickel chrome moly alloy that is providing the excellent resistance to the extremely sour service condition and where the CO2 corrosion is significant. Then we have 316 cell where there is moderate resistance is required for the corrosion, and that offers a cost benefit. Then we have alloy 825, which is good in the solar service. And we also have the duplex, super duplex stainless steel where the seawater resistance is required. As I said earlier, that Inaugural 625 is the most preferred CRA in oil and gas due to its excellent resistance to H2S and CO2 corrosion, chloride-induced pitting and crevice corrosion, and the advantage is having, good weldability with the hot TIG. Now, we have certain advantages with the hot TIG clad process. If we summarize it, we have some certain process-related advantages, that is very high deposition rates can be achieved with the addition of the welding lines. We have the excellent control over the dilution, so that required CRA composition we can achieve. We have excellent corrosion resistance, smooth surface finish, and it requires very minimal post-weld grinding. And we can achieve high quality weld fusion essential for the pressure containing components. And there are certain operational benefits where we can summarize as the cost saving. If you are going to use full Inaugural on full stainless steel pipe, that is will be very costly. And overlay provides the equivalent corrosion resistance and corrosion protection at the fraction of the cost. We have the production flexibility this process offers, cladding of very small quantities to the very larger ones. We can weld few pipes, very few fittings to the very large quantity of the pipes also. It is having the design flexibility, thickness, we can vary the thickness of the clad overlay ranging from 2.5 millimeter to 4 millimeter, even more. And with that, we have the global standards available for that. That is API RP 582, API 5LD, ASME Section 9, NIS MR 0175. So that ensures overall reliability. These are some of the photographs, snapshots of the weld overlay cladding. You can see it clearly. We have the backing material on which we have deposited CRA alloy. Similarly, this is on the pipe. We can see some flanges here. We have deposited 32205 cladding of 3 millimeter. Then we have seamless pipes of API grade with 625 cladding over it. And this is the snapshot of our plant. We have particularly hot TIG cladding system, dye penetration system. Apart from that, we have other testing facility like the ultrasonic testing, hydro testing, etc. So this is our experience as far as clad pipes and fitting is concerned. So we have executed few orders for the Reliance, few are under execution. And in the bottom, you can see the contact details of a person in case if there is any requirement. With that, I would like to end the presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. So you have seen that the industry is completely geared for all kinds of pipe manufacture. And what he flagged, cost efficiency, as a problem issue, he has also given an answer that they have worked of bringing in cost savings into their processes. So that goes a long way. Then flexibility is something which is wonderful. And to combat with the stainless steel, they have weld overlay cladding, which is corrosion resistant. So either of the pipes requirement, what you want is suitable for anti-corrosion, is suitable for long distance laying, and that is how it works. So I would like to thank all my three panelists who brought in the readiness of manufacture and who brought in the challenges in laying these pipelines when we go across different terrains in the country. But yes, we are completely geared. Now it's for the industry to multiply, to have the supply of oil and natural gas, whether imported or indigenous. India is ready to absorb it. India is ready to go ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, everyone. And now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please come on the stage and present this memento to the session chair and moderator, Dr. Aruna Sharma, IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Now I request Mr. Mahendra Singh Gunjayal, GM Engineering India Limited, to please accept this token of respect and appreciation from Metalogic PMS. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. And going ahead, I request Mr. Vishal Seth, Vice President, Jindal Stainless, to please accept this token of respect and appreciation from Metalogic PMS. Last but not the least, I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please present this memento to Mr. Puneet Dubey, GM, Jindal SAW Limited. Now I would like to invite everyone for a group photograph for this session. Thank you so much. And now, everyone, please proceed for lunch. And I hope that we'll be meeting around 2:30 p.m. sharp, because we have a lot of sessions and discussions on important topic post-lunch. So everybody, please be on time and join us at 2:30 p.m. sharp.
This is a firm where ideas are cultivated and nurtured, where innovations in the steel value chain are recognized before it becomes the new black.
Welcome to Metalogic Project Management Services Private Limited.
Metalogic promotes open communication channels where employees are encouraged to share their ideas, concerns, and feedback.
We value the contributions of our workforce and ensures that their comfort are recognized and appreciated.
Our leaders provide clear direction, set high expectations, and inspire confidence, creating an environment where employees feel motivated and empowered to succeed.
We empower clients to make informed decisions regarding market positioning, regulatory changes, emerging opportunities, and strategic planning, enabling them to stay ahead of the curve.
We provide expert analysis and commentary from industry professionals, offering clients deeper insights and perspectives on market developments and trends. Our market reports, including Meta Daily, Meta Weekly, and Meta Annual, provide valuable insights that impact the industry.
In addition to our regular reports, we also produce special reports that delve deeper into specific topics affecting the market.
Through conferences and webinars, we establish ourselves as a thought leader in the steel and mining industry. By presenting innovative ideas, research findings, and market trends, Metalogic showcases its expertise and demonstrates its commitment to driving industry innovation and progress. It allows us to gain valuable market intelligence and insights into industry trends, competitor activities, regulatory developments, and customer preferences.
Our conferences and webinars provide platforms for the industry to engage, address needs, and showcase its products and services.
Whether you need a short promotional ad, a long-form documentary, or a corporate video highlighting your company's achievements, our team can create content in various formats to suit your needs and objectives.
We tailor our visual content to resonate with your target audience, whether they are consumers, stakeholders, or industry professionals.
Metalogic PMS was founded by Monica Bachchan, a young and dynamic entrepreneur with a vision for innovation. Her vision, leadership, and entrepreneurial spirit have laid the foundation for a dynamic and forward-thinking organization poised for continued growth and impact in the steel, mining industry, and related sectors.
With 7 years of successful operations, Metalogic PMS continues to lead the industry in India with excellence and dedication. We are well managed. We are Metalogic, where disruption is encouraged and desks are optional. We know our people are our greatest assets. We take pride in building leaders.
The future belongs to the board, to the organization, to the nations that will harness the power of participation and ideas become the actions.
India, a land of growth, innovation, and resilience. Over the years, the Indian stainless steel industry has emerged as a key driver of progress, supporting critical sectors and shaping a sustainable future. From humble beginnings to becoming the second largest stainless steel consumer in the world, India's stainless steel industry has grown exponentially. Today, it plays a pivotal role in national development with a strong focus on quality, innovation, and self-reliance. Stainless steel is the backbone of modern infrastructure, from railways and metro projects to automotive, construction, and process industries, space, aviation, and Indian stainless is also used for special applications like razor blades, coin blanks, bellows, heat exchanger, and many more. Its versatility makes it an essential material for a thriving economy. Jindal Stainless is a proud supplier of stainless steel to Chandrayaan 3. It has also supplied stainless steel for the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor in France. Indian stainless steel has gained global recognition, with exports reaching over 50 countries. Our country's products meet the highest international standards, reinforcing India's position as a trusted supplier of world-class stainless steel. Sustainability is at the heart of our industry. With over 90% recyclability, energy-efficient processes, and compliance with global climate initiatives, the Indian stainless steel sector is committed to a greener, cleaner future. India's leading stainless steel manufacturer, Jindal Stainless, has a net zero target by 2050. The stainless steel industry is investing in people. Jindal Stainless runs an initiative called wherein they train fabricators all across the country. So far, they have trained over 52,000 fabricators. Corrosion is a global challenge, and India is leading the fight. By promoting stainless steel as the ultimate solution, we are ensuring long-lasting, durable, and safer infrastructure for our future generations. The future of Indian stainless steel is bright and ambitious, with continuous technological strengthen our ecosystem and shape a world of endless possibilities. Armored vehicles.
Welcome to Jindal Steel's legacy of transformation. Our legacy sparked off with one man's dream who envisioned a landscape. quality. Smooth forward integration to seamlessly connect the multifaceted dots of development. To become one of the biggest steel manufacturers in India. While illuminating the future, we firmly believe in nourishing the present and investing in the nation's capital by bringing about social change that promotes skill development, self-sufficiency, and strengthens communities from within. Environmental change that nurtures and sustains the ecosystem. And educational transformation through cutting-edge facilities and initiatives that hold the potential to empower communities, to stand strong, while making a change where it truly matters. At Jindal Steel, we've grown our legacy on ownership, respect, striving for quality, and most importantly, on the dedication and passion of our people who take our values further and build the future with us.
At Jindal Steel, we are shaping a future where sustainable industrial development fuels progress towards a cleaner, stronger, and more inclusive world. This is our purpose, our passion, and the lasting legacy we are proud to create for generations to come.
When a nation builds its
India, a land of growth, innovation, and resilience. Over the years, the Indian stainless steel industry has emerged as a key driver of progress, supporting critical sectors and shaping a sustainable future. From humble beginnings to becoming the second largest stainless steel consumer in the world, India's stainless steel
Steel plants
industry
are no
has
longer
grown
reactive, but intelligent ecosystems powered by Helios. Security starts at the gate with facial recognition and contactless access for all. Inside, AI enforces safety, tracking PPE use, zone access, and alerting in real time. Logistics, streamlined. TAT Guard tracks trucks from entry to dispatch with live queue maps and bay data. RFID, license plate scans, and unmanned weigh bridges automate identity and weighing. Zero delays. In-vehicle AI keeps cargo safe and drivers alert by detecting fatigue, distraction, and tampering. AI managed Welcome to 2025, where steel plants are no longer reactive, but intelligent ecosystems powered by Helios. Security starts at the gate with facial recognition and contactless access for all. Inside, AI enforces safety, tracking PPE use, zone access.
Innovation.
Hey, hey, check. Check, check, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting in the next 2 minutes. I request all of you to please come inside and get settled down. I request everyone to please come inside and get settled down as we are about to start in the next 2 minutes.
And strengthens within. Environmental change that nurtures and sustains the ecosystem. And educational transformation through cutting-edge facilities and initiatives that hold the potential to empower communities, to stand strong, while making a change where it truly matters. At Jindal Steel, we've grown our legacy on ownership, respect, striving for quality, and most importantly, on the dedication and passion of our people who take our values further and build the future with us.
At Jindal Steel, we are shaping a future where sustainable industrial development fuels progress towards a cleaner, stronger, and more inclusive world. This is our purpose, our passion, and the lasting legacy we are proud to create for generations to come.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that you had a great time during lunch and you enjoyed the meal. And now it's time for the sessions and exchange of knowledge and ideas again. And for the next session, it would be a company presentation. And I would like to invite Mr. Nagendra Chauhan, DGM Sales and Marketing, Greaves Cotton Limited. Can we have a round of applause for him?
Yeah.
I request everyone to please get settled down as we are proceeding with the next session, which is a company presentation by Greaves Cotton Limited. Mr. Nagendra Chauhan, DGM Sales and Marketing, is presenting right now. People at the back, I request everyone to please take your seats. Those who are standing, we have a lot of chairs. These chairs are vacant, so please.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Nagendra Chauhan. I am the DGM in Greaves Cotton Limited, handling Central Northern regions and Haryana, Tri-City and Delhi NCR. Here I want to present the company presentations and the company's product and features. Greaves has a 165-year rich legacy. The purpose of empowering lives. Yeah, Greaves Cotton Limited has a legacy of the 165 years. Purpose of empowering lives, presence across key geographical worldwide, visions, engineering and electric e-mobility, retails, and the finance and technologies. Greece today, the building the complete mobility ecosystems, driven the customer centricity, innovation, sustainability, make in India, engineering, electric e-mobility, retails, technologies, finance. Here we are making the electric two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercials, as well as electric two-wheelers, amperes, and the Greece electric e-mobilities of the other product also. In automotive, Greece having a portfolio in the three verticals like one automotive, non-automotive, and industrials. In automotive, single-cylinder engines and the multi-cylinder engines and the CNG, LPG engines. In non-automotive, we have agriculture, construction, and other industries, marine industries. Power solutions in gensets range from 2.5 kV to kV 250 kVA. In industrial, sustainable the higher HP application 30 HP to 700 HPs. Offer the multiple products of the like pump sets, agriculture, marine, construction for defense applications and industrial engines as well. Engineering portfolio, another that is the e-powertrain, the escalating the EV transmissions with the made in India electric powertrain solutions underpinned for the globally designed technologies, electric motor and the controller also. In another vertical, that is components manufacturing for steel machining, crankshaft and camshaft. The motion controls, under the motion control has entered the motion control segment through the acquisitions of the Excels India leading manufacturing the motion control system with the integrity capabilities to manufacture pull-push cables, levers and sensors, etc. Greece presence across India, the 6,000 plus total Greece touch points, 18 countries presence, 2,000 plus employees, 165 years of legacy, the 4 regional office and 248 Greece power sales and service networks, 650 Greece power services engineers as well. The manufacturing faculty, state-of-art engine manufacturing unit in Aurangabad, and the gensets we are manufacturing in the plant at Talegaon in Pune. There is a capacity of manufacturing these at more than 12,000 per annum. Some approvals from the client ends and some of the government nodal agencies, approvals from the semi-government nodal bodies like the Kolkata Metro, approval from the PWD, CPWD, performance from the letter from the railways, performance letter from the CSIR and the CPWD, as similarly in the customer PGCL also. Award and recognition, the best workplace in the manufacturing, the great place work since 2025. ESG commitment, the company commitment towards the environment is reflected in the aspects of functioning, including the manufacturing process and technologies innovations. It has been certified as an ISO 14000 and 2015. The company reached another milestone to going the green with the inauguration of the 4th solar plant at IB Aurangabad, producing 5.1 million units per year from the all 4 plants of a zero liquidity discharge. The company promotes the recycling, the using the aluminum scraps, preface reducing energy and the consumptions involved in the process of the aluminum heating and extractions. The company has also undertaken the various tree plantations initiatives, increasing the green cover and contributes to the carbon sustainability, improving the quality and biodiversity. Greece engineering vertical, engineering business. In the Greece Power, 1+ million happy customers in India and abroad. There's a 50-year plus expertise of the manufacturing of the DJ sets, the wide range product from 5 kVA to 2,250 kVA. CBCB 4+ compliant environmental friendly, single window concept the product life management, dedicated technical and project team for the better engagement with the customers. Greece Power ability for the all applications like this in private segments, commercial establishment like malls, factories, residential and commercial complex, railways, airports, infrastructure project, industrial application and many more applications. The feature and benefit across the range, compact in size, has the least footprint in the industries, the best in class fuel consumption provide, considerable savings and operations cost, DG package, metallurgy engineering in the finest details, the rugged high power density engines, best in class designs, compact radiator design, 50-degree ambient temperature, performance, CPCB 4+ compliant and environmental friendly. The power genset sets introduce the CPCB 4+ compliant gensets meeting the new pollution standard norms applicable Delhi NCR as well as the Pan India. The genset range from 5 kVA to 500 kVA, offering approximately 90% reduction of the NOx and the particulate matter, significantly lowering the greenhouse gas emissions. The Mega Series range from 1010 kVA and 2500 kVA, designed for extensive use in the sectors like malls, in manufacturing, and the hospitals, as well as industrial application also. The fuel agnostic lightweight design with a low maintenance operating -5 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius and known for the quiet operations. The genset cater to various sectors, including the infrastructure, railways, airport, educational institutions, and the more helping the advance in India progress. There is some installations in the like the agro industry, like Huston Group. Here we have installed the 1010 kVA 6-number DG sets. In IIT Kanpur, we have installed the 1010 kVA 2-number DG set with some prestigious installations, especially for the higher ratings. Similarly, in the Wangda Technologies, 1010 kVA 2-number in Tamil Nadu, and the Wangda Technology 2000 kVA in 1-number. Like that, Biologicals 2000 kVA in Telangana, 1250 kVA in the Kerala. The Malpani Group 1590 kVA 2 numbers in Pune, and the Tarul India 2-number 1010 kVA in Pune. Similarly, Tirupati Airport 1250 kVA 2 numbers. The Rajmundry Airport 1500 kVA 3 numbers in Andhra Pradesh. The Proverbs Labs 1500 kVA 2 number in Andhra, and the 25 South Realty, the Huston 1010 kVA in Mumbai. Ashwani Hospital, we have installed the 1500 kVA with the different applications as per the customizations. 2-number 1010 kVA also installed the Huston Group product in Tamil Nadu. Additionally, in KM's Hospital 1010 kVA 1-number in AP. The IoT-enabled DG sets value proposition. In the latest advanced new norms DG sets, there is a mandatory by the government for the all manufacturers. Since the Greece has already installed and supplying these facilities since 2020 onwards. The real-time monitoring, engine monitoring, running status, DG parameters monitoring, DG location, instant notification to customer and fault shutdown. You can operate your DG sets by mobile and mobile applications. Preventive maintenance, timely informations, customer for the PM, improve the DG set performance due to the regular health checkup and the monitorings. Fuel monitoring also is possible. You can also check the dashboard in mobile application as well as the desktop. There are some valuable customers which were the Greece catering, and especially the more focus on the private sector 2015 onwards, because since Greece has a legacy of more than 65 years, and the previous experience only for the critical application in the government nodal bodies, especially in the railways, airport authorities, and other applications. Now the management has taken the initiatives after the 2015. We have the more focus on the private sector, especially for the industrials. And that's the reason we have designed the compatible with the local and private customers' machines. And now we are more focusing the private customers, and our market share growing on a year-on-year more than 50%. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. And now we have a next presentation session by Pragya Precision Equipment. And can we have a big round of applause and welcome Mr. Lakshmi Talani, Chairman, Pragya Precision Equipment.
Namaskar. I'm Lakshmi Chand Tolani from Pragya Precision Equipment, Pithampur, Indore. Always addressing a post-lunch session is a big challenge. So let us wake up and say, Jai Bharat! Jai Bharat! Jai Bharat! And today, the theme of the conference is also Make in Steel, Make in Bharat. So we started with the Bharat. Now, first of all, the previous speakers and leaders, they have all already spoken about the future of steel and presently what is being done in the steel. I am the one of the side from the consumer side, that is a service center providers. I provide equipment which are made from the steel, and other special alloy steels also are used. And I must say, in those special steel also, the India is doing very well, Make in Bharat. Earlier, those special steel used to come from the Switzerland, Germany. Now, most of those categories are being made in the India itself. So this is the bright future of our Bharat. इन बातों पे मैं एक मिनट की समय लूंगा, 1 मिनट से बोलना चाहूँगा कि जब हम बच्चे थे तो बैलगाड़ी से गांव जाते थे. उस समय बैलगाड़ी में 95% वुड होती थी. इवन उसकी एक्सिल, आगे का जो बैल का जोत होता वो भी वुड, और खाली 2-3% स्टील होता था, वो पहिए की पात. मतलब हमने वो जमाना भी देखा है. उस समय वुड बहुत सस्ती थी और स्टील इतना महंगा था, 1 रुपये किलो था, पर इतना महंगा था कि किसान लोग अफोर्ड नहीं कर पा सकते. आज उल्टा हो गया है. आज बुलेट कार्ट्स आर 95% being made by steel, and wood is hardly used in that. So this is all because we engineers and we the people of the associated with the steel have manufactured quantity of steel at a low cost, very low cost. So it is still affordable. 60-50 rupees kg is still affordable, and farmers and everything, households, all are, even the furnitures, they are also made of the steel. So this is a good thing. Now I'll come to my main topic. I am the equipment manufacturer for the load handling equipment. I call it load handling equipment, and also process equipment, so which is not connected here, that I make a lot of process equipment for solvent extraction plants, automobile plants, and other things. But this topic is not for that. This is for the basically steel equipment. So I will only concentrate on the steel equipment, load handling equipments. I remember, and I'm unfortunately still the same practice is also there. I remember that initially the small service center, service people, those who used to cut the sheet, slit the sheet and sell it, they take a lot of load when the truck comes with the coils and other thing. They come under tension. All the load they take it in the mind. How to unload safely. Coil भी नहीं damage होना चाहिए, आदमी को भी नहीं लगना चाहिए. So small owners and managers, they come around the truck and they pray God, let the truck be safely unloaded. So, but unfortunately, awareness is there, but फिर भी 50% people, not 70-80, are now automated, and now they have released the load from the tension. They sit in the cabin and coil is unloaded, flat product or long products are unloaded. So this is the right now. But still there is a lot of equipment which is required, and this is mainly because earlier the equipments were costly and the people were having, the unit holder were having very less of money. Now they are also doing well, and we have lowered the cost of the equipment also. 10 साल पहले जो equipment की cost थी, आज भी वही है. तो क्योंकि मैं तो इस इंडस्ट्री में 20-30 साल से हूँ, तो I see कि we are lowering the cost of the equipment, and the service centers, owners and other things, they are getting rich. So now they can afford, and 50% of the people are doing this. Our company mainly in 2 lines that I told you, that process equipment and load handling equipment. Here I'll talk about the load handling equipment only. Our team have got team of engineers, designers, marketing people, and other things. We manufacture C-hook, coil tilter, coil hydraulic mechanical, coil tongue, motorized manual, coil grab, motorized battery operated transport trolley, sheet pack lifter, coil core, scissor lift, ingot, billet handling tongue, slab tongue, aerial coil tilter. Now you can see the first slide I'll show you. The earlier what happened, even still, this is not a very old video, I'll show you. Still some people are doing handling with the wire rope, chain, and other manual labors.
Hello, Mr. George. How much you pay for the new guy? $20? No, too much money. It's no good operator.
ऐसा होता था, इसमें एक्सीडेंट भी होते थे, लगते थे. अब तो ये कम हो गया है, but still 5-10% people are still practicing the same thing. So this is not a good thing. ये देखो, चेन से पूरा उठा रहे हैं उसको. We have developed many equipments which handle the coil easily and safely. Main is the safety. Safety is the first concern. Let the coil be damaged, but humans should not get this. These are the two types of C-hooks which are used for lifting the coil like this. We make dozens of C-hooks at the same time. One is with the counterweight, which is heavy and costly. Now we have innovated and introduced the spring balanced C-hook, which is 30% lower in cost and 30% lower in weight. This side, second side is the spring balanced C-hook. So this is the innovation, 30% cost is reduced, 30% load is, so that you can utilize the more capacity of the crane. This is the spring balanced C-hook. देखिए how it works. The beauty of this, the self weight of the equipment is less and cost is also 30% less. So which is more important, and we have been doing innovation like that only. Now next. This is the regular C-hook with counterweight. This is heavier, 30% heavier and costlier also. Same thing, the coil, coil is being kept on the L-type coil car, floor operated L-type coil car. This is the coil up and down under tilter cum coil transfer car. From transferring the coil from one bay to another bay, this equipment is used 2-in-1. First side, the coil is tilted up and to right and down end and down end to up end, and the shift from one bay to another bay. That is also the mechanical type coil tilter with roller to slide the coils. This is also the mechanical coil tilter. ये देखिए, no hydraulics. The first one was with hydraulic. This is also the hydraulic oil filter kept in the pit. ये देखिए, ये coil रख रहे हैं. And then you will tilt the coil. Axis of the coil from horizontal to vertical, and these are also again the hydraulic coil tilter. Four made in a row for one of our valued customers. For their 4 plants, we have made the same equipment. दो मिनट Anyway, हटाओ इसको. This is the coil grab. When the coil is vertical hole, this grab is used for lifting that. ये देखिए, ये coil को उठाया और उसने ले गया उसको. चलिए मेरे को जल्दी जल्दी करना है, टाइम बहुत कम कर दिया मोनिका मैडम ने. खाना खिला दिया पहले सबको. ये देखिए, now this is our further latest equipment, holding the coil from both the sides and motor with a motorized arrangement and rotating also. ये देखिए, ये जिंदल भी लगा हुआ है अंगुल में. ये देखिए, outside application as well as for the inside application. This coil handling. जल्दी जल्दी करो, शॉर्टकट लगाओ तो लाने की. Yeah, this is our innovative product. Now I'll draw your attention to this particular product. This is an innovative product. Coil tilting, aerial coil tilting. No tilter is required, no CEK is required. This itself will hold the coil, tilt it on the crane itself. ये देखिए, इसको यहीं पर पकड़ लेगा और फिर वहीं हवा में ही इसको टिल्ट कर देगा कोयल को. फिर आप इसको कहीं भी ले जाओ, कहीं भी रख दो. ये देखिए, कॉइल उठा ली, अब थोड़ा सा टिल्ट करेगी, फिर मैं इसको कट कर दूं. ये देखिए टिल्ट हो रहा है, अब कट. आगे बढ़ो. ये कॉइल ट्रांसफर ट्रॉलीज वी हैव मेड अप टू 120 ton trolley. Along back 20 years back we made one for the Jindal is Angul. Now this is also the coil car moving on the rail with a cable linked drum. छोड़ो. ये देखिए 120 ton की ट्रॉली. Just like a rail bogie, it is run. We are made in our factory and supplied to the one of the Jindal plant. बस एक मिनट यार. चलो कट. ये coil up and down and come transfer का. These are the transfer trolleys for the long product, tubes, bars, everything. Now, one of the innovative products we have made recently, the diesel generated power operated trolley. See, this is the transfer car fitted with the DG set, so that no CRD is required, no battery is required. Just put the diesel and take it to the kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, whatever it is. We have supplied one car to BHEL Hyderabad also, which is also without any traction and something. Same DG set operated. ये देखो, ये देखिए, ये देखिए, ये चली चल पड़ी. ये तो जमीन पे भी चलेगी, रेल पे भी चलेगी. Self powered DG operated, DG set. These are the other equipment. I'll take 1 minute only. Pipe rotators for pipe plant. हो गया. Don't worry. Tube pinning machine, solid drum grab, then the wheeling press. ये पाइप रोटेटर, ये ट्यूब फिनिंग मशीन. ये देखिए, रेडिएटर हीट एक्सचेंजर्स के लिए फिनिंग मशीन भी बनाते हैं हम. और क्या, ये कॉइल ओपनर पिलर टेबल. ये देखिए, ये these are the notching presses. These are the plate lifting hangers with the special clamps, plate lifting hangers. This is the slab tong. These are the various types
We
of
Pragya
slab lifting
Precision
tongs.
Equipment, a unit of Pragya.
चलो भाई खत्म करो. चलिए, अब ऐसे तो फिर टाइम लूँगा. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Ms. Bachchan to please come on the stage and present this Momentto, a token of respect and appreciation to Mr. Lakshmi Tolani, Chairman, Pragya Precision Equipment. Sir, we like you to be on stage once again with us. And please accept this Momentto from Metalogic PMS. I think it was one of the most entertaining and intellectual PPT ever, which we have saw. And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please present this Momentto to Mr. Nagendra Chauhan, DGM Sales and Marketing, Greaves Cotton Limited. लंच करने के बाद जो नींद आ रही थी, आई थिंक सर ने वो पूरी खोल दी है सबकी नींद. मुझे भी ऐसा लग रहा है कि या पीपल आर फीलिंग लिटिल बिट lethargic post lunch. So thank you so much, Mr. Nagendra Chauhan, DGM Sales and Marketing, Greaves Cotton Limited, for the wonderful presentation. So now going forward, our next session, Making Steel for Engineering and Capital Goods. For that, I would like to invite Mr. P.V. Mohan, CEO, Kirby Building Systems and Structures India Private Limited. Can we have a big round of applause?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and friends. I thought I'll just take some detour from here, being lunch, I would like to have some walking around. Okay, I would like to present some part of what we do in Kirby and how we are part of the CapEx and steel improvement or steel consumption improvement in the country. So can I have this, please? Yeah. Just to give you a brief about Kirby before I get into the main thing. We are the undisputed market leaders in pre-engineered steel buildings. We have pioneered this and brought into the country, and we are the market leaders for the last 25 years. We have 3 plants. One is in north in Haridwar, one in south in Hyderabad, and one in west in Halol in Gujarat. And we have a big global center of excellence with almost 400 plus engineers, structural engineers working with us, where we do detailing all over the globe. We have plants in Middle East, in Vietnam, and all that stuff, but I'm only focusing on India now. We have done more than 45,000 buildings, landmark buildings with almost 10,000 customers in the last 25 years, with spreading over 50 million square meters. And we have got an excellent relationship with our lot of vendor partners, our builders, and all our consultants and customers. Few of the consultants and customers are here with us. And our quality and our brand is known because we have a repeat customer of more than 60% of our customers are from repeat customers. Just to tell you, we have done many projects. Just want to highlight few. I'm talking about some world's largest buildings. We have done some world's largest container manufacturing facility for wind energy, for Suzlon, even for Renault Nissan car factory. That was the largest pre-engineered building in the world. Then a huge world's largest gearbox manufacturing. Then the largest warehouse in the country for Flipkart. Now, of course, Walmart with almost 90,000 square meters. And we were the only people who executed the first airtight building. Normally a building you wanted only a watertight, water should not leak. But this is a requirement where even the air should not be leaking. So we have done that type of building. That is our engineering excellence, what we have. We are the first to get into the metro rails. In fact, the Delhi metro, when it came up, we were the people who started the Delhi metro stations and even the stabling sheds and all, and even the data centers. And we are the first to do a 500-ton cranes type of thing in pre-engineered steel buildings. So we are the undisputed market leader for the last 25 years. And just to tell you what is the volume we have done, if you really see, we have done more than 3 million tons of steel in our last few years where we are in India. So this is the quantum of steel where we have used. And just to tell how much of area we have spread, we have done almost around 50 million square meters, is almost like 7,100 football stadiums. So that is the volume which we have done in India. And this is our coin, only a little different than the tagline what we have, building India together in steel. This is what is Kirby. Of course, this is only thing it is now changed to make in steel, make in Bharat. So there is a synonymous name. These are our 3 plants. Now coming, and we have got sales networks all over the country, in every region. coming to our engineering and capital goods, if you really see on capital goods contribute almost 1.9% of our GDP. And in 2016, it was 12% was what the manufacturing activity used to contribute. But now it is almost 20%. So we can see that there's a quantum jump coming up. And capital goods is almost accounting to 27% of the total factories in the industrial sector. So we are only talking about capex. I'm not talking about other, like capex means anything which is machinery, cranes, which are going into capex products which help in other industries. And the sector is growing phenomenally because of the government initiatives like PLI schemes, Make in India, and a lot Gati Shakti, many things. And we are a manufacturers of capex projects because we build buildings where your 100% of the assets are encapsulated in this building. So we know what's happening in the market. And we also seen that, I think this is all there, engineering goods have accounted to 25% of our total global exports in last year. And the volume is also big, $116 billion. So capex is slowly growing up. And you can see that the production of the capital goods have also doubled in the last 10 years, from 27.5 to almost 51. And you all might be knowing that per capita consumption has gone up from 100 kg to almost 160 kg is what we are expecting by 2030. But 100 kg from last 10 years, it was around 52 kg. So it's significant. And we are very proud to say that we have been contributing in this growth of steel consumption. And for the last few years, you can see that we have done almost 3 million buildings. So how much of steel would have gone into those, which are the machinery and other equipments altogether? And that is all possible because of a lot of framed structures. We are in PEB, we call ourselves that we make frame structures. And if you really see the frame structure penetration in India is still very low, even though we have a lot of people like us who are manufacturing PEB in the country. But if you really see, we are still less than 10% compared to our other countries where you see UK is 80%. So there is a significant growth still. So we are in line. While I always say per capita consumption is something which is a little relative compared to other countries to our country, because our population is also very high. So the denominator is high, the volume comes down. So maybe we should really look at how to really increase it further. While I don't really buy that argument always saying that per capita consumption of steel, but yes, there are a lot of opportunities of improvement. Just to look at your sector-wise finished good consumption, we see the building and construction for housing, commercial and all is almost 90 million tons. Then infrastructure, 63 million tons, so on. And if you really see the total per capita steel consumption, total is around 230 million tons, whereas the capacity what we have right now, steel manufacturing, is only 200 million tons, whereas the production is hardly 150 or 155 million tons this year. So we can see that the significant growth is coming from building and construction and infrastructure, almost 150 million tons. And with this type of thing, today with our capacity of 200 million ton, I think Government of India has given a mandate, and most of the steel industries are also looking at to see how we can increase it to the capacity to be increased to 300 million tons by 2030. So it's not very far, but I see a lot of steel industries already expanding. So that is significant. So that would really help us. But most of the things is going to come from building, construction and infrastructure. And if you really see the steel consumptions in segments, I just made it a little thing, whatever was earlier, just made it little more granular, saying that almost, if you really see, almost more than 70% is coming from building and infrastructure. So for all this, PEBs are something which are very, very critical in our growth, because the growth has to be faster. So PEBs are playing a significant role. PEB is pre-engineered steel building. Why? Because it is faster industrial development and reduce the project completion time by 30% to 50% and is very fast to set up plants. So your ROIs are much better. So people now do not want to wait if to start a factory for 3 years, 4 years. Now there is an urgency because even the government of India is pushing it. The new PLI schemes you might have seen, they are pushing that you should start production faster. And it is more cost efficient, lower maintenance cost and reduces overall project cost because your ROI is much better. And a lot of MSMEs and large scale enterprises are being supported with this because they are coming out faster into the country. And now when we are talking about Make in India and trying to make Atmanirbhar Bharat, you need to make things faster. So PEBs play a very, very significant role. And most important, now we are talking about sustainability, which is coming up. So PEBs are 100% recycled because everything is steel, nothing more. Against the normal concrete construction where you have cement and a lot of natural resources like sand, water, everything. But here it is 100% steel and it can be recycled. And of course, we are all, India has got a goal of being a net zero by 2070. And it definitely boosts in exports. And engineering costs almost, as I told you, $116 billion. And most of the manufacturing sectors rely on quick factory setup. They want it very fast, as I told you. ROI is very important from the time you conceptualize in your industry to the time you start your first production. And pre-engineered building are making it such a great thing. You can start your factory anywhere in the country, whether it's tier 2, tier 3, it will be done because everything is factory manufactured and only trying to do it, trying to only do the assembly at the sites. So these are all the CapEx projects which we did. These are all different segments. If you really see, these are automotive, warehousing, engineering, capital, agro packaging, food, electronics, all these are all the regular industries which are really driving the growth of CapEx and driving the growth of India and increasing the steel consumptions in all that. But we see that there is a slight shift. These are all the fast growing segments. And we all know that the renewable energy is going significantly. Of course, there's a PLI scheme as well. You might have seen that a lot of you see on solar projects coming up, whether it is Reliance, many, Vikram, a lot of names. So they're all coming. EV is playing a significant role. We're doing many projects. And even right now when we are talking there, we are doing for an EV project coming up for maybe one of the steel manufacturers. JSW is coming with a EV car very shortly. So they're building a factory and they wanted it very fast. So we are doing that. Semiconductors, this is an industry coming up and we are very proud to say that we are part of, we are playing a significant part in partnering to build the first semiconductor factory in the country. And the government sector is also significantly growing and there is a lot of, a lot of even, let us say, defense, MES. There are a lot of projects which we are doing. I cannot talk about the warfare and all we were talking initially. There were a lot of things which we are getting in and like drones and all. These are all some things which are coming up. So they want everything very fast. Now there is no time. Earlier, every project, when you start conceptualizing, they ask whether you can do it yesterday. That is how it goes. Data centers is something significantly growing. As you know that data centers are coming up big and data is like, for Middle East, what oil is, I think data would be what it would be in future. And India is really playing a vital role. And we are building a lot of data centers and high-rise buildings. And defense aerospace has opened up. And significantly, you can see that a lot of private companies have come into defense. And we can see that. And e-commerce and logistics have significantly played. So these are all some fast-growing segments which are going to drive CapEx and which are going to really push the things up better. Apart from this, there are a lot of things. These are all the hardware, but we also need, if at all, we need to be doing faster. There are a lot of digitization and automation also required. Like you need a seamless integration of ERPs and advanced designs and detailing softwares, which have come in now, we are using them. Then we need to have an auto transfer of all these drawings directly to the machine. So you need all CNC machines, which are giving a repeatable quality consistently. That's very important. And Kaizens, these are all something which we are using. And the most important aspect is how do you manage the sites? This is a time it has become very, very difficult. So enterprise construction management softwares are being used. These are all for futuristic things where you wanted to understand your project sitting at your offices. You can have that and understand the exact status of each project. So this is something which we have already developed, and we are doing it in significant fast way. That will give you overall project timelines. Few of the projects which I thought I'll just share. This is the Apple iPhone factory which we have done. I think Prime Minister was declaring that we will be doing almost 16 billion of exports. This is a very big factory. In fact, when we started this as part of the China One policy, this is a large project of almost 25,000 tons. And normally this type of project takes 2 years or so, but the requirement was for 1 year and we completed and given it. This is the Asia's largest cable manufacturing facility which we have completed here only. You all know that. And coming to defense, these are all airport hangars. We are done for many defense projects and also for Navy. So these type of hangars, as you know that, as now with the Rafales coming and a lot of other aircrafts coming, this type of requirements have significantly gone up. So we are doing something there. This is the type of, again, one of the CapEx manufacturing, like JCB, which was inaugurated by the then Prime Minister of UK, was also done by us. And these are all Sundaram Clayton for die casting facility where they are exporting significantly and for most of the projects in India. And this is what I was saying. This is the first data center which was done in India. If you really see, this is a data center and the cladding is completely solar panels. So in a data center, you need at least 2 to 3 power sources as the downtime is 0. You cannot have. So one is the regular power and then this is the solar panel manufacturing, solar power. And this is for white goods manufacturing, Dixon. And this is the aerospace and defense for Godrej, which we have completed recently. This for Midani, I have seen the earlier MD of Midani who are here for a white plate mill shed for defense, which we have completed in Hyderabad. And this is again aircraft engine component manufacturing for Safran. We have completed this project. And this is again aerospace composite. This is a new industry which has opened up, aerospace, so significant. So these all will contribute for our capex and growth of steel consumption in the country. And steel, we have also gone into high-rise buildings. Earlier, you all would see high-rise buildings are only civil. It will be only cement, steel, and steel is used only as reinforcement rods. But this is completely with steel. This is only with steel-plated construction. This is a 20-story building. We have done many. There is another 24 with a helipad on top with steel buildings and with a cladding. And this is also a 13-story this is a commercial cum residential building. And we are also in storage solutions. So this is for Amazon, Flipkart, Reliance. So this is how the steel consumption is going up. And this is all CapEx projects which are doing. Thank you very much. I think I'm on time. Thank you.
Stage. Yes, sir, you were on time. And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please present this Momentto as a token of respect and appreciation to Mr. P.V. Mohan, CEO, Kirby Building System India Private Limited. Can we have a round of applause for him? Thank you so much. So the next topic of discussion which we have is the steel of tomorrow, AI-driven innovation for a stronger, smarter Bharat. And for the presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Sidakpreet Singh Batra, founder and CEO, Helios Tech Solutions. Can we have a big round of applause for him? So please welcome Mr. Sidakpreet Singh Batra, founder and CEO, Helios Tech Solutions, for the presentation of the steel of tomorrow, AI-driven innovation for a stronger, smarter Bharat.
Welcome to 2025, where steel plants are no longer reactive, but intelligent ecosystems powered by Helios. Security starts at the gate with facial recognition and contactless access for all. Inside, AI enforces safety, tracking PPE use, zone access, and alerting in real time. Logistics, streamlined. TAT Guard tracks trucks from entry to dispatch with live queue maps and bay data. RFID, license plate scans, and unmanned weigh bridges automate identity and weighing, zero delays. In-vehicle AI keeps cargo safe and drivers alert by detecting fatigue, distraction, and tampering. AI-managed inventory with RFID and robotic forklifts ensures speed, accuracy, and traceability. Shift planning is instant. AI bots simulate and update schedules in seconds. Production is smarter. From ladle to coil, every stage is tracked, scanned, and optimized. Helios even improves sinter quality with conveyor AI, analyzing flow, size, and moisture. All of this unified in a single control room, with AI bots summarizing KPIs for fast decisions. This is the future of steel: intelligent, efficient, safe, powered by Helios. Helios Tech Solutions, your future engineered.
No? Hello, am I audible now? Yeah? All right, thank you so much. So I'll begin with basis about steel. So steel has always meant strength, and the future will be defined by intelligent strength, where steel and AI converge to shape Bharat's tomorrow. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the steel of tomorrow, AI-driven innovation for a stronger and smarter Bharat. Myself, Sidakpreet Singh Batra, I'm founder CEO Helios Tech Solutions, and today I will take you through a journey into the future of steel. Alright, so these four words define today's reality: costs, safety, competition, and sustainability. But the real question is, do we still keep firefighting, or do we design a solution where we don't even let these fires start? automation sure executes, but AI, it anticipates, it predicts, and it transforms. It's not about machines replacing men. It's about steel that thinks ahead. So let's imagine a plant where there is no downtime unexpectedly, or the workers who are always safe, or every ton of steel brings Bharat closer to net zero. With these visions moving ahead, I'd say that we are not just solving today's operational challenges, we're reshaping the way steel is produced and delivered. So from basic unmanned weigh bridges, AI-driven production planning tools, or throughput optimization, we ensure that plants achieve maximum flow with minimal waste. Now to do that, at the same time, we have to safeguard our people, we have to elevate the quality, and we have to reimagine the logistics for speed and resilience. That is the future of steel operations, which is already being built today. Orbiting at the core of this, there are 4 interconnected pillars, which are smarter operations, a safer workforce, intelligent quality, and logistics that runs like clockwork. So together, the system doesn't just solve isolated problems, it actually orchestrates the entire value chain of steel. So with this, let's fast forward to how a 2035 steel plant would look like with all the solutions that are already in place. Let's assume that trucks drive themselves, and that is no longer going to be an assumption, that is going to be the reality of tomorrow. Furnaces would optimize themselves. I mean, every gram of carbon would be tracked. The world will look to India not just for steel, but actually for smarter steel. So with that, India today is already the second largest producer of steel. With AI, we can actually lead, not just in volume, but in vision. Bharat must deliver smarter steel. So our vision as AI generators, AI producers is simple. Steel must become not just the backbone of Bharat, but it should be brain and heart. That's the steel of tomorrow. This was just a small, brisk conversation I wanted to have about AI. So this is not going to be a marketing presentation, just a little detail on what AI is doing and how AI is changing the world. So with this, if anybody has any questions or want to learn more on this aspect, I'd like to have questions. Otherwise, that's it. All right, I guess everybody is sleeping, no interest in AI. No, I'd really want to understand if you've actually gone through what I was trying to imply over here, and if you have any questions. So, please.
Good afternoon, Singh Saab. Is there any case study specifically in Indian steel sector that you have provided, if not all of these digital tools, if any of the tools that you have provided, and what was the value addition in whatever limited time it has been implemented?
Okay. So, sir, we've been working in AI and AI-based solutions for the past 3.5 years. And all the images and videos that you're seeing are actually of live deployments that we've done. And specifically about steel sector, if I talk about, we have deployed a solution for tracking the in-plant logistics monitoring system through AI. So I'll actually not be able to name the client, but I'll tell you a very...
Sorry to interrupt, mostly it was a transport management system, sort of.
Okay. So not just transport. So the motive was to reduce theft, automate operations, and make them manless, to reduce the carbon footprint, improvise the operational flow.
So my intention was to understand if there is any case study specifically for what you told about the furnaces optimizing themselves, but that's a major issue of energy losses right now.
So furnaces optimizing themselves is the future vision that we hold, but to do that today, what we're doing is we're doing coal moisture and particle size distribution analysis autonomously on the conveyor moving at speed of 2 ms. That is one. Then ladle tracking or billet tracking, tracking the entire production process and understanding where your bottlenecks are, understanding when a cobble would happen and predicting how to stop that, predicting in advance to stop the cobbles from happening. So such solutions we've already deployed where we are doing a lot of research and collecting data so that tomorrow, that is our vision for 2035. We reach there where we say that furnaces now are in a position to optimize themselves.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Best of luck for it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful and the amazing presentation by Mr. Batra. And now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please come on the stage and present this memento, a token of respect and appreciation to Mr. Siddharpreet Singh Batra, founder and CEO, Helios Tech Solutions. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? Thank you so much, Mr. Batra. And thank you so much, everyone. And now let's proceed for the next session, which is Innovation in Building Materials. And for the session speakers, I would like to invite Mr. Rahul Oak, Director, EY India. Can we have a round of applause for him? Mr. Abhinav Sen Gupta, Associate Director, PwC India. I can't hear the applause. I think we all are feeling lethargic after lunch. Mr. Amit Baveja, DGM, Construction Solution Business, Jindal Steel Limited. Last but not the least, Mr. Mayank Teko, Head Sales Development, Infrastructure North, Jindal Stainless. So the key discussion points would be stainless steel TMT bars, revolutionizing construction, use of waste-derived material like plastic bricks and slag-based cement for eco-friendly construction, sandwich panels for lightweight yet robust walls and roof in high-performance buildings. So the session is Innovation in Building Materials. And over to you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul. I work with cement, which is a significant building material, and specifically what is being done and what can be done to decarbonize cement and go towards green cement. So I'll try to cover this in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We'll start with a brief of the Indian cement outlook. What are the emissions coming from cement? What is the importance of doing decarbonization early? What are the strategic levers for decarbonization? And what are the challenges and imperatives when it comes to greenification of cement? India is the second largest cement producer. We produce about 430 million tons of cement. We are at 290 per capita consumption, which is almost half of the global consumption. So there's a big growth story ahead of us. Now, while all this is good, what happens is that cement is a very highly polluting industry. So the Indian cement industry per se is efficiency-wise, probably the Indian cement is roughly 550 kgs per ton of cement, which compares to about 630 globally. But because of the scale of production, we end up becoming the second largest emissions producer in the cement sector. And we account for almost 11% of the global emissions coming out of cement. Now, This is where the newly launched carbon credit trading scheme, or the CCTS, becomes very important. We have seen that from PAT to CCTS, the regulatory backdrop is shifting quite rapidly. Now, the first compliance window for the CCTS scheme is 2025 to 27, under which the reduction targets are relatively modest. So for cement, it is 2 to 6% over the next 2-year period, which translates into an abatement of close to 9 million tons of carbon dioxide. However, the CCTS regulations are expected to become more and more stringent going forward, because we are currently way below the SBTi as well as the net zero targets. So we expect these compliance requirements to shoot up over the next 5 to 10-year period. Now, why is it important for companies to do decarbonization? Now, we did a simulation for a 10 million ton cement company, and we saw that if the cement company were to do business as usual, does not take any decarbonization efforts, what is the kind of financial impact that the company can incur over the next 4-year period? Now, I just want you to focus on 2 lines. The blue line is the carbon emissions by this company as BAU, and the black line is the one that the company will have to adhere to if it has to comply with the CCTS standards. Now, if the decarbonization initiatives are not undertaken, this company will have to pay a financial penalty of almost 300 to 350 crores over the next 4 to 5-year period. That sort of underpins the importance of early decarbonization by the cement sector. Now, what we expect is that if the industry were to start taking these efforts, there are gains that the companies will get over a long-term period, because while the cost of decarbonization is expected to go down as learnings come, as technological improvements come into the play, the carbon pricing is expected to keep on going up. So if the companies do decarbonization in a capex today, they will stand to gain in the long term. Luckily, we have seen that the Indian cement companies have taken pretty aggressive targets. In fact, they are surpassing the global targets that global companies have taken. So while the Indian companies have taken targets of around 450 kgs per ton of cement produced, the global companies, and these are major global companies, they are in the range of 500 to 600 tons. So it's a good start by the Indian cement companies. Now, there are 4 or 5 major strategic levers that companies have at their disposal to reduce carbon emissions. One is thermal efficiency, which is basically around power and fuel, which comes from process control, hardware updates, alternative fuels. Then the next is the product modification, where the efforts are to reduce the clinker content in cement, because that's where most of the emissions are happening. Preservation, which is going to be the most important area, estimated to contribute to almost 25% of the net zero targets, and this is where a lot of efforts are going to be required by the government as well as the industry. And the last is carbon efficiency. So as the industry moves towards more RMC, it basically brings into play better controls, lower cement usage, so on and so forth. Now let's look at these quickly. The first lever is thermal efficiency improvement. Now, as I said earlier, there are limited gains which will come from improvement of the plants, because plants are fairly modern in the country. The second intervention we have seen happening in the Western countries, which we feel are resulting good returns, are AI/ML interventions through establishment of digital twins. Now, these we have seen LafargeHolcim do it in Switzerland, and they are going to roll it out into 140 plants through one of their programs. We have seen Siemens doing it. EY has developed this at a few steel and building material clients, and we have seen a good 10 to 15% reduction in energy cost using these digital twins, which basically optimize your raw materials, fuel mix, process controls, and dynamically adjust all these inputs so as to improve your power and fuel requirements. The third is thermal substitution, where basically the companies are trying to substitute coal and coke with alternative fuels. Now, this is a problem area as far as India is concerned, because if you look at the thermal substitution rate, we are at around 5%, whereas the global average is 15%. And there are some Scandinavian countries where you have seen even 80-85% thermal substitution. Now, the main reason here is that we don't have supply chains for consistent availability of good quality alternative fuels. Now, the role of urban municipal bodies is important here in source segregation of municipal solid waste, which can be very good alternative fuel. The other areas of problem are the unavailability and the very high cost of green hydrocarbon, which is 2 to 3 times more expensive as compared to grey hydrocarbon. There are certain interesting technological developments which are happening in the kiln side, which is where almost 70% of the emissions happen in the cement sector. But these are at either a pilot stage or an early rollout stage, and we don't expect a significant commercial scale usage, at least for the next 5 to 10 years period. The next big lever is decarbonization of electricity, where again a lot of Indian companies are taking aggressive steps in terms of establishing waste recovery plants, setting up green power plants. In fact, in green power, you see companies like Ultratech, Ambuja, Dalmia, they have taken the target of going nearly 100% of their requirements through green power. So a lot of work happening here in decarbonization of electricity. Interesting developments are also happening in terms of changing your product mix. So there are 5 or 6 major products which are being developed where the clinker content in cement is being reduced, and clinker content is directly linked to your emissions. For example, an OPC cement will have 800 kgs per ton of cement, whereas a PPC cement will have probably 450 kgs. So the moment you reduce clinker, the emissions are going to go down. Now, one of the things that the government can do here is that we don't have a definition of green cement. There is no taxonomy for green cement, and that's something that we believe that the government should take steps and establish a standard for green cement. The government can also create demand pull through mandatory public procurement of green cement, green rating incentives for using green cements, and perhaps even providing carbon credit multipliers or preferential taxes for companies who are doing or using green cements. A very, very important lever for net zero is going to be CCUS. CCUS is basically you capture cement, you capture carbon dioxide, store it, transport it, and basically use it into other value-added products like chemicals like urea or building materials like carbonated concrete, etc. Now, 2 major issues here. One is very high cost and a near lack of supply chains for transport and storage of CO2. Now, again, the regulatory and policy efforts are required here from the government side in terms of fiscal incentives and subsidies for pilot and full-scale CCUS projects. Then development of carbon capture hubs and shared infrastructure. Now, towards this, the recent initiative by the Department of Science and Technology, where 5 test beds have been set up as an industry academia project, is a start. And thirdly, a clear policy and regulatory framework for a long-term CO2 storage facility. These are some of the initiatives that the government needs to take in order to get higher adoption of CCUS, because this is going to be a very, very key factor for abatement in the country. So net-net, there are 4 major challenges: the economic constraints related to high costs of CCUS, regulatory barriers because there is no there's no clear definition of green cement, and there is no demand for green cement because there is no green cement standard. Technology constraints because we don't see any immediate improvement in kiln technology, but there are certain other AI/ML technologies which need to be adopted, which are slowly being adopted in the West. And largely supply chain constraints, where CCUS is hampered because of lack of CO2 storage and transport, and alternative fuels simply because the supply chains are not there in place. The thermal substitution rates are not good. So these are the 4 major issues that we find as far as abatement of carbon dioxide emissions is concerned in cement. Now, Net, summary slide, we need support from the government side. There have been initiatives that the government has taken in terms of national hydrogen mission, green hydrogen and green ammonia missions, so on and so forth. Even the industry has taken a number of steps towards green cement. However, the future imperatives from the government side are establishing green cement definition to streamline the roadmap and facilitating green finances, demand creation for green cement through policies around government procurement, establish a framework for setting up supply chains for alternative fuels, promotion of hydrogen adoption by making it affordable, development of a national strategy for CO2 storage, and development of a regulatory framework to govern the CCUS activities for driving the adoption, and finally fiscal incentives such as carbon taxes, carbon pricing, etc., which will incentivize people to start using green cement and companies to start producing green cement. Thank you.
A warm good evening to all of you. I am Abhinav Sengupta from PwC. And first of all, I would like to thank Metalogic PMS for giving me this opportunity. And this is a very opportune time to discuss about the innovations in building materials. Of late in the morning, we learned about the usage of steel in the oil sector, defense sector, and AI technologies and all. But this is something which is very new and it's a need of an hour. So I'll be speaking about the performance-driven materials, that how the end product of the steel will be impacting our performance for the net zero. So that is something which is very important to understand. So I'll be speaking through few areas, that what exactly the big shift, why this has happened, number one. Number two, I'll be talking about, through this I'll be talking about TMT bars, I'll be talking about the concrete, or basically the green cement, which already been spoken about by my previous speaker. I'll be speaking about the sandwich panels and glass, smart glasses. Then I'll be talking about the fire assemblies, and lastly, what we need to do in order for India to build an ecosystem in this. So let's get started. So basically, what we exactly do, as of now, we should not buy ingredients. We have to buy outcomes. That is something we need to keep in mind. So in order to build any building, these are the 5 things prima facie we require. You can see on the screen, the steel bar, TMT bars is there, then the concrete and sandwich panels, which is a different kind of structure, and it's very easy to made and quick to maneuver and add up. We'll speak about the smart glasses and the fire resistant material. It could be brick, it could be wall, it could be anything. So let's see where the thing has got changed. Now, what was used to happen earlier, in previously, we used to measure anything with the help of the price. Let's say a price of a cement bag, a price of a per kg of a steel. But now these connotation has got changed. Now we have gone more towards the performance-based measurement, like what outcome they are going to give it. So with new lens, if you could see, so there are 5 S that will determine this entire ecosystem. Number 1 is the strength. Your building ecosystem should give you a proper strength, be it a TMT bar. So a ductility is the measurement of the strength. Then safety, yes, it should stand by all the fire resistance, that it should not fall down, and it should strong, should not erupt. Speed, quick to maneuver. Just now we understood and learned that easy precast models and 3D models can easily plug in and just put it, and so that can reduce the construction time. And savings, the overall the lifetime cost of the construction needs to be come down. So saving has a very important role to play. And lastly, sustainability, because that is the agenda. Like the green, you have to go green everywhere. But if you can see the funnel, that input doesn't determine your outcomes. Your outcomes need to be verified. So what needs to be checked? Your performance need to be measured. Earlier it was just like, just input driven, like you give something and you're expecting an Y outcome. But now that verified performance need to be certified. So if you could see on the screen, so there are certain measurement. There are mill test certificates, then there are fire ratings, there are drift, durability, there are all kind of connotations. There are number of measurements, like say if you can see in case of TMT bar, there are measurements like elongities test, there's a tensile strength ratio. all those things is important for as a buyer or as a developer, as an engineer. We need to understand that. So now the connotation has got changed. So with the help of this 5 lens, we'll be looking at this new products, and we'll try to understand that in order to achieve this net zero, how they will going to play an important role. So we'll talk about the TMT bars. Now for TMT bar, the first and foremost thing, this gives the strength. Now for the strength, they have the ductility, so that in case of not only the, any kind of ground shaking or any kind of, let's say, if earth movement happens or earthquake happens, it should stay strong, it should stand that strength. So for that, you can see on this graph that on the right axis, you can see that the TMT bar FE500, the conventional TMT bar, which is FE500 legacy bar, has a ductility, but with the modified range that has a particular ratio of tensile strength to the compressive strength. That ratio, if it has to be limited in 1.1 to 1.5%, then your TMT bar can withstand more pressure, and it will be, it can optimize the cost. So these are the KPIs that you need to understand. So as a buyer, as a procurer in this field, we need to understand that these measures have changed. Also, we would understand that any building needs to stay for a very longer period of time. So now, while envisaging any kind of construction, like 50 years of lifespan, 75 years of lifespan, those things need to be understood. So you can see on the screen that there is a QA, QC check. I'm not going to get into the details, but these checklists are important. So as a buyer, as a procurer, we need to understand that all the checklists are outcome. And number one. Number two thing is, if it is not written, it should not be assumed. It has to be written very well that these performance are guaranteed. So this is with respect to the TMT bar. Now, if you quickly see the same with the concrete. Now, concrete, unlike TMT bar, which gives you the strength, the concrete gives you the durability. So you can see on the screen there is a graph which talks about the CO2 ladder. And if you go from left to right, so you can quickly see that from the ordinary pozzolana cement, the overall consumption of cement which is required is very high, but the CO2 emission is quite high also. But if you go down to the extreme right-hand side, like CO2 cured cement, which has a very less quantity of CO2 emission. So now the entire system is now going towards the outcome based. And again, unlike in case of TMT bar, in case of cement industry, it is more of an outcome driven, where I am building my structure. If it is in a area which is highly in taste of permeable region or acidic region, then it has to withstand those kind of durability test and permeability test. So that needs to understand. So again, the proper checks and standards are there that need to adhere to. Okay, and for a structural engineer, these are the technical things. I'm not going to get into details because of paucity of time, but yes, for a structural engineers, definitely your water to binder ratio and curing time, time to settling the time, all those things need to be taken care of. Thirdly, if you go like the envelope, which are the sandwich panels as well as the smart glasses. Now these envelopes, as you can see, these are basically nothing but a steel structure both at the inner and the outer end, and the middle layer is consist of a different material which is either thermal resistance as well as the heat resistance. Now based on depends on the usage and the demand, these material can get changed. Now the best part about this, these are very easy to procure, easy to make, and quick to install. So this gives you a flexibility, a builder in terms of flexibility that you can do it in a fast turnaround time. Also, if you can see the smart glasses, now there are buildings which are having these smart glasses, and these glasses, what they give the KPI? These give the KPI like thermal transmittance, also the solar heat gain coefficients. These are the few KPIs that need to understand that a proper heat absorbent of the building is minimum, so that it should not get warm up. So when you're buying these kind of panels, you are not going for a luxury, or not going for a final product. You are actually buying these kind of parameters, like you can call it as HSGC or U value. That is what you are procuring. And also you have to understand that the time to procure and to install this is very minimal. So these are the innovation that is happening in the overall building structure. Thirdly, if you could see for the fire part. Now any building, if it cannot resist fire, it will have no use. So you have to understand this overall thing in a fire stack manner. Now, in that fire stack manner, if one of the chain fails, then entire ecosystem will fall down. So it will depend on the few system. Let's say there is a proper building. Now in a proper building, entire assemblies and the parts by which the building is made of need to make sure that first of all it should be resistance, it should be heat, it should be thermal resistant, minimum of 90 minutes, 120 minutes, let's say 180 minutes, that amount of resistance it should have. Number one. Number two, it should have a protection layer, a thin layer, so that your building or the structure should not get corroded. Third, it should also have some kind of isolation or compartmentalization structure so that there is a proper time to evacuate and certain areas should not get impacted. Fourth point, it should, when there is a proper penetration point, like there are duct, conducts, windows, all those things need to be isolated. Otherwise, they will caught fire immediately. And last, because of all these ecosystem, man and material should get enough amount of time to pass through that building. So this entire fire stock needs to be taken care of. So while constructing that building, as an individual, as a buyer, as a procurer, or as a constructor, we need to make sure that fire stacking is ensured. And lastly, when we do this kind of measure, we have to understand that we are not buying the label. We are actually purchasing these 4 C's. And as of now, the honest reviews of these 4 C's are very important. So let's look at that. First of all, carbon content. We need to have green building. I just spoke about the green building. So carbon content is something which is need to be understand. Cost. It's not about the immediate cost. The cost over the period of the project. The life cycle cost need to be understand. There are products which have a higher upfront capex, but over the life of the building, they have a lower operating cost. Third, the compliance. Now, compliance check has become very important. So you have to make sure that it has a proper compliance check. And third and fourth is the capability, like the speed in which it can be built up, or do you have any proper ecosystem. This gives a proper evaluation parameter. So earlier what used to happen, we used to look at the sticker price and you have to purchase these panels, modules in isolation and build them up. But now when you are going, any kind of developer who is using these steel structure or these innovative panels, they have to look at through these 4 lenses and try to evaluate that whether this is making sense or not. And if you can see, then individual material, like you can see the smart glasses. Smart glasses has all the carbon structure very properly, carbon cost as well as capex, opex, compliance capability in the most efficient manner. Likewise with the help of TMT also. But again, it depends on structure to structure, geography to geography, area, where it wants to be built up. So you have to evaluate this. And lastly, there are total 4 players in this. So we I spoke about the developers who is basically developing the building, engineers who is basically ratifying your, the plans, design. This is the contractor who will ultimately build it. Supplier who will supply the material, and last is the auditor. Each one of them has their own set of responsibilities. If you draw a RACI matrix, we would understand that the majority of responsibility lies with the ultimate developer who is owning it. So developer has to make sure that in each steps, as you can see on the screen, that the BOQ, right from ordering the BOQ, right from preparing the RFP for procuring of the material, doing the test, performance tests, testing, consolidation, gaining some kind of, or issuing some kind of environmental, product design documents. All those things has to be complied with. And who's responsible, how the auditor will check it, all those things need to be very clear. And lastly, if India has to build this ecosystem, then it's really, now it is gaining ground that almost in a one year span of time, first of all, a pilot scale needs to be developed. On a pilot scale basis, these 5 S which we already spoke about, like safety, savings, sustainability, speed, strength, all those based on all these 5 measures, your buying material needs to be evaluated. And then there is a baseline cost of particular material or particular building or whatever construction you're doing needs to be determined. And then going up in next 3 to 6 months, this needs to be scaled up. Then procurement needs to be done in a certain sustainable manner. And lastly, once the ecosystem set in, then you can definitely, in your future procurement, you can build this kind of BOQ in your RFP. And the procurement can be given impetus. And lastly, the auditor needs to play a very important role in this. A regular periodic audit needs to be done. So in nutshell, if you see that we have to, earlier it was only like you have to buy and sell. Now in this case, you have to specify the outcome, what exactly you want. And you have to verify it with the proof, because somebody will give you whatever item, because you're not going to see through naked eyes. These are the KPIs that you have to follow through these lenses. Then you have to verify with the proper proof that what has been promised, it is given, it has been delivered. And once these things are measured, then you have to scale it up. So this is a very small presentation what I would like to give about this innovation in materials in this building sector. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Amit Baveja. I am from Jindal Steel, and I am presenting one of our new innovation technology called SynBeam. You can see this is the new technology we brought into India. This is called SynBeam. It's a corrugated web beam. You can see the column and rafter all are corrugated. And basically this is a sinusoidal profile of web. That is the reason it is called as SynBeam. Basically, it's a Austria company called Siemens. We brought the machine from Siemens company. And with this technology, you can optimize the structure depending on the application of the building as well as the nature of the building. You can optimize the structure about to 25%. That's all because of the optimization. You can see if you consider the web thickness in warehousing, industrial shed, factory shed, about 6 to 8 mm. But in this technology, we take 2 mm or maximum 3 mm because of it's corrugated. That's the small comparison between SynBeam and plain beam. In SynBeam, it's a let's buckling because actually it's have a non-stiffener also. In look-wise, it's better aesthetic because of the corrugation. In terms of production, we have a very good capacity, and it's a robotic welding. In plain beam, you can see, in plain beam, they required the stiffener also. It's a traditional look as well as the conventional welding. It's SAW or MIG. As far as design safety is concerned, it is approved by IIT Kharagpur as well as it is under the approval of BIS. In a span of 3-4 months, it will be in printing in BIS standard. The design is already approved by BIS as well as IIT Kharagpur. This is the IIT report signed by one of the professor, Aragya Das. This is the geometric view of SynBeam. You can see it will be available in tapered section as well as in straight section. As far as web height is concerned, it will be available minimum 333 mm and it will goes up to 1.5 meter. In terms of thickness, it is available minimum 2 mm and goes up to 6 mm depending on the design and building environment. As well as flanges are concerned, it remains same 160 to 450 and 6 mm to 30 mm depending on the strad. This is the corrugation, how it work. The center of the image you can see it's corrugated, how it work. And right side you can see it is available in straight section, and left side you can see it is available in the tapered section also, just to optimize the structure. This is few photograph during the production. It's a completely robotic welding. Left side you can see it's a complete robotic welding of continuing. And right side you can see the before the painting photograph. It's a ready-made, custom-made material. This is also one of the photograph of SynBeam machine. It's complete. We have shown the robotic also. This is also one of the photograph. It's a complete bed system. In center we can keep the web, corrugated web, and right side and left side we can keep the flanges. Then it will goes continuous welding. These are few projects of the SynBeam. Majorly, it has been executed in western region in India. You can see the column as well as the rafter, both are syn structure. This is also one of the building. Columns are plain and rafter are syn. You can see. In this building, column and rafter both are syn. Purpose of this building, in this building there is a EOT crane. And this building is still design-wise is passed because of the syn structure. This is also one of the building. Column and rafter both are syn structure. This is also one of the building. In mezzanine beam as well as the column, all are corrugated web instead of plain, just to optimize it. You can see this is a step column with the EOT crane. All the columns and rafter in this building also completely syn structure. Majorly, depending on the building environment, you can get the tonnage advantage around 25%. It's all depend the building application. This is also one of the building. All the columns and rafter are syn. That's all we have. It's a very small presentation.
Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mayank Tikku. I'm here to represent Jindal Stainless Steels, the infrastructure vertical. Just because of the time, I will quickly skip through the company slides and move on to the topic, which is the usage and the advantage of using stainless steel as a building material for infrastructure projects. Just a very brief understanding of how stainless steel differentiates from a normal mild steel or carbon steel is that there is a minimum 10.5% presence of chromium into the elemental composition. This chromium, when reacts with the atmospheric environment, creates this 2 to 3 microns of corrosion protective layer. Due to this, the stainless steel becomes corrosion resistance. Since the theme revolves around the building material, so generally we will deal with two type of building materials, cement and sheet steel. So there are a lot of advantages, disadvantages of each, but quickly just want to focus upon the advantage of stainless steel. Since it has a corrosion resistance, hence you will get a very high 100+ years of design life. The maintenance cost will be less. Because of the high strength to weight ratio, you can reduce the size and the weight of the structures, and hence your execution at site becomes much faster. Why the question is, what's the need of using a stainless steel as a building material for the infrastructure projects? So as a country, if I look at the the eastern, southern and the western part of countries, surrounded by the oceanic environment, hence the coastal areas will probably have a very high amount of corrosion. But my focus here today is just going to be in the northern part of India, which is what all types of causes can lead to corrosion in the northern part of India. So we will have probably industrial pollutions. If we go on the top of India, the northern part of India, hilly areas, you will probably even have frost damage causing the corrosion in the structural elements. A very recently published study from IIT Roorkee, they did 3 surveys of bridges, which is in the extreme locations of Uttarakhand, in which these 3 bridges installed and executed probably 30+ years ago. All of them, there was a corrosion which was found. Sorry, I'm not able to point, but it's circled in terms of due to the frost damage, there were corrosion found in the structural members. Similarly, even the longitudinal joints and webs were found to be having certain corrosion. The harmful effect of corrosion in any building material or the infra project is, it can lead to, it could be a leading reason for the collapse of the structure. Very, very simple. There are 3 product solutions that we have. SS plates, which can be fabricated into any section members, stainless steel rebars, and SS checkered plates. These are the primary application for these products. We'll go into bridge engineering, railways, highways, ports, tunnels, and even now we've entered into the building construction segment. There are close to more than 200 stainless steel grades, but for the bridge engineering or the infrastructure projects, we generally promote the ferritic grade, which has minimum 10.5% chromium content. It's a mandate. Each of these grades that I've mentioned have their own unique properties, their strength and the elongation and the mechanical properties. Paren is the pitting resistant corrosion number. Each of the grades commonly mentioned here would have the PRN number, and based upon the strength of the material, we would be recommending different material for different applications. Just for the lack of time, I'll just quickly skip to the slides. So for the bridge engineering, we would recommend and promote IRS 350 4CR, which has a design code already approved. And even in the July revision of IS 6911 code, the IRS 450 has also been incorporated. Quick introduction on the rebars. So we have IS 16651 2017 IS standards for the rebars. And like the previous speakers were mentioning about the ductility factor, which is regarding if there is any seismic activity. So this complies to that standard as well. Just to comply for these standards, MOTH and the NHI had issued this policy that, and also this is mentioned in the ISC chapter of 112, that against any extreme environment, corrosive environment, they have mandated the use of stainless steel rebars. One of the other applications which we have recently came to light was the stainless steel rebars used in the building construction industry. We were working on one of these case studies in Gurgaon. There's one of those residential developer, due to this chloride contamination, the raft and the foundation was completely corroded. And hence he was looking for the solution of a stainless steel, as in there was a problem of corrosion in these standardized mild steel rebars, or TMT rebars as we call it. So hence, we were able to solve the problem by providing these stainless steel solutions. And from the infrastructure projects, whenever we do see these highways, these expressways, the section of the abutments, piers, or the foundation, which is typically immersed in the, exposed to the water, it is called the scoured area. There, this is very high probability of having a corrosion. So some of these government development authorities have basically approached us for this solution of stainless steel rebars. I'll just, similarly, we'll have a checkered plate, which probably would be having, you will be finding applications across food and beverage units, railways, stations, and foot overbridges. Again, this is also because of its high yield strength, and so you can reduce the thickness from probably 8 mm to 6 mm using a stainless steel checkered plate, and hence the weight of the structure comes down. For any new material or technology, one of the most important tests is to have the adherence and the approvals from the government agencies and the policies. I'll just quickly go through it. So for SS stainless steel plates and structures, we have MOT NHI policies from railways, which mandates the usage of stainless steel foot over bridges and ROBs. Similarly, on certain condition of extreme environment, they have mandated the use of rebars as well. Similarly, for the checkered plate, which is started by maybe again the 30 kilometer as a guideline, but now this has been mandated for pan-India usage on any railway project, foot overbridge or road overbridge. Stainless steel checkered plates are now being mandatory usage. Typically, once you have it, then you want to also have associations with the state development authorities and the PWDs. On my left side of the table, you will find a lot of PWDs across states have already accepted stainless steel as a material, all those 3 products which I was mentioning. And similarly, once we have the approvals, what about the project execution, right? So we also have to standardize our designs so that it's easy for people to adopt. So for any foot overbridge, we already have an RDSO approved 25 to 30 meter span. Similarly, for a road overbridge, approved till 36 meters. Currently, we are working with the RDSO team for the longer spans. Typically, the application longer spans will come into remote location in which the pier foundations are will be very difficult to be set. Just now, the overall summarize in terms of the advantage. If you do, like we have executed a lot of projects using stainless steel as a material. So just those comparison, I will just a few minutes, so I'll quickly wrap through it. Typically, just because of a higher strength ratio, you can minimize the cross-sectional area, and hence you can reduce the amount of tonnage of steel that would be used. So a typical example of a composite girder here, by having a same grade strength mild steel versus a higher strength stainless steel, we were able to weight optimize the entire design by 24%. Another example of a ROB, which is a road over bridge, similar amount of 11% savings was done using the stainless steel IRS 450 CR. So this is probably the first of a kind pilot project which we did at Parik Nagar, 40 meter span. Similar, the weight reduction was 37%. And this is a new type of project which we are partnering with NHIDCL and BRO, which is typically managing and developing these K-type truss bridges in the extreme remote location of the country, specifically located in the border area, in which the span length of the bridges are going to be very, very high. So minimum span length, what we are talking here are 80 meters. So this is a typical 125 meter K-truss type bridge, which we designed for NHIDCL. Again, the amount of saving was 15%. one of the major changes or the project that we were able to execute this year was this ROB from Tamil Nadu State Highway Department. Typically, they were making this entire road over bridge, which was having 12 number of concrete piers. Then this design got changed into stainless steel, in which the total weight of a concrete ROB was 780 metric ton. But when we designed this in stainless steel, it got reduced to 290 metric ton. This is already out in the tendering process and is already under the execution from the contractor. So imagine the amount of weight that you have saved, or how much time you will save when you are executing this project. So the total construction timeline of this project, from probably erection timeline also, from 12 months has come down to probably 5 months. Just one last slide. So just a slide in terms of how many projects JSL has executed. So happy to inform 20 plus projects pan-India we executed, which makes India the highest number of stainless steel projects in the world. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please come on the stage and present this memento to Mr. Rahul Oak, Director, EY India. Now I request Mr. Abhinav Sen Gupta, Associate Director, PwC India, to please accept this token of appreciation and respect from Ms. Monica Bachchan, Metalogic PMS. Can we have a round of applause, gentlemen? I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please present this memento to Mr. Amit Baveja, DGM Construction Solution Business, Jindal Steel Limited. Last but not the least, Mr. Mayank Tiko, Head Sales Development Infrastructure, North Jindal Stainless. Can we have a group picture together? Thank you so much. And now next session we have here is Make in Steel for Public Infrastructure for Mass Transits, Airport, railway stations, bus stands, inland waterways and high-speed motors. And the speakers for the session, so let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless. Can we have a round of applause for him? I can't hear the applause, everyone. Our session speakers, Mr. Ravendra Kumar Goyal, ex-principal ED Bridges, Railway Board. Mr. Prashant Jain, VP National Highways, Logistics Management Limited. Principal Architect, Mr. Sanjay K. Surya, Director, Studio Creative Group. Mr. Kiran B. Nandre, Country Manager, Inland Navigation, Renus Logistics. Mr. Ravi Kiran Mandumula, Regional Sales Manager, West, Tubes Division, Tata Steel. Over to you, Mr. Vijay Sharma.
Namaskar, good evening. Well, Monica, all your sessions were very, very critical, but I feel that this session makes it a little more complex. It says public and mass. The complexity is बिना बिजली का कनेक्शन काटे हुए, बिना पब्लिक को रोके हुए, how do we ensure that all such public infrastructure remains active? I am sandwiched between a very experienced panel right from solution providers to solution seekers, excellent integration, and their expertise in next 1 hour we will all hear. To set the context, during the day, I was hearing certain new buzzwords, keywords, trends, sustainability and quality. I picked these two. I also realized that sustainability somehow is being used loosely equal to carbon neutrality, which I believe is a very myopic view. I think that this concept has 3 pillars. I call it a triple bottom line. Every solution should be an integrated solution, which should be friendly to the public, people. That is the first one. Second is it should be friendly to the planet. The carbon thing comes here. And of course, it should make us prosperous. So during our interactions, sirs, I am sure that this larger definition of sustainability will be considered. Quality, even in the inaugural, a lot of focus was there. I believe that quality again should not be limited to the product, because somewhere when people like me who are producers of steel or stainless steel, again we somehow limit it to the product, but no, a lot of services, even in a manufacturing setup, up to ease of doing business, and specifically Prashantji and Suryaji, they are into lots of services also. So when we consider this, in the last session I heard, and please don't hear me wrong, a lot about cement also, but the trend is changing with respect to the circularity. Cement to steel ratio, India is too high as compared to the world. We are too high as compared to USA, and we are 3 times too high as compared to Korea and Japan. So I believe that while handling, creating, conceiving infrastructure, this aspect also would be critical among my co-panelists. So with this background, I would like to start to learn from the experience of the gentleman on my right side, Shri Ravindra Kumar Goelji. Sir, with such a vast experience of being on that side, which is the perhaps biggest consumer, biggest decider, and biggest spender in public infrastructure. Sir, while designing various aspects, various assets, metro stations and all those things, and bridges, considering the durability and recyclability with respect to the life cycle costing and end of life, how do you decide? What is the balance you are able to create? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Sharma, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me here in this workshop. As a practicing engineer, I would like to state that there cannot be one material for uniform application everywhere. In fact, if you see the history, the use of steel in infrastructure, particularly in bridges and buildings, it has started with the arrival of the Britishers in this country. Before that, we used to have most of the infrastructure in masonry, mostly stone masonry and brick masonry also towards the northern region, where stone is usually a problem. So with the arrival of the Britishers, they brought the technology of steel, and you all know initially all the steel used to be manufactured in UK and used to be transported here. So when they constructed railways, a large scale of uses in bridges, buildings, flyovers, everything, it was in steel. You can see, if most of you must have gone to Bombay, you go to VT building, that is the CSTM now, or you go to Bombay Central, Mumbai Central, or even Churchgate, all the buildings, sheds, they are in steel. And there is one harbor line from VT to going to Kurla and then to Navi Mumbai, there is a station called Sandhurst Road Station. That is on a flyover. And that complete flyover is built in steel. And the station is on the elevated level at that flyover. The complete station building is also mostly on steel columns. And then shed, you all know, platform shelter, etc., they are in steel. So the steel has been traditionally a very convenient, very well invented, well designed, well engineered material for use in railways with that, from the time of the initial construction of the infrastructure. But now you have talked about this ratio of steel to concrete in India. It is not good. But the question is, before the invent of concrete, it was all steel. The concrete came actually into being after the First World War, when the bunkers made of concrete were found. They were very much sustainable. They defended the, blast loads were very well taken care of by the concrete bunkers at that time. So the very first bridge application of concrete was in Coronation Bridge. That is a bridge between Sikkim and near the not Sikkim. That is on River Teesta, somewhere in the Assam. So it's a concrete arch bridge built from 1937 to 1942 or 43. So because you know arch bridges, they are mostly in compression. All the members are in compression. Concrete is a very good material when subjected to compressive loads. So it was found very useful. Steel traditionally is considered good in tension. So a good designer makes a judicial compromise between the two. Wherever the requirement is of compressive stresses, he will go for concrete. Wherever there is a requirement of resisting tensile forces, he will go for the steel. So this is a mix. And it is a choice of the designer, and it is the intelligence of the designer, how does he uses his expertise and experience. I think it's clear.
Thank you, Welsa, for this balanced view. I understand that technology is evolving. I also understand that every material has its own space, but the right solution, I believe that should be based on a good balance of the 3 P's of sustainability and whatever fits best. And that's what you just explained. कि जहाँ concrete चाहिए, वहाँ concrete, जहाँ steel चाहिए, और जहाँ कहीं stainless steel चाहिए, तो stainless steel भी. So
एक और चीज़ में इसमें आपने sustainability की बात की है. Our experience with steel has been very, very good. And steel bridges which were built more than 100 years ago are still being sustained on Indian railways. So this is a very big, you can say, experience available with railways. And the another advantage of the steel is that it can be repaired. The members can be replaced piece by piece. So you can give necessary input wherever it is required, and then you can prolong the life of the steel structures. And for that, you need a organization, maintenance organization, which Indian Railways is fortunately having, and probably Indian Railways is the only organization which is having a dedicated organization for maintenance of bridges.
Thank you, Welsa. I think follow up to this wonderful explanation. Surya ji, आपकी तरफ चलते हैं. I read that you are a master planner in sustainable infra. So beyond the traditional structural use, how you think that steel can improve the passenger and consumer experience in terms of aesthetics, hygiene, safety, modularity? Your views, please.
Thank you, sir. Before we start about steel, I just want to give you the broader picture कि ये steel पे हम क्यों पहुँचे हैं. First of all, a big congratulations to all of you. Today we are the world's 4th largest economy of the world. Are you aware of that? तो 5th कौन था जिसको हमने 4th बनाया? So it was Japan that we beat. और उससे पहले मुझे खुशी तब हुआ था जब हमने इंग्लैंड को बीट किया था, विच वॉज नंबर 6. सो टुडे वी आर नंबर 4 एंड टू नंबर 3 जाने में हमें कोई बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी. तो currently we are 3.9 trillion and Germany is 4.15 trillion. So that barrier is very small barrier. But the last two barriers, the number 2 and number 1 is a huge barrier because we are in single digit. China is around 20 trillion and America is about 35 trillion. So that jump is a very big jump. So we need to do something that barrier can be breached. So recently, we keep on talking to all the government officials, ministries. So Modi ji has a plan of 10 trillion economy by 2030. ये सुनने में अच्छा लगता है. तो there must be some road map. तो अगर आप उस road map को check करेंगे, the very first point he says is we have to improve the infrastructure. So our economy is totally driven on infrastructure. If you want to make in India, you need to have an infrastructure which can support Make in India. Currently, we are infra deficit country. So we need to build very fast. We need to build as a very big volume. So the only material that I can think of is steel. जो काम लोगों ने 20 साल में किया वो मुझे 5 साल में करना है. That is the pace I have to generate. So any work, if you say to me कि if the project goes for 5 years, it's big no for me. The project has to be finished within the span of 2 years. Whether it's 100 crore projects, 500 crore projects, 1,000 crore projects, or even 5,000 crore projects. So we need to have that momentum. That momentum will push us forward towards achieving that target of trillions economy that we aim for. So the only material that I think of is steel because it is the material which gives me a lot of flexibility in terms of designing. I can span large, I can span big, I can defy gravity, I can do all things. And when up to the question about steel in infra, currently we are at a pace where we are doing 500 crore project in a matter of 2 years. Recently we completed our Gwalior airport. It's a 450 crore project and we handed over the project in 18 months, sir. So this is the pace we want to achieve, sir. And the timeline has to shrink, sir. So आज जो हम 18 महीने में कर रहे हैं, I'm aiming for कि we should start doing it in 4 months, 5 months. तभी तो हम वो target achieve कर पाएंगे. So the steel is the only element, whether it's in foundation, whether it's in the superstructure, if you want to go for the practicality purpose, whether you want to have a system where low maintenance is required. So stainless steel comes into the picture because of the operational cost. Then hygiene comes into the picture, the low maintenance factor comes into the picture, and sustainability is the biggest factor. So all this component takes me towards steel only, and I wish we can have more alloys as a future product which can give us a freedom in terms of design to be used in all infra work. Airports are green now because we are moved away from the grey architecture. So we are not majorly involved in concretes. It's all about steel now. Steel gives us flexibility. You can build it in the factory, which is a controlled environment. The product is of a good quality, of a higher strength, and the transportation is the only factor that we have to take care of. Now, infra is moving into a domain which is a brownfield. Like sir said, we are into the railways. Now, railways are at the epicenter of the city. Now, you cannot take the material into the site very easily because it's a congested area. The railway line divides the city into 2 parts. It's right at the center. So, and you cannot stop the passenger. You cannot stop the flow of the trains, and still you have to span it across the platform and across the various modes for integrating the whole system. And time is a big concern, so I would like to save my time in all dimensions, whether in designing, whether in execution, or whether it's in handing over. So that's the aim. Time is the key, time is the money, and time is what I'm aiming for. Thank you, sir.
Just to add, sir, to
to what Surya said, that for infrastructure projects, time is of utmost concern, and with speed and efficacy, and also the design element. As NHLML, we are also into development of urban mobility. We are developing the first ropeway in India on MDG in Varanasi. And as most of you must have been to Varanasi, it's a place where you don't find spaces to construct buildings or implement towers and develop an ecosystem. So in that case, the first material which came to our mind was that stations could be converted into, instead of cement structure, let's have a steel structure wherein it can be implemented, designed and developed outside, fabricated outside, and brought to site and immediately constructed within a limited time frame so as to avoid any inconvenience to the pilgrims or the movement of traffic. So that kind of advantage we have with the steel.
Thank you, Prashantji and Suryaji. Very interesting learning was that despite of the brown field and the mass and public, the silver lining is that your efficacy in project implementation, it's increasing. And that's really heartening. Now, the next important deliberation point to me is that while we talk a lot about the infrastructure in relation to tier 1, but a lot of things should happen in tier 2 and 3. This deliberation will be for Prashantji, you, Goel Sahab, you, and also Surya Sahab, but I would like to start with Prashantji. You referred about cable car. I have noticed that untraditional exposure to industrial parks, intermodal stations, bus terminals, even Commonwealth is your forte. So what is your view on pre-engineered steel modules related with the construction time reduction, related with ease of creating it, dismantling it, and also how do we integrate it with the smaller cities?
Sir, as I already mentioned, that steel has an advantage of designing it, and we can have a flexibility of fabricating it outside the site premises. So based on that, the steel has a faster rollout in terms of, and it's much lighter. And with my experience of, say, Commonwealth Games, the Games Village, I was involved in the Games Village where the athletes had to stay. So creating an entire village within a span of 10-15 days, those were I believe Russian contractors. They just came and implemented the entire Games Village during the night. They had prefabricated materials. They just came. Foundations were already ready based on their design. They came, bolted, implemented, put the tensile sheet fabric on the fabric portals, and the Games Village was ready. Cable car, as per the experience, about 70% of the material which is used in the entire ropeway system is made of steel only. Whether it is ropes, whether it is towers, whether it is gondola cabins, hangars. There is a lot of steel which is involved in those kind of projects. Besides that, intermodal station, if I were to speak about, we have developed concepts and almost tendered out 2 intermodal stations in India. First is in Katra and second is in Tirupati. The Katra one, the same was designed by Surya only. In that also, to expedite and to keep, there was one other factor that was scalability. So steel has that advantage of scaling a design at a later date also by incorporating certain elements. We have various tests also, as sir also mentioned that we can remove certain components which are old through NDT test or other tests which are possible, and can prolong the life of the entire structure. So intermodal station was one of that
public facility which was designed, and about, we managed to about, I think, Surya, correct me if I'm wrong, 35 to 40% of the entire facade and other elements which are more used by the passengers were converted to steel. So which gave a beautiful design to the building, and also the durability of the design during the harsh conditions which the building will face throughout the years of operations.
थैंक यू प्रशांत जी. इसी से फॉलोअप सर, आपका एक एक्सपीरियंस जानना चाहेंगे. ऑल दीज स्टेशन रिलेटेड डेवलपमेंट्स आर ब्राउन फील्ड, और सब स्टेशन जो है शहर के बिल्कुल अंदर ही होते हैं और छोटे शहरों में भी होते हैं. सो हाउ डू यू डू दैट कॉम्प्लेक्स इंटीग्रेशन so that people sitting on your right and my left, they are able to deliver on time? They cannot take the girders through road. It's a quite complex. So any of you three, but designing hai to I think girls are का experience लेते हैं, because while designing all these things, they must be keeping it in mind.
Yes, you are talking about the bridges or for the buildings?
Both. Whatever is the development area, FOBs, buildings.
Yes. See, railway has got a unique advantage that wherever it has to construct a bridge, it has got its own path available, railway track available. So we can move our prefabricated or precasted components through our wagons also, open wagons. So that helps us a lot, because we can plan it, because everything is within our command. So we have different departments, we integrate, we have to make a plan actually. Unless we make a plan, proper plan, we cannot execute it very fast. And we have so many bridges to be constructed and to be rebuilt or to be modified or rehabilitated, that unless until we plan minutely, we cannot really execute these works. You would be surprised to know that the old steel girder bridges, which we have to rebuild or replace with slabs, that job, by meticulous planning, we can execute in a period of, can you expect hours? 2 to 3 hours. In 3 hours, we can replace a steel girder with slab and restore the traffic. So that is only because we have got a dedicated team which can plan and which can execute, and we have got pre-engineering, lot of pre-engineering done. And another advantage is that we have got standardization. We have got very limited spans. Total spans, if you count, there would be not more than 12 to 15 standard spans. And then the volume is more. For one standard span, you have got a large number of bridges. So you do standardization, then you get the volume. So you can keep the fabricated products ready, components ready. And whenever you need, you will get, in a very short period of time, you can get it assembled and can keep your span ready for launching. So this advantage comes only with the standardization.
This also adds to the saving of cost because of...
Of course, saving of cost, saving of time also. And emergency repairs, that is very useful. If you have got some problem in one standard span, you can immediately get a span of similar kind readily available at some place, and you can transport it, and within no time, very short period of time, you can replace it.
Suryaji, I think you are one of the beneficiaries of this highly organized, standardized, and willingness of railways. Would you like to share something?
Definitely, sir. Railways is one organization that I'm very proud of. In terms of railways, they know everything. They know steel, they know maintenance, they know repair, they know A to Z about steel in railways. कौन सा स्पैन कब मेंटेन करना है, कब चेंज करना है, कैसे प्लान करना है, ये इनको सब पता है. अगर कहीं 1 टन माल लगेगा तो रेलवेज 1.5 टन माल लगाएगा, एंड दे आर वेरी स्टडी मटेरियल्स. तो यू कैन लुक इनटू देयर रेलवे सेटअप, यू कैन लुक इनटू देयर गर्डर्स. Blindly you can say कि it is 100% proof. So when the concept of value engineering comes in, when you start talking about we start saving steel, So that concept is a very new concept for a railways. So you cannot say ki that's a value engineering. For them, it is all about public convenience, public maintenance, and all their products. Railway station redevelopment, it is the biggest TOD infra work happening in the country. We are doing one of the biggest railway station, Ahmedabad railway station, which is 2,500 crore project. We are spanning huge sections. We are putting up a 60-meter span from one platform to the other platform. We are building 18-story tower totally in steel. We are not stopping the station. We are not stopping the passenger flow and still getting our footholds wherever we want, and accordingly we are doing these buildings. So these are very complicated structures, complicated not in terms of material but in terms of execution. If I say you have to span 25 meters without stopping a train and without switching off the electricity, which is 11,000 kV, and even the passenger will not be stopped, so how would you plan it? So challenges comes in terms of execution. So we need new technologies, a technology where we don't think of material being transferred at site, rather material being constructed at this site. We are looking, I'm thinking, why can't we have 3D drones manufacturing steel section at this site? So I'm thinking in that terms. So for that, technology support has to come from your side, where instead of material being built at site, bring the factory to the site. And that can be a mini factory or a small factory, and we can start building project in a very fast pace.
I am about to reach the midway of my curiousness. Another trend which is becoming very apparent is the speed to the mass transit. I think Tata is heavily involved in the bullet train, the role model. We would like to have your experiences from a supplier perspective, how you are facing it, how you are doing it. Mr. Ravi Kiran, he is from Tata Steel and in bullet train, very deeply involved. He will share his experiences.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So till the time he's trying to figure it out, so sorry for taking a slight detour. So initially it was a panel discussion which was planned, which were ready, but since I came in the morning, people were also making presentations, so I thought I will take this advantage to also show, sometimes it said pictures are mightier than words. Okay, so I thought I will balance my words with the pictures. So I thought of making some presentation. So we have some issue, but nevertheless, I will start. So good afternoon, everyone. So it's my privilege to be here today to not just share the Tata Steel's journey, but it is also to show a glimpse of the future of the Indian steel industry as we contribute to one of the India's ambitious infrastructure project, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail project, which is also famously called as bullet train project. This 508-kilometer corridor will be the first high-speed rail project in the India, using advanced Japanese Shinkansen technology, designed for speeds as maximum as 320 kilometers per hour. Among many engineering challenges, one of the requirements which stood out is the requirement of the 20,000 traction mast that need to take the loads, varying loads at the higher speeds, but also meeting the stringent Japanese industrial standards. Simultaneously, we aim to support the Make in India initiative by emphasizing localization and import substitution. It was indeed an uncharted territory for the Indian steel industry, but however, that is where Tata Steel took the lead. Now, when the contract for the electrification mast was awarded to L&T, so they encountered a lot of challenges with respect to the sourcing of steel tubes. There was rising pressure for getting the steel tubes imported from Japan, citing the quality concerns. So the Japanese consultants were very skeptical with respect to the whether Indian manufacturing has the capability to meet the very finer chemistry, mechanical and dimensional tolerances. So to elaborate on these parameters, traction masts are subjected to dynamic loading at various speeds, meeting the standards. So it needed very adequate strength, ductility and toughness. Corrosion resistance properties are also required for this material as the bullet train passes through the coastal areas or the polluted zones. Traction masts would be inserted into very predefined slots on the decks across the bridges, and hence tight dimensional tolerance were also required for the best fitment and have good structural integrity. Last and the foremost, these full-scale prototype testing at complete payloads was also a mandatory requirement to give any clearance for these pipes. So these were the technical challenges which L&T was facing. On the other side, if we see, import dependency would increasingly, import dependency would be increasingly expensive, considering 2-3 parameters. Advanced planning required for the long lead time for these many tubes to meet the commissioning deadlines, because you do not know how fast sometimes they are pushed. There are governmental pressures also to meet the deadlines. Inventory risk, considering for the planning to be done for the 20,000 pipes for the length. Dealing with the high import cost, considering the volatile global supply chains which we have been seeing for quite some years now. For the India's first bullet train, L&T had to choose from the two choices: remain dependent on the imports or take a leap and partner with a local competent local provider. Fortunately, L&T posed this challenge with Tata Steel, and that's where we recognize that it is not an obstacle for us, but it is a remarkable opportunity for us to localize a globally benchmark solution at a very low cost. So at Tata Steel, we viewed this as more than a supply contract. It was an opportunity to demonstrate the Indian engineering proficiency and cement our position as a partner in a nation building. So through early technical engagements with all stakeholders, right from the project consultants, project owners, contractors and subcontractors, we tried to decode the requirements of these tight, stringent Japanese standards. And we did this through 3-stage framework, which is we engineered the material chemistry, which is developing low carbon steel, microalloyed steel grades, which are equivalent to the Japanese STK 540, STK 500 grades, to achieve the high strength and high ductility, as well as achieving the zinc addition, which is required for the corrosion resistance, which was I mentioned earlier. So we also introduced process modifications in terms of the thermomechanical rolling parameters to achieve the ductility and toughness of the material. Last and most important part, I think we devised robust quality assurance processes which were required to pass on the factory acceptance test and many tests which the consultants initially did. So over a period of 12 months, through joint inspections, we achieved the first ever approvals for manufacturing high-strength steel tubes locally. So this is transitioning from pilot trials to the commercial supplies. So with the impressive results and boosting confidence, this is a journey we traversed from skepticism which was surrounding the, our capabilities, to the endorsements. As you can see, I'm just sharing the very proud moments when our railway minister showcased these erections as part of the project which is there recently, and endorsing our value. So for Tata Steel, the initiative we are not merely seeing this as any supplying of steel tubes, that any regular order which we had. It was about proving that innovation, Indian innovation, can meet the global standards that was being looked for. So it's also about empowering our contractors to have localized solutions, empowering our contractors that they can eliminate completely the import dependence, which was the key area, reduce project costs, and also ensuring uninterrupted supply chain to meet the deadlines. So all these, I think, paved the way on what all of us were talking about, is towards making self-reliant India. Looking forward, so with these kind of advancements, with this innovation and success, I feel that Indian steel industry is poised to be a strategic partner for the future high-speed rail corridors, and has built a robust foundation with respect to many innovations that can be done around the rail infrastructure and exports markets. The Mumbai-Ahmedabad project, I think it has pushed us, indeed tested our limits of speed, strength, and agility. As you can see, I mean, there is 0.5 million tons of opportunity we are seeing for this kind of steel traction marts in future, near future. I would like to just draw your attention to this picture which I am showing. Whenever the Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train starts, whenever one of us, when we sit into the train and conduct this journey, probably it will be, indeed it will be a proud moment for all of us to see the strength of the Indian structure in the form of the traction mast. Probably this is the only structure of the bullet train which you will sit in the train and you can see across the length of the 508 kilometers. So that is what the proud moment we feel it is. In conclusion, I am proud to say that this is Make in India and in action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi Kiran.
Just to add, just to add, as I mentioned that in ropeways about 70% of the material is made of steel. So I would like as he rightly mentioned that there are technical challenges, there are various codes which these countries follow, and based on that they approve the design. So there is one more opportunity of developing ropeway systems, which includes towers and other components and materials which can be made in India based on their codes and certified as per your experience in the railway project. So that will again boost the efficiency of Indian steel industry and also bring down the cost, which we right now have to get it from the European manufacturers, because ropeway is a very in India it is as of now at a very nascent stage. So that's another opportunity for the steel industry to come in and develop these components of ropeway.
Can I say something? Just one thing. Actually, what you wanted to say is in the ropeway industry, whatever manufacturing is being done, that is being done in steel, and one should try to reduce the cost of this construction by doing some innovation or by doing some collaboration with the steel industry. That is your point.
Yeah, it's more of a collaboration, sir, because as he also mentioned that the high masts were to be imported, but they manufactured in India.
What I wanted to say on this, you can do that provided you create the volume.
Yeah, I agree.
And volume can come when you do the standardization of your processes. Your designs, if they can be standardized, modularized, and then they can do the rolling of the steel products accordingly. Am I right, sir? So that will help. But problem is that right now, I don't think in ropeway we have got that kind of a volume that you can actually do the manufacturing suiting to their requirements.
Yes.
So there is a scope to interact and then decide how to do standardization, how to create the volume, so that it is beneficial to all.
Sir, I would like to just, thanks for your suggestions first and foremost to both of you. In this industry, how we view things is that this is not a given industry. It is in this tubular structural section, it is that we need to collaborate with all agencies, the industries, and see that how we can add value to their operations. So it is daily, so we never see the, of course, the scalability, all those aspects we definitely look into. Like even for bullet train, this is a journey of 3 years for us. In business, if you, today you invest and tomorrow you need the results. Okay, but this specific structurals or hollow section tubes, which I was mentioning, sir, it's just that, all these suggestions will help us. It's not that, even our idea when I mentioned my concept of bullet train, what we did, it was not, I was not mentioning only for the bullet train. It is about the mindset of how we should engage with the industries and see how we can add value.
To add Make in India.
I think, Mr. Ravi Kiran, learning for me is bullet train was not the hero of the story. Hero of the story was resilience, processes, systems, and dedication. Because the challenge of the MOQs, it is a very normal and natural challenge whenever new thing comes. It is always there. That struggle will always be there. But you demonstrated well how we are not less than anybody. And perhaps we have crossed this also. Thank you for this. Another very important area which I feel is, it should be called the future of domestic transport. I'm talking about waterways. So we have with us Mr. Kiran Andre with very versatile and decades experience in waterways. Associated with it, of course, vessel and shipbuilding. Over to you, Mr. Nandre, to share your experiences.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good evening, all. So I'm the only one who is not from steel making or steel using, but steel moving. So first, I would like to talk a short discussion on shipbuilding. So in 1960s to 80s, Germany was flourishing with the shipbuilding, the advanced ships, and it was using its Ruhr Valley steel making. So shipbuilding is totally dependent on the steel, and Germans were the best steel makers in the Ruhr Valley during those days, and German shipbuilding industry flourished. Later it started moving to Asia, so Japan, after 1980, Japan has picked up. So Japan's steel mills and the shipbuilding industry grown hand in hand, and it went well up to 2000. After year 2000, China, the steel making, everybody knows, no need to mention the numbers. But yeah, China is the world's largest shipbuilder as of today. So these three examples I gave because we were always importing the ships, the barges, the vessels from Europe, from Asia, and using for our coastal shipping or our inland waterways. But nonetheless, Indian government has taken a lot of initiatives. Let me tell you that Maritime Development Fund of 25,000 crores. Then Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Policy, which is rolled out recently by Honorable Shipping Minister. So these are all policies are encouraging the Indian shipbuilding companies, either the PSUs or the private companies are being encouraged, and even attracting foreign ship requirements. So any ship built in India will get around 10 to 30% of the ship cost to the shipbuilder to modify and develop their shipyards. This is the kind of initiative is being given by this ministry. So I think we as Indian shipbuilding industry is trying to be in top 10 in next 10 years. That is the kind of vision our ministry has given to the shipbuilders. And recently I visited some shipbuilders all across the country, including the private and government, and I understood we are exporting the vessels to the countries like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands, those who are insisting on green, hybrid, and solar and electric technologies. So we should feel proud that our Indian shipbuilding industry is growing very well. And steel makers and the users, since morning I heard a lot of distinguished speakers speaking about steel making. But nobody mentioned except the defense shipbuilding. There is a lot of scope for the commercial shipbuilding and Indian shipyards are gearing up for the next generation vessels to be delivered for our Indian coastal use, for the riverways and inland waterways, and we are also exporting the ships. So this was about shipbuilding, sir. Now, inland waterways and coastal shipping, short sea shipping, my favorite topic. So, since morning I heard a lot of speakers mentioning about making steel. Then the next step was green steel, and next step was sustainable manufacturing. Yeah, I was hearing everyone, and as I said, I am the only I am representing moving. So, if we look at an example of Volvo, the world's one of the renowned automaker, they have insisted their suppliers to have 3 scope emission reductions. Without that, they will not buy the steel from the supplier. So this is one Swedish company has taken these initiatives. So surely in future, the steel buyers in various areas of users, they will surely start demanding not only making the steel, but moving of the raw material from the mines to the factory and finished goods to the user's warehouse or factory. That also needs to be looked at. So we don't need only the green steel, but we need a green supply chain. Then it will have a complete end-to-end value chain whereby we can say, yes, we have delivered the green steel by moving as well. So this is a very important perspective. And I will not take much time, but I want to highlight about the Indian transport system. So since morning, whoever I met, they are moving either their raw material by roadways and railways. Some raw material is moved by some coastal vessels from mines to the plants. But majority dependence of our movement of the goods is on the railways and roadways. If you look at the world's largest steel producers, they have 42% of their cargo is moved across the rivers. So in European Union or in China, the primary category of the transport, the primary preference is given to the inland waterways, the coastal shipping, then the railways, and the last priority given to the roadways to complement the whole supply chain of the raw material and finished goods movement. So I would like to say, in India, till independence, we had these inland waterways which were very much used by Britishers along the Ganges, Brahmaputra. But now we don't see any barges or ships carrying the cargo or the raw materials along these rivers. Just to give, India is having 111 waterways, out of them 23 are navigable for the cargo movement. And it's a really good opportunity for us to look at, not to look at unimodal and bimodal like road and rail, but to look at a truly intermodal and multimodal movement, including the waterways, railways, and the roadways as a combination of all these modes of transport, and prioritizing the low emission mode, which is the waterways. So this is one suggestion, that India had this ecosystem till 1950s. And again, Government of India initiatives, Ministry of Port Shipping, Waterways, Inland Waterways Authority, from 1986, they have taken a lot of initiatives. The dredging works are going on, the rivers are getting advanced multimodal terminals all across the rivers. So I think it's a high time for all the decision makers to seriously think on looking at this as an alternative mode. Just to mention, sir, that our Indian context, if we are talking, this mode has the ability to move at least 20 to 30 million tons of cargo all across the rivers. So I will not take much time, just want to conclude. If this transport decision making or the supply chain decision making is left to the logistics manager or supply chain heads, this is not that easy, because if you want to make green steel and if you want to move is a green logistics, green transport, then it's a boardroom agenda. It's the role of the CEOs and the board members. They should ask their managers, first think of deciding your mode of transport, first check whether the waterways is available, then railways is available, and then do the road transportation, which is the easiest mode of transport. This will help us to really create a very good multimodal environment, and maybe next 10 to 20 years, we can have a very good multimodal transport system combining the barges, railways, and the roadways as a very well integrated model. Just to say, it's a very collaborative effort by the government, by the cargo owners who will give the volumes, and the service providers like us. So I'll just mention about my company. I come from Renest Logistics, which is Germany's one of the largest, Europe's largest inland waterways company. We operate 70 ports all across the European rivers and the deep sea ports. We operate 1100 barges and carry 42 million tons of cargo alone in 1 year as a company. Our Indian statistics, we do around 145 million tons cargo in a year as the complete inland water movement. So I'm saying there is a large scope of having inland waterways developed. And we have recently, on 6th May, in the Honorable Minister's presence, we signed a MOU with Government of India that we are importing 100 barges from Germany to be operated all across the Indian rivers. And this commitment, we are starting the services in January 2026 with pilot project of 30 barges to start with. And we look forward, all the steel makers for the raw material movement, the finished goods movements, please think before you decide to choose the mode of transport. It will be really a very good way to look at it, to look at green transport and green supply chain. That's my submissions. Thank you.
Just to add, sir.
Just one second. Just one second. Mr. Nandre, you spoke so well about a little lesser spoken topic. And by the way, you will also need steel to make the barges also. So I am seeing a very big red times up. I saw a message from Monica. Monica, we negotiated 60 minutes. We started at 4:32. So I am doing my timekeeper job also very religiously. So please don't push us for a couple of more minutes. So, I strongly believe, Mr. Nandre, the push which is towards the blue economy, marine and waterways is a part of that, and being pushed by Honorable Prime Minister himself, I think is going to bring the sea change, and you will not only transport steel, you will consume steel also a lot. So I have, before we conclude, I have one very important topic. I will seek your suggestions, but I don't want to miss that topic because Monica will not be that patient. We were talking about the freight, we were talking about the economy, speed. Sir, dedicated freight corridors. I believe that this will have a very strong impact on the increase in consumption of steel, new bridges, new rolling stock, and new warehouses, and a lot more new. Just 1 minute comment on that, sir.
I think Eastern DFC has already been completed, and Western DFC is about to be completed. So we have built 104 major bridges on Eastern DFC, and about 262 bridges on Western DFC. And there are flyovers, 21 flyovers on Eastern DFC and 33 flyovers on Western DFC. All these major bridges and flyovers, they all are in steel. And you know, we make the bridges up to 30 meters. We go for either concrete or composite, and beyond that, 100% steel bridges we make. And beyond that, Western DFC is basically carrying the containers. So we have got dwarf containers, 2 tiers, in 2 tiers. So about 400 containers per train we carry. So in manufacturing of these containers, again, we require the steel. So the construction of these 2 corridors has definitely helped us to produce more steel in the country. And then the OHE mast also, of course, throughout the 1,839 kilometers of Eastern DFC and 1,506 kilometers of Western DFC. The OHE masts, they all are of steel. So it has given a big boost to the steel industry, I feel. And then it has further helped to reduce the cost of logistics. The average traffic speed, average speed of goods train, which used to be 20 to 30 kmph on Eastern DFC earlier, when a DFC was not there, we had a normal track, double line track. Now it has moved to 60 to 70 kmph. So it's a very big boost to the logistics, improvement in the reduction in the cost of the transportation, per unit cost of transportation has come down. And of course, you were asking about something quality and the carbon emission. Actually, steel, I said earlier, it's a very sustainable material. If you increase the life of a bridge beyond its design life, you are basically delaying probably part of one cycle of the cost of rebuilding. So definitely you are helping to reduce the carbon emission. The quality also plays a similar kind of a role. So the quality and sustainability, they are interrelated. They help us to reduce the carbon emission. Thank you.
Thank you. 15 seconds to you, rejoinder, and 15 seconds to you. She's steering you
So
very
I
hard.
just wanted to substantiate one point what we were discussing with Prashant sir and Ravindra sir. So to understand the role of the hollow section, sir, and what we do in our segment, let me take you back 20, 30 years to our airports. If you visualize, these were the simple boxes built of the TMT were with very closed spans, okay? But with the usage of the hollow sections and our lattice truss systems usage, we have been able to build in very beautiful and aesthetically looking airports, now railway stations and metros. Just I wanted to mention this point to give a better perspective. If 20, 30 years back, if we were thinking that, okay, there is no market or demand and we can scale, we never thought that 100 airports Udan scheme will come. Okay, even the smallest airport now have the larger spans which is being built. So that is the role of hollow section which we passionately get into, because this is a subject which we see with very passion, because you have stoked our passion. So I wanted to come in. And lastly, sir, thank you so much for passionately giving me this opportunity and taking time from Monica.
Appreciate your passion. You will get good business. Sir,
Just quickly, sir. We are also into development of multimodal logistics park. We have been developing in India. We have 35 being developed, and primarily we have been using the rail siding. But as Nandir Saab said, we are in the process of developing multimodal logistics park in Varanasi, wherein the river Ganga has been taken. IWI. That is
thank you, sir. And before we start to open session, just one line closure. I think to me, ecosystem for steel consumption is very vibrant. Future is very bright, even in this application session also. Thank you for patient hearing. Open to the questions.
Thank you.
Any further inquisitiveness? Or I think we are too delayed. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, all of you. And thank you so much, all the speakers and our moderator. Now I request Ms. Bachchan to please come on the stage and present this memento to Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless, our moderator, who was just keeping everything precisely, whether it comes to timings. Thank you so much. Mr. Ravindra Kumar Goyal, ex-principal ED Bridges Railway Board. Mr. Prashant Jain, VP, National Highways, Logistics Management Limited. Principal Architect Sanjay K. Surya, Director, Studio Creative Group. Mr. Kiran B. Nandre, Country Manager, Inland Navigation, Rennes Logistics. Last but not the least, Mr. Ravi Kiran Mandumula, Regional Sales Manager, Tubes Division, Tata Steel. Now I request our moderator and all the speakers for a group photograph. Thank you. And now we have the next session, a short presentation on making steel for energy infra, by Mr. Hitesh Rai, VP Design, O2 Power. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Hitesh Rai?
Working now. Hello. Hi, good evening everyone. Hope I am audible to all. Thank you. Thanks to Metalogic team for giving me the opportunity to express my views on the making steel for the renewable energy sector. So let us start with the why steel. So we all know that steel is the backbone of India's energy infrastructure, and not only India, the world's energy infrastructure. For us, it is more important in a sense that we are now moving towards, most of the projects are moving towards the renewable energy. So in our context, it makes more sense that we try to make everything green, be it the production of steel or the consumption of steel for our renewable energy generation. So for renewable, the three major areas where we are using steel would be solar power plant, then wind power plant, where wind turbine supporting structures are being used, then hydro pen stocks. Considering that this all energy has to be transferred from one place to another, so transmission lines and the transformer cores, which also use specialized steel, they are also very critical for renewable energy development. Hydrogen pipelines, it is still to a lower extent in India, but moving forward, we might see more and more hydrogen pipelines in the coming future. So specialized steel, it ensures strength, reliability, durability, sustainability, and that is what we are discussing. Before we move to the solar plant, I would just like to demonstrate how the capacity enhancement has been happening in India as far as the renewable is concerned. If you see, last year we were able to do almost 24 gigawatt of solar and less than somewhere around 4 gigawatt of wind. And this is how the steel being utilized in the renewable sector. So this trend is more representing how we are accumulating more and more renewable energy into our grids. So when we talk about solar power plant, so solar power plant is mostly, we make structures of steel which are used to support the photovoltaic panels. So they are the backbone for the whole solar plant, the panels which cost around 65% of the project cost, and it is to be supported by steel structure. Cold rolled steel comes into picture here. So they are 100% they are utilized in the solar MMS, module mounting structure, due to their cost effectiveness. I still remember the days in 2010, 2011, we were doing structure, MMS structure design with a tonnage of 160 metric ton per megawatt peak, which has now reached to 20 metric ton per megawatt peak. So one of the factor is that we have got better efficiencies in the panel, but most importantly, we have also utilized cold rolled steel sections, which has given us this advantage, the cost effectiveness, because they give higher strength with a lower weight. Yeah, this is what I was explaining. So higher strength, lower weight means lightweight, more strong, ease of fabrication. Initially for purlins, we were using a C-section, typical C-section. With now thin sections, cold rolled steel being used, we are able to make sigma sections. We are able to make hat profile, single hat, double hat, channel with extended lips. All these things give us the flexibility to design more optimized structures for the solar mounting. So before I move to the next section, I would just like to highlight one of the such product, which is MagSure. It is a superior zinc magnesium aluminum alloy, and it is first of its make in India. Earlier we were relying on China and to the likes of ArcelorMittal and POSCO for POSMEC, and Magnalise from ArcelorMittal. But with this new product, we are able to utilize it in most of the corrosive environment. Solar structures are generally standing outside in harsh environment for at least 25 to up to 30 years. So we always wanted to think about some material which has good protective coating. And if you can just go through it, you will find that it creates a layer of protection so that it does not allow zinc to attack the main steel. Now coming to the wind power, so nowadays modern wind turbine, they need more structural integrity because the sizes have continuously increased. While we were talking about 2 megawatt turbine 2 years back, but now the new minimum would be 4.4 megawatt for an onshore wind turbine, and which needs more height, more structural stability. And if we go to the offshore wind turbines, they are being utilized at the capacities of 12 megawatt or so. So it becomes very important that the structures are stable enough and they are corrosion resistant. So, yeah, so these are some basic requirements, the load bearing and fatigue resistance, because now with the maximum capacities getting increased, the sizes of the blade, the hub height also increasing, we need more and more steel. So to avoid that, we need something which is having more strength, but at the same time, lesser thickness. And with these high power turbines, we need to ensure that the slenderness does not fail in the slenderness, stiffness is not compromised. So that is why we need these kind of steel, and for which India is already working. We have all these things available in-house. Not to mention that we are also planning it for 20 to 30 years. So that is very important. It has to sustain the corrosive environment also. So for wind-specific industry, I would just update that we are using pipes and tubes, both seamless and welded, which are very common. So these, if you see utility scale towers, we can see most of the welded tubular sections. And whereas the seamless pipes are on the secondary members or the transition members where they are used. These are some of the grades, everyone is aware about it. This offshore wind, we had been planning a lot in India in the Gulf of Khambat, and we are hopeful to see in coming years that we might see 2 gigawatt or 4 gigawatt of plant where we can use this extra strength to with benefit of these grade of steels. So there are some special treatment. You might be aware about thermomechanically controlled process where it is rolled, heated, and then processed, which gives more toughness to the steel, and it improves the weldability of that particular material. Similarly, the high strength low alloy, they give additional strength to the section without increasing their weight. So yes, so this is what we can conclude from our working on the pipes and tubes, the increased hub height due to the power, due to the excess of more higher wind, fatigue because these turbines are going through extreme cycles, they never stop unless they are stopped for some operation and maintenance purpose. So all these fatigues need to be considered, and with use of this high strength steel, we can optimize these designs. There are few challenges. I think most of the industry people are working on these, but yes, ultimately optimization is the key, where we have to see how we can use the high strength or higher steel grades, and even though it will increase the cost of the material, but then there is optimization which each engineer has to work upon. So we all know that blades, turbine blades, they generally don't need steel, but there is specialized steel which is required for the root bolts, where the whole connection is happening, where most of the stresses are there. Even the nacelle and hub, they require special type of steel. So this is a very emerging area where most of the wind turbines being manufactured in India, they are capable of getting it from our own country and try to optimize, use these kind of material and see what next we can built so that the whole system lasts for at least 30 years or whatever the design life we consider. Yeah, so we talked about solar plant and wind power plant, but then the critical role of transmission also comes into play, because if we have a solar plant or we have a wind power plant, unless we transmit this electricity, it is of no use to us. So we know the conventional since 1950 or 1960, we have been using lattice tower, 4-leg typical towers, which uses normal steel. Now there has been a lot of change in the transmission tower design also. And these towers are designed so as to ensure that these can last for at least 40, 50 years. We keep prediction of adding energy more and more in the coming years. So steel has always been the material of choice for at least transmission towers or the poles. I'm not talking about the 11 kV where we might end up with a concrete pole. But for transmission over a long distance at a higher voltage, steel is preferred because of its fabrication flexibility, durability, strength, ease of availability, fabrication, cost effectiveness. So basically, these two types of steel we are using in the transmission industry. So mild steel, which is a conventional design where we use 250, E350 grade steel, which is in 4-leg tower, lattice tower, or however, their high strength, low alloy has started being implemented in the transmission tower to optimize these designs. So yeah, lattice towers, we were talking about lattice tower 132 kV to 765 kV or higher. We generally go with the same concept using the 4-leg lattice tower, transmission towers. However, instead of using 100% mild steel E250 grade, we go with some high strength members and just keeping the redundant member as a low strength steel. Now the monopoles have become more common for electric transmission up to 400 kV, considering that we are having constraint in the cities. Mostly we don't have much space because of highway crossing or certain crossing corridors, area is not available. Then these monopoles are used, which are more or less like hot-rolled hollow steel sections. They generally don't take much space. Still the cross arm and bracing, base plate, we go with the conventional steel plates or steel ISA sections or channel sections. So the critical role of still remains the same. The structural strength, it has to withstand the load of the conductor, then load of wind, earthquake, and ice on the conductor. Then there are certain hardware and mechanical loads. So all these strength need to be considered to ensure that steel can perform its desired on the desired parameters. Durability, ease of fabrication, and erection, which is very much important. So quick comparison between the poles and the towers. So lattice steel tower, the conventional methodology, it can carry conductor with a range of 132 kV to 765 kV. The conventional ISA sections, channels, plates are being more dominantly used. It has some space constraint because of the larger footprint, although the cost would be lower. So based on the application, whether it is a rural area, open area, we have freedom to use sufficient space. The decision is being taken whether to go with the lattice steel tower or steel pole or monopoles, which is more common in the cities nowadays. We can see very easily. Yeah, that's all from my side. This is some future outlook for steel. This I'm leaving to industry experts, and I think we will need to work together to move toward the use of green steel. So one of the outlook would be the green steel in green energy. So this is going to be an emerging technology where in the steel making process, the direct reduced iron ore concept and and it becomes important because we have now started talking about green steel. So the hydrogen, if hydrogen is generated from a renewable plant, from the electricity which is coming from the renewable plant, then it becomes definitely a green steel. So there are still challenges, but not to mention that government is working in that direction with the National Hydrogen Mission, and then the IPPs are also doing some pilots. So we will, in coming future, we'll see more and more green steel. Hybrid structures, smart grid, hydrogen pipelines, we know all these three are important things for the current time. The way we are expanding in terms of renewable, we are expecting 30 gigawatt of solar plant to be commissioned by end of this financial year. So all these play an important role. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think that we are planning to sleep here on our seats because I can't see any energy and I can't see any smile on the faces. It's like, okay, it's 12 a.m. in the midnight and we are just heading to sleep. It's looking like that. So all of you, please, thoda sa jaagte hain abhi, because now we have the last session and then you all can go back to home. Abhi वैसे भी बाहर जाएंगे, आप निकलेंगे तो traffic मिलेगा. It's better to sit here in AC, relax. We have coffee here, so you can grab your coffee. And now, the main point, thank you so much, sir, for accepting this token of respect and appreciation from Metalogic PMS. Mr. Hitesh Rai, VP Design, O2 Power. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Rai? And now, the last session, Making Steel for Rural Bharat. And all of you, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Mohit Kapoor, Chair Projects and Event Committee, Warehousing Association of India. Can we have a round of applause for him? Mr. Sudhanshu Shekhar, Assistant Commissioner, Dairy Development, Ministry of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Can we have a round of applause for him? Mr. Umesh Gupta, RBM North India, and NAEO, MNS Template Division, Tata Steel Limited. Their discussion points would be development of warehousing infrastructure, tin for food storage and increased shelf life, more or less warehouse stainless steel tanks for milk and water and silos.
Speaker. Sibbal Saab, let me have the honor to invite you. No, please. She wanted you to be invited by the moderator itself. That is so. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. नमस्कार. सर जवाब थोड़ा आ जाए तेज तो लगे लोग जा रहे हैं आखिरी सेशन है. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Since this morning we have seen a gathering of policy makers, innovators, industry pioneers, technology providers and whatnot. Almost every stakeholder of steel industry was here and I am not surprised for that. बच्चन का शो था तो इतना star-studded होना जरूरी था. And since we are in the heading towards the last session, I invite all of you with the same enthusiasm and energy to take this final session into a very meaningful conclusion. बच्चन का शो है, अब स्टेज पे कपूर आ गया तो बनता भी है ना मैम? And I assure you this will not be a routine cool down session. This will definitely be a final push on the pedal for a meaningful discussion and conclusion. See, the topic today is making steel for rural India. Since morning, there have been a lot of inspiring phrases, lot of futuristic things being said from this stage. But I'll take a cue from a gentleman whom I'm seeing right now, Mr. Batra. One of the slides of his PPT said, stronger steel, smarter Bharat. And for it becoming a smarter Bharat, आत्मनिर्भर भारत लिखा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने, विकसित भारत लिखा, आज के आपके शो में मेक इन स्टील मेक इन भारत है. दो द फर्स्ट push for this industrialization was made in India.
So I would say the essence of steel and its relevance in India's growth is not just limited to skyscrapers and bridges and colossal mass transit airports and railway station of cities. It has to reach every nook and corner of this country to every village. That is for sure. Unless and until it happens, this development will have no relevance. And when we talk about our villages, see, हमारे शहरों को बदनामी होती है कि वो गांव की बाउंड्री में घुसते जा रहे हैं. तो it is high time शहरों का डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्रेस भी गांव तक पहुंच जाए. और गांव की बहुत बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं. पानी, साफ हवा तो है ही वहाँ पे, पानी, दूध, सेफ्टी. और बड़ा शर्म की या दुख की बात है कि इस देश को पहले दूध की नदियाँ बहने वाला देश कहा जाता था. अभी 10 साल से रुक गया, वरना 5-7 साल पहले हम देखते थे किसान सड़कों पे दूध बहा रहे हैं कि हम इसका इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पा रहे. आज भी स्थिति ऐसी है कि वी आर अराउंड 24 to 25% ऑफ द प्रोडक्शन ऑफ मिल्क इज इन इंडिया, बट वी आर नोवेयर इन टॉप लिस्ट ऑफ मिल्क प्रोडक्ट एक्सपोर्ट्स. Not because we are not producing much, because we are not able to preserve, we are not able to provide the quality of milk that should be before it reaches the processing part. So for this thing, I would start the session with the gentleman who has joined us on online because of the weather or traffic he is not able to make out. So on behalf of the panel, I welcome Sudhanshu sir. He is Assistant Commissioner, Dairy Development, Ministry of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. So, sir, I have a question to you directly. Rural Bharat is the backbone of dairy development. How do you see current and future milk storage and chilling infrastructure requirement to support hygienic and quality milk collection at village level? Because the problem is milk retains its quality of being transformed into a quality product only till few hours. All the chilling plants, etc., are at processing plant. So I would request Shekhar sir if he can put some light on how steel industry or Indian industry as a whole is looking about it. It's loud and clear.
Mr. Shekhar, sir, I'll just interrupt you because I wish to have a supplementary question and request you to kindly ask in a very briefly so that we can move on to other speaker. Sir, what are the policies to integrate hygienic stainless steel silos and tanks at our rural dairies ecosystem, not at the processing plants, at every rural dairy system, sir? So so that means just to cut it short, bring it to the conclusion, sir. So the steel industry must tighten their belts in supporting our government ecosystem, cooperative system for providing high quality steel produce, as well as the fabricators should be ready to work at the ground level and either fabricate at those district level or prepare a logistic plan to prepare, to construct all those things, manufacture, fabricate those silos and make them readily available at every village. So now I'll like to bring in Umesh ji right now, Umesh Gupta ji. Mr. Gupta is RBM North India and NAEO MSS Tin Plate Division Tata Steel Limited. Sir, being from India's steel magnate Tata Group, how is tin packaging specifically playing an important role with respect to food processing sector and a better, or I would say superior packaging medium for ensuring Viksit Bharat and avoiding food spoilage?
First of all, I would like to thank Monica ji because I'm not seeing the plastic bottles at least on the table. And this is the first step, I would rather say, on the sustainability, where we must be conscious at least on the landfill garbage and sea garbage. So thank you for that. For food processing sector, sir, Government of India is focusing on Viksit Bharat and they have the plan just to double by 35. And another 12 years, it is again a double. So from today where we are sitting, Government of India has 4 times by 2047, when we will complete 100 years of our independence. And during that time, so the amount of food processing would happen, that should definitely come from the ecosystem of the village at district level. And for that, there is a, obviously PLI's scheme are there. To promote that food processing, metal packaging is going to be the key role, because metal packaging has longer shelf life, rigid pack. And why I'm saying is that for every food processing, you need to transport your processed food for longer time, you need to export. So metal packaging ware is very key. And we as a Tata Tin Plate division, we are expanding our capacity. Just we are doubling our capacity in next 3 years. Similarly, JSW Steel has already added the capacity. So we are also creating the ecosystem to make the environment or ecosystem available to for the food processing sector to progress and export according to the Viksit Bharat.
Gupta ji, So, sir, how are actually farmers on ground getting benefited by these policies and by the work that the companies are doing for more production, not in numbers, but in quality and grades required for steel food processing? And what are its direct role in increase in farmers' income, considering when they have to use these metal things, their initial cost will be increasing. So what will be the role of increase in their revenues as well, sir? Because everything boils down to revenue. It has to be feasible, no matter how much technical benefit it has to be having with some commercial benefits, at least in a country like India.
So, Government of India has a plan of agricultural food processing cluster. So, government is setting up the different where the raw material means if there is a tomato is available into that zone, so there is a government is setting up the clusters for the food processing and providing the infrastructure with the shared kind of the services. So one food processor can utilize the multiple resource available over there so that their cost of production could come down, and government is providing subsidy on that. So this will help and also providing the linkage between farmers to the food processor and food processor to the upward market and export. So where APEDA is also playing a crucial role into helping them into the exporting their processed, whatever the processed item. So in that case, the metal packaging is one of the key element that has a longer shelf life, that has a flavor, aroma retentions, so that the entire food chain would be sustainable. And due to the recyclability of this metal packaging, it is sustainable with respect to obviously the carbon neutrality.
Very thanks. Your experience has actually given an answer to my another question, so I'll skip that particular question. I just want you to briefly explain in 30-60 seconds if possible, sir. What are the innovations being carried out at producers' end, not just in grades or quality, but into some style of packaging them, producing them, which can help farmers not just in enhancing and restoring the quality of product, but also making those packaging more affordable and acceptable at every level.
So in metal
and are you providing any sort of workshops or certain brainstorming sessions at dairy level or some food processing or agro cluster area to make them aware in addition to what government is doing from their own networks?
Tata Steel per se, we are not obviously going to the farmer level. Obviously, we are solutioning the in metal through the metal packaging only to increase the product shelf life. For example, to increase the food processors brand value. So we are doing the one steps, the coating of the tin product or printing of the tin product, and providing the real kind of innovation on the canning. So the type of can globally is being used, we are replicating over here so that the same canning and brand value can be created at food processors end, and this so that they can make their product at par with the export business or domestic level. Also, we are engaging the major brand owners like Nestle and Heinz, so that this food processing innovation should come into India, and this percolate to the small farmers at the village level, so that their processed product can be procured and sold out.
That's a great initiative. If multinational corporations or big Indian giants are ready with your support and your guidance and your government's inspiration to go down to basic level of village producers and teach them, guide them, handhold them. Now I'll bring Mr. Sudhanshu ji at this moment from government side, sir. Sir, with you at the policy level, and you have given a very good data in last 9 years, precisely 63% milk production has increased, but unfortunately, still in milk product export, we are barely reached 273 million target, if I am not wrong. Sir, what do you see a trend for steel industry as a supplier of material, packaging material in coming 5 and 10 years time, considering the demand, not just production increasing in India or per capita consumption of milk increasing in India, but avenues of Indian goods being sold abroad, specifically being a part of PM Gati Shakti National Planning Group from my warehousing association industry. I know this IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe corridor will add on to Indian market expansion. So what do you think should be the trends for steel industry as a supplier? And what will be your recommendation to India's steel industry, not just primary bigger steel industry players, but smaller secondary steel industry player also, who contribute to more than 50% or close to 50% of production, how they should prepare their innovations, their product development to cater to this demand, sir, for a holistic overall support to the industry?
Yes, sir. The demand for egg products are increasing, and at present it is valued at 19 lakh crore, and which is going to increase in the next 5 years to 7 lakh crore demand for domestic egg market. So most of the demands will be for value-added products, and cheese, yogurt, pastry milk, and India will also be looking for exports to the countries Southeast Asia, East Africa, and will be meeting the global standards of those countries. Yes, as of date, we have about less than 1% of exports, but in the coming few years, we have targeted to increase it by investing more for the improvement in the quality as well as concentrate that is on the disease part of the thing. So we are working on that. And with regard to demand, yes, at present about 12,000 to 15,000 metric ton of stainless steel is being utilized by our dairy industry. And with this background and the trends that we have seen, we require double of what is being utilized at now in the next 5 years, that 20,000 metric ton of steel will be required. So the steel, the daily processing equipment market will also increase maybe to about 4,000 crore in the next 5 years. So there will be a huge demand for steel because most of the policies that we are targeting right now is to increase our formal sector. We are reaching out to 75,000 more villages in the coming 4 to 5 years. The water pollution control program. So all this will be contributing to more milk in the sector and the requirement of steel in every value chain of milk. So yes, there will be a
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
and with this, yeah, but then we have the industry actually have two recommendations for the steel industry. One of which is that rely on the steel industry is supposed to rely on some imported alloys from outside, for which they can have a long-term plans. This will enable them to provide stable production and
That's a great perspective, Sudhanshuji. So that means all the three stakeholders, government, innovators, researchers, that is academia, and industry will have to come together and support our fourth pillar of economy, that is the producers. So that shows that our journey from ground to global will have to go through a hygienic steel infrastructure. So this brings me to our third panelist, Mr. Ashok Sibbal from Amitabh Applications, Amitabh Special Coatings. Steel, whether it is being used in infrastructure or it is being used in industry or warehousing or storage, it has always have a presumption and a very genuine concern of fire rating or heat retardance. So that brings me to the gentleman, Mr. Ashok Sibbal sir, who is the founder and MD of Amitabh Applications. It's an Indian company which in collaboration with CBRI Roorkee has created a lot of heat resistant and fire retardant coatings. As per his intro, they have coatings for 15 minutes to up to 4 hours international rating, and being made in India, they are economically very viable as compared to foreign international brands. So Mr. Sibbal, fire safety is either often overlooked in rural infrastructure or considered too costly and not economically viable. How can fire-resistant coatings ensure protection in warehouses, milk silos, food storage facility, and most importantly, considering food and milk produced, it should not be cryogenic? So what is your take on it, sir?
First of all, thank you, Mohit ji. Wherever we talk steel, we have to protect steel from corrosion as well as fire. That is very important thing. And second thing is, since we are talking about this food processing area.
Stop you, sir. As per my understanding, anti-corrosion properties are generally inducted by manufacturers themselves of steel producers.
No. We have actually, if it is stainless steel, then only it's anti-corrosive. Otherwise, all mild steels are prone to corrosion.
They need to be protected, coated.
Yeah.
And even the stainless steel needs to be fire coated.
Yeah. Even on stainless steel, we need to have antimicrobial clear coating, which we are providing for food industries. Great. So here, what we are providing, it's anti-corrosive, fire resistant, and antimicrobial coating. This include all the three properties in one coating.
In one coating.
And if you use normal paint, it will work as a carrier of fire. And if you are in food processing area, all the items, raw materials and everything, they all are organic. So all organic items are prone to fire. So if we are talking, if we have to match with the global standard, if you go to USA, go to Europe or other developed countries, there you will find that their all infrastructures, food processing areas, they are coated with antimicrobial, anti-corrosive, fire-resistant coating, because that saves the life, that saves the structure, that saves the at least the human life is a very important thing. Cost-wise, it's a...
Sir, though it is related to human life safety and in terms of industry, produce safety, machinery safety, which is equally costly, is it cost-effective also? Considering we have international brands that are not cost-effective for every user, especially when we are talking about rural users, when we are talking about these silos or these warehouses, these storages or semi-processing units in rural areas. What is your take, or I would say, what is the contribution of Made in India producers, innovators like you to make these things globally acceptable as well as cost-effective and innovative in terms of all three coatings, all three benefits in one coating? And Monica ji, I would suggest next time innovations like this should be in first half of the day so that maximum people can understand that. So how can it be cost effective, or how you have managed it to be cost effective with a very brief example, sir?
Actually, we started with Nestle. Actually, Nestle, they bought some material from us. I said, you are a food processing industry, and where you are using. They said it's as per international standard. They have to go with the antimicrobial, anti-corrosive, as well as fire resistance coating. So when it comes to the cost, in USA and Europe, the product cost is around 6,000 to 7,000 rupees per square meter for the same product. Here we have developed the same product at the cost of approximately 1,200 rupees per square meter with better properties.
20%.
No, sir, it is 20% of the actual
Just
cost.
20% of the cost.
Yeah, 20%. And I'm happy to share that for last 10 years, they are buying this material regularly from us. And they are the multinational company. They can easily afford higher price also. But they have seen that Make in India products are, I cannot say much better, but they are at par with the international brands and very cost effective.
So you have basically made sure that not just steel fabrication or these storage processing units are made in India, but the protective coatings required for a food grade material and safety of life and machinery, it is also made in India.
We are supplying in a lot of pharmaceutical companies.
Any government institute, if you can just name with the name, who have vetted your produce or who have vetted the project that you have done, any IITs or any NITs have done that vetting of your product itself or the project that you have executed?
We are certified by CBI Roorkee. We are, our product is used in new parliament building. We are supplying the material in, we have done in Central Vista also. That's a very big project.
You have done the power seat of India. Pardon? You have done the power seats of India also.
Right, they are the power
Thank you, sir.
Even in executive enclave that is going up for PMO, there also we are supplying our material.
Considering Monica ji starting to stare at me, I'll bring this panel discussion to an end. So ladies and gentlemen, we started this day discussing about skyscrapers, airports, missiles, arms and ammunition, and we are concluding it with milk silos and water tanks and water and storage. This shows that steel's relevance and inclusion in every sector of India's growth. And actually, if we have to fulfill this collective national dream of Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat, steel and steel industry stakeholders, whether from government or academia or industry and users as well, they all have to play a part in it. And with this, I hand over the mic to the anchor and wishing all the best for future such events for Monica ji. Once again, she has done a wonderful job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please come on the stage and present a memento to our moderator, Mr. Mohit Kapoor, Chair Projects and Event Committee, Warehousing Association of India. We also like to thank Mr. Sudhanshu Shekhar, Assistant Commissioner, Dairy Development in Ministry of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us virtually. And now I request Mr. Ashok Sibbal, MD, Momentto Technical Paints Industries, to please accept this token of respect and appreciation. Last but not the least, Mr. Umesh Gupta, RBM, North India and NAEO, MNS Tin Plate Division, Tata Steels Limited. I request our moderator and speaker, please have a group photograph. And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please present a memento as a token of respect and appreciation to our associations, CFI. Can we have a big round of applause for our association, CFI? So we have Mr. Arpit Das from Sudhanshu Sir's team. He is here to accept this Momentto from Metalogic PMS. Thank you so much. And now I request Team CFI to please come on the stage and accept this Momentto from Metalogic PMS. Thank you so much for this association. I believe that we had a very good day today, although it was a long day for everyone. But yes, we enjoyed all the sessions and the ideas and thoughts our moderators, speakers, everybody shared. Those were really insightful. Thank you so much, Team CFI. Now I would like to invite Team IIM on stage. Can we have a round of applause for Team IIM? Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today. Thank you so much once again. And now I would like to invite Team MRAI on stage. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? Those who can hear me loud and clear. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Team Zinc International. Can we have a round of applause for Zinc International? Thank you so much for being here with us today. And last but not the least, Indian Stainless Steel Development Association, ISDA. Can we have a round of applause? Thanks to all the sponsors, our partners, associations, and the entire team. Now I would like to invite Ms. Bachchan to conclude the entire day with her remarks.
I think the most awaited speech now. Okay, let me conclude. As we come to the close of the 8th annual conference of Metalogic Projects Management Services, I want a moment to reflect on what an extraordinary day this has been. Today, we didn't just have discussions, we created conversations that matter. We shared ideas, explored solutions, and build connections that will shape the future of Indian steel industry. On behalf of Metalogic PMS, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being a part of this journey. Your presence and participation has made this event truly special. First and foremost, a big thanks to you, to our distinguished speakers and panelists. Your insights and perspective have added immense value to the discussion. You have helped us to look at challenges as opportunities and shown us the roadmap to make in steel, make in Bharat a reality. To our esteemed audience, your engagement, your questions, and your energy kept the spirit of this conference alive. A big round of applause for all of you. So please clap for yourself. I would also like to take a moment to thank our sponsors and partners without whom this event would not have been possible. I want to thank Jindal Saw Limited, Jindal Stainless Limited, Jindal Steel, Steel Authority of India, JSW Steel, Jindal India, Greaves Cotton Limited, Helios Tech Solution, MSP Steel, Pragya, and Nirmal Techzim. Your continued support enables us to create a platform like these that drives meaningful challenges. Our sincere thanks to the industry associations, advisors, and supporters who have stood by us in making this conference a success. A big thank to Mr. Suri for being here till, like always. And last but not least, I would like to thank our big salute to our incredible Metalogic team. I would like to request my team to come on the stage, please. Metalogic team, please come over. Everyone, Metalogic team. So we have the 3 departments. This event has been organized by our Metalogic events team, marketing team, research team, and creative team. Please come on the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the team behind the show in front of you. So there are many faces जो आपसे बात करते रहे हैं. Rajat, you can put the phone down. People are watching you. So, ladies and gentlemen, Metalogic team. Each member worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure every detail was perfect, from planning to execution. Your commitment and passion made this event what it is today. As we conclude, I would like to leave you with one thought. The future of steel is not just about production. It's all about innovation, collaborations, and sustainability. Together, let us build a strong, greener, and self-reliance Bharat. Thank you once again for joining us. We look forward to welcoming you to our next initiative soon. Until then, safe travel and may the spirit of collaboration continue beyond this hall. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. I would like to request each one of you to please come on the stage and let's have a closing ceremony photograph. Everybody who are sitting in the hall, please come on the stage. Everyone, all the exhibitors, people sitting at the back, Jindal Saw exhibitor stall people, please come on the stage, and people standing at the doors, please come. CFI team, MRAI, please come on the stage. Let's have a grand photo. Ruchi, please bring people. Jindal Saw stall, please come on the stage, everyone. Yes, please come. Let's have a closing ceremony photograph. Tanya, aajo, sab log aajo, come. Vibhor, Prashant, I will write an invitation to you guys. Come. Aajo. Stalls, everyone. Nirmal Techzim, Pragya. Come ahead. कोई भी चेयर पे बैठा हुआ नहीं होना चाहिए. I want a grand photo. Everyone, please come over. Pragya team, Nirmal Techzim, please come on the stage. आइए सर स्टेज पे आइए प्लीज कम. Yes. Please join us. ऐसे भी क्या शर्माना. मैं भी आ रही हूँ सर. मेरे लिए जगह बनाइए.
slides.